Greetings and salutations, LOL Esports fans. I am Sodaron, the Wizard of Esports, or Wizard of LOL Esports. I don't want to claim that I'm the Wizard of all esports, but LOL Esports, I am the Wizard of. Today you're on the next level with Sodaron, as I have cooked up for you another VOD review. Today we're going to watch G2 vs Fnatic, what do we call it? The 2024 LEC Summer Playoffs upper bracket. I found that this would be a very important series to VOD review. Normally, I do LEC VOD reviews on my channel, but I do have some LEC friends out there, so I find it important. Most of my followers and fans watch the LEC, and they're happier when I do the LEC stuff. So today, that's what we're working on. I'm sure this may be a long VOD. There's 5 games, so there might be a lot of mistakes to clean up. Who knows how detailed I can get with him. Really, most of that is just how much time do I have. You see, it's 4:45 right now. I feel like it may be 11 o'clock or noon before I'm done with all of this, so this may be a kind of a long VOD. Thank you, Alpha1928, for showing up. I appreciate it. I've got a first-time chatter here. If you could follow me, I've got a certain goal right now where I'm trying to achieve 50 followers on Twitch. I'm getting very close to that goal. I have the hours put in, but I don't have the amount of followers right now, so which is kind of tough because I do VOD reviews mostly. I do stream solo queue, and for my followers out there right now, I'm sorry I'm not streaming solo queue, but I am planning and prepping that hopefully I can grind the ladder here. When normally September, all of the games are over, and then the players are done for the season or on break, or then the players going to Worlds prep and boot camp. So during that time, I will have a lot of extra time that I can grind solo queue. So I'm planning that. I'm wanting to show here on my stream the methodology that I try to teach and the basic principles of life, of being maybe perhaps a life coach more than just an esports coach, but to eat healthy diet, to sleep well, to eat well or eat right, whatever you want to say, to not give up, to be grinding, to only pick just a few champions and one role in main and grind the ladder. I'm hoping I can show that on my stream. So that's something that I'm planning here another month from now or 2 months from now. Plus, when Worlds comes out, I don't know if I'll do VOD reviews then. I may just do the solo queue. I may give up on the VOD reviews here in another month or two. Who knows? But I'm working hard here on the Sodaron channel for all of the content I give you. I've been trying to stream every day. I think I've been streaming for 3 weeks now. 3.5 weeks. So yesterday was the first day I've really taken off for, seems like maybe going on 4 weeks. It was since World Cup. I started streaming again a couple of days before the World Cup, and then decided, you know what, I need to get up and stream every day. The older I get and things, I'm realizing I'm wasting my time if I sit around and just watch the LCK all the time. Now, who am I? I'm Sodaron. I have worked with GAM back in 2022. If you don't believe me, the owner goes and puts credit out on the social media on X, so you can maybe look for my little Twitter or X name, whatever you call, and see where the GAM owner gave me credit. That's how the GAM owner does his things. So there you go. I put in a lot of hours back in 2022 during the summer split and then Worlds. So I also thought I might bring up some of my slides and show you. So if you wonder, well, who is Sodaron? I have experience where I've worked with a professional League of Legends team. So I do maybe know a thing or two or what I'm talking about. I'm just not some random troll on the internet that just talks because I'm bored. My dream and goal is to work with another LOL esports team, NA or LEC. Would really like LEC. So that's some of the reasoning here. I think I've got some friends and fans out there, so I think it might be important for me to do this G2 vs Fnatic VOD review here. I'm kind of a fan here of G2 over the last couple years, so they're like a dream org to work for. So I figured, hey, might be important to do VOD reviews of G2. So who knows? We may even turn where we stop doing so much LCK or LPL and we do more LEC. I take things one day at a time. So I wanted to talk about, again, why listen to me? Do I know what I'm talking about? Well, it goes back to this game here that I played since the beta. So before the actual live server was up, I played Warcraft 3. Maybe put the sound on here. And this is a fog of war type of game, strategy game. They called it an RTS. It was a lot like Warcraft 2, which again, I talk about this in my content, in my stream, but I played Warcraft 2 for years before Warcraft 3 came out. So I have like 25 years of playing strategy games like this with the Fog of War mini-map, which is what you have in League of Legends. So what he's doing here is controlling all of these units and building up his first champion or hero, you'll call it. And so that's the aspect like League of Legends, is you get one champion and you control it. And as you see here, he's controlling more than one unit at a time. He's controlling all of these units. And what he's doing is taking this little unit here to get information on the enemy. He's scouting him out. But as you notice, and I talk about this a lot, about vision, I learned back in Warcraft 2 from the best player on the server that he told me straight up that it's all about scouting out your enemy. You're always trying to get you're trying to get vision of your enemy to make plays ahead of time. You're not just randomly attacking for no reason. And I talked about this the other day. It goes back to The Art of War from Sun Tzu, that a book that was like written 2,000 years ago or longer than that there is an art to war. So I guess governments may view war as some type of art form. So, hey, I'm not trying to be mean or say anything about war. I'm kind of against war personally. But unfortunately, most of the video games we have in today's world are all around violence or harming others. So that's just the world we live in. So again, I'm just taking a look at Grubby here versus Moon. Now Moon was I think this is supposed to be Moon. Moon was the most successful Korean League of Legends player, and Grubby was this famous League of Legends player League of Legends. He did play League of Legends in this year, so that made me happy and made me want to do more VODs and get back into League of Legends, because Grubby was kind of doing things like how I would do it on my stream and going into the practice tool a lot to learn to play new champions. So he was basically doing a lot of the things that I teach on my channel and in my VODs when he very first started playing League of Legends. So that made me happy. But again, he's the white unit here, and you don't get any vision on this map until you have a unit in the dark area, and then it lights up the vision like you see here on the map. So in this game, you control 3 heroes, or champions, or whatever you call them, and then maybe 30 other units at a time. So this game here, it's why I say League of Legends is easy personally, because I'm only worrying about one champion or maybe 4 other ones, or 9 or 10 tops, whereas I came from a world where you're playing like 30 units or more on a map, or I'm controlling 3 champions at one time, plus multiple units. So when I came into League of Legends, I thought it was a very easy game. I wasn't too big into Dota. Dota killed off this game, which made me sad, and also World of Warcraft. And then I played EverQuest, which I've not talked too much about, for like 20 years as well in my spare time, which is a very complicated MMORPG that takes 75, 100 people to raid different targets and get loot. And I've done officership work in guilds and led some raids back in the day in the world of Ventrilo before Discord. But so I have a lot of experience in these type of games, so this is why I'm just showing you and telling you this, in case you think I'm just some random troll on the internet that's 18 years old. I'm not. I just got behind on the game where I didn't have a PC that was capable of streaming till a few years ago. So again, I'm just there's really no reason. I'm just trying to get others that like League of Legends to realize that there were games before League of Legends that might have been even more complicated than what League of Legends is. So if you played this game for 15 years and you played another game just like it, the Warcraft 2 before this, maybe you have some experience or knowledge or are good at League of Legends. So I'm just showing you my body of work for why you would want to listen to me, or if I know what I'm talking about. This is why. So then I got into League of Legends back in the end of 2012, and before I even got into the game, I was more into the professional scene of watching TPA at the World Championship. That's what really got me into League of Legends, because that was one thing that Warcraft 3 was lacking, was that Blizzard, the game developer, didn't really back the esports back then, and I thought that it was a good thing what I saw League of Legends was doing, and the company that owned League of Legends or created League of Legends had their entire own esports scene they were making and production and all these things. Now in today's world, maybe it wasn't such a good thing that Riot was involved in all of this, but at the time I thought it was a really good thing. And like maybe it was a good thing that Blizzard wasn't so involved with the professional scene of Warcraft 3, and they only stuck with developing the game and didn't worry about the esports scene. But that's for another day and time. I can give you I'm 38 years old, so I have more of a mature point of view of this stuff. So again, I'm just kind of showing some things before I get into the VOD review today. I don't think I can explain enough in my stream about my experience of playing Warcraft 3 and how that would equate to playing League of Legends. Okay, you just watched him do that stuff. It's nice you can just straight up take champions to whatever lane now. I really like that because it was hard to practice the mid lane matchup. Oh, what's a champion here? I mean, it really doesn't matter. I think I was doing Sejuani on that page, so I'll just do Sejuani. Also, if you want to get better at the game, I talk about this, but you can practice your laning phase in the practice tool, and you can save a lot of time that you're going to waste when you're playing NA solo queue or solo queue in general. If you're not on NA, if you're on EU, or you're on the Korean ladder even. I don't have my microphone. My microphone's in the place where my keyboard should be, so I don't know how well this is going to go because my keyboard, you can't see on my camera, but it's way over here and normally it's in the middle. I'm just showing you how this is like what I just showed you on Warcraft 3. Notice how this is not lit up. And you can see where you see my champion or hero, we call it. And this is valuable because you can save a lot of time and frustration learning how to play your champion and practice the laning, the jungle routes, and everything before going to a PvP game. If you do this for a week or even a day or two, you will be amazed at how quickly you can get better at the champion instead of wasting all your time going to a ranked game and going through a draft and somebody dodging and then your champion's banned. It's really more pivotal about playing the champions back to back to back, chaining them. I'm just showing how this game looks very similar to the Warcraft 3 I was showing you. Plays like it. Then I guess you gank mid. Mumu is very overextended here. I don't want to take the damage from the from the minions here. And unlike Yike here, I got a pot so I can win my trade. Not to make fun of Yike or anything, but we may get into this today about, well, why does Yike not take this HP pot at the start? Because I don't know. I remember this trade that Yike took, and if he had the health pot, I think it was like in game 4 in this series we're going to VOD review. But people in chat want to argue with me, like in a Twitch chat, that tell me that you don't gain any skill going into practice tool. So, I don't know. That's like saying you won't gain strength working in a gym for a sport, right? It's like football. It's like saying that what you're trying to tell me is, like I had this guy in Twitch chat in the LCK last night tell me that you don't gain anything playing the practice tool, that I'm wasting my time, right? That's like saying that you can't get better at football by working out in the gym, that you can only get better at football by only playing football, right? Like, whereas all of the football players, when they're not practicing football on the field, they're spending half their time working in the gym to get stronger. So really your thought, or it just doesn't make any sense to me, your reasoning that that you can't get better. You can practice your laning. I show it in VODs. Maybe I'll start doing some more of these, because a lot of you think that you're wasting your time, and I'm telling you, you're wrong. You're wasting your time in solo queue if you want to get better. You just think that you're going to be bored here in the practice tool. The practice tool is fun. I like it. Look at that. Look at me. I can buy Mercury treads. I just had a really fun 5 minutes, and I learned more than I would learn in a PvP game. I got to try testing out taking enemy farm away. So there's that. I wanted to show my slides. Now I may put some more slides in here and maybe show you the links of stuff if you want to see. But here's a slide I did for when game went to Worlds, when I was scouting out Rogue. They may have listened to me when I said this and played too confidently. If you go back and watch GAM in these games, and they played like too confident, and they did really dumb stuff. Like if you go back and watch. Now this was made like 2 years ago, so my whole way of life has changed and how I view things. So I'm just showing some slides of how I would prep for a professional team. I've had work in it. I'm trying to find another gig next season. I've not went about trying to get a job the right way. I've more or less talked to coaches, and then they're like, send your resume here. And maybe I need to talk to the actual orgs. But I'm trying to offer, like, I would work a split or maybe a whole season if for free doing my work. And I don't know why anyone would not take up that offer, because I honestly think you would see I'm worth your time. I don't know why you wouldn't want somebody that would do work for free, that volunteer their time, and you don't value that. But I feel like most of the teams are very greedy, so it doesn't matter. So this was me learning to do this stuff. I would do, I'm sure, a much better job now today that I would back in 2022. I've gained a lot more knowledge. I just see things much differently now. But this is how some teams prep for these games. There's a lot of analytical work that is involved in this, especially over in the western part of the world with the Asian teams, because this is just a Vietnamese team, but they operate very similar to the LPL teams. They even scrim lower LPL teams. This might have not been the best slide I have. But I mean, I have a whole drive full of these slides. So I can show you my body of work if you think I'm just some random troll. Here, this team, the next season, I wasn't involved with League of Legends and had to take a break because my family was very upset at me for putting all the time I did in with GAM and all of the time I've spent watching League of Legends. Like, I've watched LPL, LCK, LEC, mainly live, been in the Twitch chats, YouTube chats. Some people perceive me as a troll, I guess. So I'm trying to show you, hey, I'm not a troll. I'm somebody that wants to coach, somebody that has professional experience. And I think that I offer more than just that with a team, that I bring positivity and life coaching and just make a younger person better in life. I lost my dad to cancer back in like 2013. So that's why I really wanted to do the coaching thing. Most people shouldn't do it. It's just my dad was sick with cancer and I had to sit beside him about 12 hours a day in the hospital. I couldn't have my computer, so I had my phone and I would sit and watch games, or I would look up professional stuff. Then by the time I got home, I'm pretty sure Monte Cristo and Doa were on at the time on the LCK, and they became very comforting to me, hearing Monty's voice and Doa's voice, and it really helped me get through that time. That's one main reason why I'm really into all of this stuff. It's not a very good career path for most people. I had a person that I used to help talk to and coach on the NA solo queue that was a challenger player, and I told him, like, he wanted to be a professional player, but he was in college, and at one point he was going to give up on college and thought he was going to be a professional League of Legends player. And I literally every day, no, don't do that. Focus on your life. Do not throw your life away. And now he's got his life going and happy. And there again, I think I was a good life coach. So I'm not a greedy person. I offer to teams, I would like to work with you and work for free to show you that I show you. And also, not only that, but coming in, I'm going to need to learn your system and learn what's going on, because I have my own system, how I do things. So I don't really expect to come in and get paid, but teams just don't care about that. So, but who knows? Maybe things will happen next season. And so Team Wales here ended up being the second seed team that went to World's group stage the next year. And so Hantke, he was the one that coached GAM last season, and he's the one I worked with, and I was proud that he got to go. And my dream was to always go to Lol Park. He got to be on that stage at Lol Park last season. Made me very proud. Now GAM, the way, if you look at the coaching results of what happened with GAM and think that I'm bad at what I do, our odds were stacked up against us. GAM were like the last team brought into Worlds when they went to New York that year. T1 was there an entire week beforehand. Top was there an entire week beforehand, so that already gave a disadvantage because like Top or Rogue, I think Rogue was there like a week beforehand, so they had more time to get settled in and practice. So I already knew that it felt like feeding my kids to a shark or a lion, but was very proud of them. They did pull off a game against Top Esports back then, so now I could go to NA teams, LEC teams, and it's like, hey, I worked on a team that went to Worlds and they don't care. So that tells you what's going on within the scene, even though they'll tell you that they only care about winning Worlds. I'm one that wants to see an NA or EU team win Worlds. I just want to see what Riot would do if that happens. So what's going on in this slide, I think this is a jungle slide where I'm doing a jungle route, and each game, like going in the last series this team played before and looking at like every movement they made or every action they made or every camp they took and so the player can go and quickly skim through this and see what their opponent is more than likely going to do. And the Asian teams have much more population, so they have more workers and they can get more work done. So maybe if you're like an EU or NA and you're like, this is crazy, why would you do that? Well, this is how they scout and do some of their analysis stuff. And again, maybe I should just share these slides. I mean, I have lots and lots of slides. This one just has 32 slides total. I was spending like 30 hours every day and then trying to watch the LCK and watch the LPL. So I don't know how most people would have more experience than I do. Just the hours I put into all of this. I haven't had a wife. I don't have kids. I do have a dog. But for the most part, I've put all of my time into all of this. And so this is where like I didn't even think that people would care about the GAM thing, and I realized that that's credit and hard work I put in. So I need to use that for my advantage. That's basically why I did the work with GAM. I didn't really expect I would get a job with the team the next season, nor did I really try. It really changed my view on a lot of things, and I had to go back and change my personal life first, because if I was going to get involved in this scene, the way I had my life set up, there's no way I could do this stuff. So I had to take a step back and took a break from watching League of Legends in the spring split and a little bit in the summer split and came back, but that's why I didn't stream and all of that. I had to set up my personal life first and take care of my personal problems before I jump into a scene, because those problems would just get worse and they wouldn't get better. So I had to fix those first. Now I've got my stuff under control and I can spend more time on this League of Legends stuff. And unfortunately, these players, you show them and coach them and they still do the bad habits and make the mistakes in the games. So that was like a Team Wales. This is a world slide. I did vision and jungle routes. and maybe a couple other things if I saw something. And I also use the time just to learn to use the slides and how maybe I was just kind of figuring this out to, like I said, maybe get a job with a team on down the road. So that's what I'm trying to do. My dream would be like with a G2 or like maybe a team Heretics that I think needs some their coach or coaching staff maybe needs some people that are a little bit older on the with more life experiences. Again, like I lost my dad and I lost his parents, and I've had to take care of elders my entire life and be there, and I don't have siblings. So I'm just showing you because I'm not full of BS. I put in the time. I don't just go make random negative comments. That might have been the same slide. I don't know. I've got whole folders of these slides. But anyways, GAM went on to win this. They got first place, and they actually struggled where they might have got second place. It got really lazy against their last series and had to go and play another series that they didn't need to play. So there were some mistakes, and I don't remember if it was like a 3-0 stomp in the finals or what, but I think it was like they got their mistakes fixed and they stomped the team. Whereas like the last summer finals, I think it was really close where they wouldn't have got, but it got close where they might have got the second seed and not won the summer finals. So now one thing with GAM, the owner was very involved with the coaching and everything, and that may be some things that need to change or have changed now. It kind of turned, it was like a TMS basically, or TSM. Again, I would have to take these slides and then convert them over to Vietnamese or convert Vietnamese information back to English. So it was a lot of work, but I don't regret it. It was very fun. And I was hoping maybe it helps me get another coaching gig with another team. So my dream would be an LEC team. But I think I have, yeah, there's like just the regular season folder. These are just extra ones. So that's that. Here is an actual, like, here's scrim data. This doesn't matter now, so I can show it. But here's like how the actual professional, this, I didn't do this. This was the coach I was working with's work. So he was showing me how they do their scrim data. And he was always upset that I couldn't copy and do it the way he does it. But I'm not as proficient using sheets. So I did slides. So I'm learning to use sheets now. That's why I'm starting to learn my own system and stuff. Then you can pull out the, I'm not really a data type of person, so a lot of this doesn't mean anything to me. I think younger kids worry too much about the numbers and efficiency of things. But the assistant coach I was working with put a lot of time into learning to do all this, and he's one that like dropped out of high school, I think, and I'm just fortunate the way I set up my life that I didn't do that, and I could have went to New York and met up with them, and I would have had to pay my own way, so I didn't do that. It wasn't worth the money to me. Maybe it would have got me another gig with somebody else. I don't know. So their scrims, they were winning 70% of the time. Playing against PCS teams. And like I said, I think it would, the normal scrim block is like 8 hours, and they would always run over about 10, 11, 12. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the, right before I get into the VOD review here. Okay, so back. I didn't put up my little blocker there, and good thing I caught myself because I almost did my thing where I talk forever and realized I didn't unmute my microphone. So let me also check here. Okay, we're good there. Hey now. I guess we got a bot here. I wear earbuds a lot, and man, making the inside of my ear like itch really bad today. I apologize. So I don't know how to do setup so much like this here. I mean, I do. It's got like a collar coordination, but it'd be nice if I could figure out to do something like this. So here we go into game number 1 of G2 vs Fnatic. See, I got my ruler here too, so I can. It's supposed to be about 6 inches from the microphone. Okay, so one thing I know about the LEC is they're on patch 14.13, and yesterday the LCK switched over to patch 14.14, where one of the main things about this patch is warmogs. And so this is going to be something that's important with the supports, and they nerfed this. I don't know how much. I should maybe look at the data. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to do any of these games or not. I don't... Fox. Couldn't think of Fox for some reason. They're on a roll here. But these things aren't going to change yet in the LEC, I think, for a while.
Damage to his Q increase is going to be pretty nice. I'd love to see Smolder come back. Was kind of a years gentleman himself that is going to be starting.
But champion 14.14 buffed Smolder, Cho'Gath, Scion, Zed, Jace, and Aphelios.
In the past, popped up a little bit in challenge.
You know, it wasn't a huge nerf.
Tristana and Corki are nerfed.
Solo Q is being played here. Is this going to be enough to move?
Brand and Zyra are nerfed, but we saw Brand and Zyra last night, so it didn't change really much of anything. The main thing was the Warmogs. I don't know why they're not playing Rumble, first off, in the LEC, or banning Rumble. And the LCK Rumble red side's a permaban.
I guess we'll touch on the Rumble very briefly. His early game, his Q is nerfed against champions. Some of the ways his Q interacts with minions were changed as well, but that won't really affect too much. Lily's burst, a little bit cringe as a late game scaling pick, but the how is
Be nice, maybe Hecarim will come back into play.
Adjustments, absorb life, getting
the main thing is this Warmogs.
This one is possibly going to move Warmogs to a second item, Orcs.
So I think in solo queue, you're much more likely to get like a
Which
second item as a support.
Warmogs looks really strong because we'll see a champion take a bunch of damage like around the Baron Pit or scouting out
absorb life, getting
vision or just get caught out or face check brushes, and then the Warmogs will allow them to run around for about 20 or 30 seconds and they'll heal up completely, and then they'll be able to just go back and engage again. So this is something that I wanted to look at here in the LEC stuff. So one of the first things I don't see is why Rumble. In the LCK, Rumble is the first like perma red side ban every game, so Rumble. Why no Rumble?
Corki, Brand are all kind of the three that I'm keeping my eyes on here to see what happens, but I do think with Rumble gone, Brand probably the high
Got Zeri, Kai'Sa, and Nidalee. Oh, and also, I forgot I do my little draft thing. The positioning and overlay and stuff is different here in the LEC.
On here to see what happens, but I do think with Rumble gone, Brand probably the high priority. Or you should first go for, well, could be the Corki, but I was going to say G2 tend a lot towards the LPL and LCK style, which is definitely seen a way higher priority on the Ezreal.
Interesting. So they'll lock that one in. Of course, they have the flexibility. We would assume that it is going towards Caps, given Han Summer's usual champion priority. But
so G2 first pick, Ezreal.
Something that keeps their opponent guessing. Fnatic, though, they have a lot of options. Sejuani has been a high priority for many teams, but the Zyra-Lucian
and Fnatic pick Zyra-Lucian.
And AP mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, and I think you just lock in the Brand, then on the opposite side, match AP for AP, and more than likely you'll see that.
Okay, there's Rumble finally banned.
Kind of been their go-to support for him in a lot of situations, and also just an incredibly strong high priority support at the moment, because there's no real champion that beats her in lane, and often because we end up with the AP junglers and stuff, you're lacking that engage, so Leona slots into that being that guaranteed engage.
Here we see Yike on Brand, which I like watching Yike play Brand. Again, I don't know why Mickey X doesn't take the Zombie Ward or Ghost Poro as a secondary rune, which I see Beryl do, and I've seen Kellen do, but I would like to see some experimentation of this out of Mickey X.
There is still the potential to leverage the flexibility of these 80 minutes in draft.
It seems Fnatic are playing around with their options right now, and it's going to be the Renekton for Oscar. He continues to have a very deep champion pool, his sixth unique champion of playoffs. Of course, not in terms of the summer split, but Renekton is something that now they can look to remove some of the annoying options, things like Nah from Broken Blade, maybe tank options that he may bring out to the top side.
I am a little nervous though, because I had a quick glance at BB's solo queue history, and he's been spamming a ton.
So Fnatic first picked the Renekton top side. So the Cassante is good, the Jax is good into Renekton, the Gnar is good into Renekton.
Similarly, the Twisted Fate is kind of the old classic, right?
Renekton's gonna get stunned and locked down by the Leona and Brand stun.
But also
when he tries to slice and dice in.
Draft overall, Braum going to be taken away here. Do not want anything that can mitigate the impact of at least the Lucian and certainly any other AD carries Braum is to deal with.
I'm thinking about this Jace pick as well. Ezreal, Jace, Brand. Think of the poke, right? It's such an obnoxious draft to have to deal with. If they do go for the Nico, it gives them a little
So
bit more
G2's
initiative.
taking away the
We
Braum
mentioned
now.
it earlier.
Let's look at the stats. And I don't know to look at the LEC ladder instead. Braum. Braum wins against Ezreal 40% of the time. I don't know, I don't trust those stats. Braum wins against Ezreal 52% of the time. So the EU stats are really bad and skewed. So gotta look at the Korean server when I'm doing this as well. Oh, what's this ad? I can't. Okay.
Yeah, but he could just go for a tank too. There are plenty of Weather the Storm top lane options that he could go for. That's kind of what.
So Fnatic's banning the Twisted Fate against Broken Blade, the Varus against Broken Blade, the Rumble. So 3 Broken Blade bans.
The innovator when it comes to new top lane picks in Europe.
Well, not just the innovator, but also kind of this backup, you know, win condition has often been the case when he's picking up things like the Camille, right? He is a guy who can lose gracefully and then come back in the game in a real way, or be the kind of player who will pick the Zax, as he did at MSI, be that playmaker, something and a role that Oscar is no stranger to either. Now Fnatic debating. Pick 4. Have not revealed 100% where the Lucian is going. Still do assume that it's going mid lane, but the Alistar here would be, you know...
We've looked this up before, but Alistar counters the Leona. I don't know what the stats are because he can headbutt her away when she tries to EQ, W, auto, whatever her combos are.
Also pick more here for G2. That,
maybe?
Yeah, where you could even play for, hey, take his eyes, something that can do well with this kite back style, where Fnatic have to play into this very, very dive-centric composition.
Yeah, they're running down the clock for now, but there's that Jace that we were talking about.
And why do I put these numbers or look at the draft this way? But it's like you can look at, you get groups of champions. So like blue side, you can only pick, you're going to get 1 champion first, but then you're going to have to pick 2 groupings of champions. Or red side, you're going to get 1 group, and then you're going to get 3 separate ones. So that also kind of makes a difference for team comps. Picking synergies, where like blue side, you might have to pick champions that have more synergies together since you're picking groupings. Where red side, maybe you can have more of like a pick comp because since you get the separate 1 champion picks, you can get ones that maybe not have as good as a synergy or not. So again, some of the reasoning why I look into this. Aha, that worked today. Some days that doesn't want to work. So, okay.
I like G2's comp more simply because I see very clearly how you execute.
I'd like to know how you can set that bigger.
With what it wants to do, it has a huge amount of poke. It's got great objective control. It can either, I mean, I think you're happier if the opponent starts the objective first, and then you get to leverage your poke. You get to determine the rules of the fight almost.
See, what day was this on?
Their front line only being Leona does of course increase risks.
So they don't put match numbers like the LCK. I like that they've got match numbers so you can go back and look. Because there may be more playoffs of Fnatic upper bracket final, upper bracket playoff. You want to label stuff because you will forget later on down the road.
trying to get that control when you do have side lane priority in the beginning for G2 is going to be very difficult for Fnatic.
Something tricky to navigate. Fnatic G2 fans in the house tonight, you can hear them on the stream. Always love the passion that comes out when these two teams meet face to
Love the
face.
passion that the LEC teams have.
Knock knock.
I've also watched the LEC since the, like I was talking about, the end of 2012, 2013. I
Here you
actually, like in 2013, I think I watched LEC over the LCK.
The fans raring to go, of course. Both teams, the luxury.
I didn't know the LCK was going to be so dominant.
Straight to finals. Reminder: the winner of the finals of summer guaranteed.
So here's my
World Season Finals.
over the line thing I talk about,
They're guaranteed at least that. If they can win
to not overextend over this line,
Last year, G2
or to think about
demonstrated that they
splitting this map in half this way.
coming into this year to win every single title throughout the year, including the season finals. Of course, so far they.
So Mickey X isn't running the Ghost Pour or Zombie Ward. Again, I don't know why over here the players in the LEC don't take this first HP pot, because this you may need that in a trade later on when you're ganking your first gank.
We thought that maybe this is the
Also, I do vision stuff, so that's mainly what I look at. If you maybe just you're losing in solo queue, if you just work on improving your vision, trust me, you'll win games more often. So Fnatic they have all 5 trinket wards, where G2 have 1 sweeper lens here. So this tells me that the Fnatic off the bat, Fnatic are going to have a more aggressive bottom lane. Or they should be able to play much safer. They should be able to overextend over this line where G2 might have to play a little bit safer because they don't have the extra ward. So I don't know exactly why they take the sweeper lens like this in some instances and not. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. See, Caps has teleport on Ezreal, and Jace has teleport. So, I mean, the top laners normally have teleport, but see, Humanoid has teleport here. So the mid laners can make plays around the map in this game. It looks like there's nothing fancy going on. No cheeky invades. Broken Blade is overextended over the line here, which he could easily get ganked, and that may be kind of bad that he's doing that, like kind of a bad sign. But normally I call this man-to-man, where the players fan out and you get the vision on your opponent. But Yike doesn't have vision on Zyra. Zyra has a little bit of extra vision because of the seeds. And sometimes teams try to go invade and stomp on one of the seeds that Zyra has and slow down her first clear. But I'm trying to figure out whose ward that is, where I just marked, guessing that's Zyra's ward, that Zyra warded her jungle entrance in the top side, or Resork.
Coming into this split, we had high expectations for. We thought that maybe this is the final version of Fnatic that can really challenge G2.
So I see Yike is positioning down to his red buff, which seems like the better clear for Brand is the red buff side first.
Extending the trade, wants to get the 4 shot off, but won't be able to, as G2, just knowing the Alistair level 1, not that threatening, feel comfortable to walk up and get information on where Razork is starting. Now just returning to lane.
And Resork doesn't get a leash. So none of the junglers get any leashes.
Started so damn good. We talked to Nightshare about it. He was like, I'm really nervous about this G2 game if it just booms us mentally. And then it was a 6-game loss streak, right? And now we're in a situation where it's not one game against G2, it's an entire best-of-5 series. And while there's so much history here, right? you look at this roster and you know the Fnatic fans want to see that win. They want to see the real
Caps is
competition,
very
rivalry that
pressured and
for
extended,
what's
playing
left.
very greedy right now.
And it feels like it's been an uphill battle for Fnatic to try and get that control in this matchup. It feels like G2 has always been that step ahead of them, but coming off the back of an unfortunate kind of series of losses, we got to see.
Okay,
Fnatic
so
take
Oscarin
control
puts
last
his
series.
ward
Game 2, game
in this
3,
top
we felt like
brush.
we're getting back to that old Fnatic, and I think that's what a lot of the Fnatic fans are looking to see, is that Fnatic that
And
really
Broken
took
Blade
off,
puts
kept
his
that
in
game
this
3,
tri-brush.
stepping up here
I
again.
think it's called... I haven't looked at the brush names in a couple of years
For Fnatic is not going great.
since I was doing stuff with GAM.
Renekton is naturally struggling against the Jace. In the bot lane, Alistar can't really do much to fight against this misfortune Leona, and so they've stacked up an ice wave on the bot side of the map. There is no brand here for a dive, so Fnatic are not
No.
taking the risk of that.
Okay, so Mickey's gonna sweep this out and get Fnatic's ward down, but they still have 2.
Is a champion that can trade quite easily.
Jin still has a
May
ward
struggle in the early levels, as you can see
to
here.
prevent
Slight
dive. Like
discrepancy,
the wards,
but,
you
we'll see how Yike
use the
looks
wards to make plays.
has, because early dives are always a possibility, and as I say that, he might be looking top lane right now.
Yike instead, perhaps turning his attention mid lane. Not quite sure where he wants to go. Hesitates for a moment now. Pings, wards back and forth. And I think mid lane might be where he needs support, because you highlighted it. It's not just the health difference, it's the mana difference. Ezreal not able to push nearly as well as the Lucian. Has to queue for damage. Lucian gets to queue through everything and do damage. We've seen all in on the top side. Oscar potentially overcommitting here. Hammer Stand's doing a lot of work from Broken Blade. Pops the bit.
Now let me look. Jace is a... I didn't really talk about Jace, but Jace is like a counter to Renekton, right? So Jace wins against Renekton 46% of the time. I figured Jace was good into Renekton. This is saying Renekton wins into Jace. I think some of this is Void Grubs, though. Like, I keep talking about the Void Grubs and accelerating a top lane match that's a bad matchup. Yeah, see, like on the new patch, Jace wins against Renekton 54% of the time. I think it's where the Void Grub thing that I talk about, that you were in even solo queue, the teams were accelerating Renekton into a Jace. So these Void Grubs really balance out, especially the top lane, a bad matchup.
Biscuit for a bit extra mana, but won't be able to finish the kill.
Here comes Yike, though. Gonna see if he can try and stop him before he resets. Should have the pillar of flame. There it is!
Oh, that's the combo, baby!
Okay, so Yike uses his flash.
Give him a chance to react. Instant one pop, no flash coming out from Oscar.
Hansama just used his flash.
Beautiful stuff from Yike. Saw his
Okay, so
opportunity.
bottom lane got dove as well, and also the G2 bottom lane's down an extra ward. I think I'd rather see them have the 2 wards till about like 5 or 6 minutes in the game. But nonetheless, Brand has a sweeper lens already. Zyra has a sweeper lens. Zork's down here in G2's jungle, taking a camp away from Yike.
For Razork to at the very least get something back, leveraging the control that he has in mid. As the bot lane also looking for a
So
base. Dragon
Hansama can get dove now, so now can look for a
super fast clearing
another type of
junglers
dive into the bottom lane.
set up for these objectives. So we'll see if either team looks to prioritize the early dragon, or instead if it will continue to be a grubs as
I haven't done an LEC VOD review for a while.
Bot lane set up at the moment. Hansama did have to burn his flash, but
I do watch LEC live,
which means he'll be able to reset in time for Void Grubs. Leona,
and that's my problem is like I could watch the games and not get anything accomplished, or I could stream and do stuff like this, which could lead me into a following and fans, and maybe make something as a like on a side business out of this. So better off
But the
streaming.
extra movement speed earlier means Hansama getting to lane that much faster, happy to pick up this farm as both supports pretty content to leave bot lane and look to make.
I don't know, maybe I don't have to get so analytical with this or worry, right? Like I could just sit here and give my opinions.
Obviously, you have to go tier early, which is really going to hurt.
So Humanoid uses his teleport.
Doesn't mean infinite damage. Jun, though, now backing up, does not have level 6 quite yet. Aftershock already procced, already taken away. Cast firing a little bit more damage down. Flash coming out from Jun.
Now, none of the junglers took any really early gank or trade before their first back to get the health pot, so this didn't matter in this game.
Not going to connect onto Jun. He will be able to go back to base safely. The problem is he does lose that flash, only at the expense of the ignite from Mickey. So more pressure gained in favor of G2. Fortunately for Fnatic, no major objective gain as I say that.
So the power of Brand here, for what, is he can farm these Void Grubs really fast early. So
Just a little bit off.
it says that Jace was bad into Renekton on patch 14.13. Now that was on solo queue. The pro matches might have different stats, but normally I thought Jace is good into Renekton. So Jace should be the winning matchup. I think the stats are off. And so like Jace would be ahead without the Void Grubs regardless, right? But now this is really going to accelerate Jace and put Renekton behind. And Renekton at like 30 minutes into a game, 40 minutes of the game really falls off, where he becomes pretty useless.
Regardless, Oscar ends up getting away. We now turn our attention to the bot side of the map. I noticed that Jun was actually walking towards top. And then
So hopefully G2 come down here. They have plenty of time where G2 can come down and take... Now, I'm sorry, Fnatic. I might be biased in my G2 VOD reviews, even though I try to be professional. And in the other regions, the LCK, I don't try to pick favorites. But this VOD review might be to look at what G2 does wrong. So they should come take this dragon away from Fnatic. Let me relook what's going on here, because G2, we're doing what you want them to do. We want them to come take this dragon away from Fnatic. And at this point, Noah has his sweeper lens. Hansama didn't have his flash up, so it would be a good time to try to dive him or take him down.
Red buff going to be the objective, but not quite able to steal it.
Just in time to take it. G2 regain control, and now.
But who shot first is a question I try to figure out on my stream.
But not quite able to steal it.
Just in time to take it.
So it looks like Humanoid goes in on Caps first.
Oh, and now the engage goes in from Mickey. Cap standing off to the side, isolated in the 1v1 with Humanoid. Coling now coming out, luckily able to walk away, but now the curtain call going through. Big damage on Hansama. Look for the third and the fourth bullet. Mickey trying to step with the body block, but the damage just not quite enough. The plan
So Jin's ultimate is down.
15 HP.
Humanoid's ultimate is down. Hansama burns his barrier. Jace's flash is down.
Yikes, ultimate in that one did so much work on the Fnatic health bars.
I mean, we're seeing the consequences of Jun not having his flash available either. He's doing his best to keep the rest of his team alive to be able to help them get out of that
Maybe
situation.
June's Hex Tech flash would have helped in this situation.
Themselves another get out of that his flash available.
Oh. Hansama barely scraping away from that one. Didn't have the flash to try and escape, but that barrier just about enough. And even Yikes, ultimate in that one did so much work on the Fnatic.
Hopefully Mickey X gets this control ward out.
Having his flash available either. He's doing his best to keep the rest of his team alive to be able to help them get out of that situation. But then once he dives in,
Yes, Caps will have to come take it. So
secured themselves another kill.
Difficult for Jun, especially as he's already behind an XP. You can see
G2 couldn't get that ward out.
Level 4 getting closer to 5, while Mickey's getting closer to 6. Alistair really wants that break point. Wave will crash on top side, giving Oscar in the chance to...
Looks like Mickey X was trying to figure out where to go here as well. He was undecided.
all except for mid lane. G2
So I'd like to see G2 get this dragon. Like, I don't know why.
But running out of mana here in this mid lane might need more support as Caps.
You gotta get the dragons, boys.
Yeah, you got Mickey on the way as well, but I think for the moment it's more going to be a case of trying to make sure that there are no plays that can happen.
So let me see, is there any way that G2 could have turned this around and should have been able to take Fnatic down or
Every single farm
what here? Because I'd still like to see him go to dragon.
level 4.
Either he's doing
Work escape.
Not look for the third. Pulling now coming to regain control.
by jungle. They've set up some.
Why
nice
do they go back to the
forward
laning?
to cover as well. This red buff going to be the objective, but not quite able to steal
in,
it.
just in time to take it. G2 regain control, and now the engage goes in from Mickey. Cap standing off to the side, isolated in the 1v1 with Humanoid. Coling now coming out, luckily able to walk away, but now the curtain call going through, big damage.
So Hansama gets a takedown. And they get Noah's ultimate out. Okay, they're gonna, I guess, need Hansama.
Hansama, 15 HP.
Hansama barely scraping away.
Because at this point here, I'd like to see Yike. I think we see Yike go back up this way. And they leave the dragon on the board, and I'd rather see him go down here and take this dragon. Now, there's a bunch of vision here I see from Fnatic that perhaps they think they need to come in and clear out before they can take the dragon. Brand doesn't have an HP pot, and he probably doesn't have enough HP right now to take the dragon. Maybe if the flower blooms were up. Zyra's getting the blue buff here, it looks like. So I'm guessing maybe like thinks he needs to get his blue buff first. I don't know. I think G2 could have maybe made a call here and come back and get this dragon, because they got the Void Grubs, which is good, but you could get the dragon at 5 minutes into the game. So really, G2's still behind, like, almost 3 minutes now. They could be closing this game out quicker. That's what I'm trying to look at for G2, is if they want to be there with beating LCK teams, they got to learn to close out games quicker first. If they want to be on the level with Gen G and top esports.
From that one, didn't have the flash to try and escape, but that barrier just about enough. And even Yike's ultimate in that one did so much work on the Fnatic health bars.
I mean, we're seeing the consequences of not having.
So Zyra has his blue buff. Now that may allow him to go down and get the dragon.
Get out of that situation, but then once he dives in, there is
So like here, I want to see G2
Difficult for Jun, especially
fighting for this dragon or not giving this dragon up to Fnatic. Or
He's getting closer to 6. Alistair really wants that break point. Wave will crash on top side.
because now it looks like Yike's going up towards the to get his blue buff. But that would have, like, right there, Fnatic screwed up, and they should have went for the dragon instead of.
Very hesitant to walk forward.
So already I don't, just watching, and you don't, if this is the first time you're watching here, go back and watch my past LCK VOD reviews.
They just want to make sure Caps can farm up and get to a point where he hits kind of the 1.5 to 2 items, and he can really be a major threat. Yike now again kind of doing the same thing, just covering, so Caps can crash this wave, especially with how strong Humanoid is off just even these early levels.
Caps even willing to E forward into range of Humanoid.
Come, get the dragon, guys, dragon.
6 yet though, not going to have the ulti available, but I don't know if they.
Void Grubs are up in a minute.
Q flash forward, E, the chain CC, flawless. Caps leaping in to finish the job. They didn't even need his damage, but they're happy to give him the gold.
Beautifully executed by G2. Mickey uses the initial Q stun to guarantee.
Let me look at one other stat too that I didn't look at. What is Ezreal and Lucian? Ezreal wins against Lucian 62% of the time.
Zenith for Yike, with Caps being able to finish him off. And a Broken Blade, getting a couple of taps here against Oscar.
Oh, acceleration gate. Oscar flashing to try to
Really Broken Blades ahead, so you don't even really need to focus. Big solo takedown there from Oscar. So they're finally taking the dragon. They could have had 2 dragons by now, or close to.
Another objective in the dragon, but at the very least, Oscar making this laning phase a little bit easier. You can see he's down a lot of farm, a decent amount of gold, but that kill is going to make the side lane a little bit easier for him moving forward.
BB hasn't had the best of luck in this chase so far, so may not have been the best look against BDS and is struggling here again, but the engage on boss.
Ulti gonna be traded, Hansama getting knocked off, only slightly interrupted on the bullet time. Ignite
Now also, I may not,
Noah does have the
once these games get into like 30 or 40 minutes, I don't even know if it's worth like really VOD reviewing or not, because it talks into what I was just talking about. Like, if G2 want to beat Gen G or T1 or Top or BLG, or, they need to close these games out quicker, especially against a Fnatic. But in their region, they should be, I think, and from what I've seen, they need to be working out. They don't need to be working on weird drafts. Like Dylan coming up with some weird draft that's going to counter. They're going to have to play the LPL and LCK teams at their own game. So they got to play the meta that the LCK and LPL teams are in, and then you got to learn to close the games out quicker. And you do that by practicing those champs. And you just learn to close the games out quicker and quicker and quicker. And then eventually over 1 week, 2 week, a month, 2 months, maybe you can close games out in 30 minutes. This is some of the advice I gave to GAM and was hoping they worked on. And just slowly over time, learn to, you guys can, in scrims, close the game out in 30 minutes. And then work on that you can close it out in 29 minutes. And then slowly work on that you can slowly, eventually over time, close the games out in 28 minutes. And I kept harping on, try to close the games out in 20 minutes.
Nice root, immediate follow-up damage. Oscar, no flash to follow, but get the flash out of Yike at the very least, making the dive that much less threatening.
So,
Oscar quick to clear the wave, doesn't want to risk any follow-up.
G2 or like 3k gold ahead.
Getting a flash out from Yike is definitely a nice win to grab. 3-3 in grubs. The dragon spawns in about 2 minutes time. We turn our attention to the top laners once again, and you can see that it's been overall very positive season for the both of them. I think that Broken
Worst things on here, making a show, podcast, whatever, is I drink tea. Because I'm doing this VOD like further in my day where I didn't have, I had stuff I had to do, so I'm out of energy by the time I get time to make it. So then I have to drink caffeine or tea to stay awake. Then it's like I gotta walk away and go to the restroom every 10 minutes because I'm getting old, and so
one where he really had a massive impact on the game. And so these two top laners could very well be influential as we move.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna do that real quick. Okay. All right. Really no point in sitting here being miserable. Then I'll do bad work. So I want to do good work. I want to have the best analysis I can for this stuff. Okay, so back in the game, I see that Lucian's on a Kraken Slayer already. Now, is that off? Because I thought I'm seeing like Essence Reaver. I don't know what the itemization. Okay, Kraken Slayer, Essence Reaver. Okay.
But right now, we find ourselves in a situation where
Caps is on his Farsight Ward already, or Farsight Stone. Jin's on his Farsight Stone. Okay, so your itemization's hitting the right, like I talk about in the LCK stuff, that around 15 minutes you want your first item. So Zyra's on his Leandri's, Lucian's on his Kraken Slayer, Jin's on his Static Shiv, and this is what you want to be doing in solo queue. You should have, notice how he doesn't have any takedowns, and has no takedowns. You're going for the CS. Trying to hit 130 CS at 13 minutes, and that's exactly what Humanoid's sitting at. So you see Renekton's behind, and Jace is a little bit behind. So maybe like a Broken Blade into a Canna might even get even further behind. So they're behind to do like the team fights for like Rift Herald or Dragon, or Hansama's on his Bloodthirster already. So Caps is not on his Trinity Force yet. So there's a big power difference right here where Lucian's got more power right now than what Ezreal does until he's sitting on his Trinity Force. Dragon is, let's see, got to be moving till the overlays get over the way here. Okay, so the Void Grubs, Fnatic got the second set of Void Grubs.
Yeah, you need to try and find something, but I do like
That overlays.
Fnatic have tried to set up some vision on this top.
I hit that just.
See that they've already gotten like a bunch of wards set up just to try and spot out
I wanted to see that timer on the dragon. So the dragon's up in a minute. About in a minute.
As long as you are preventing G2 from extending these leads, you are.
So G2 should be taking this dragon here. They shouldn't be allowing Fnatic to have this. And they're going to be on the Scuttle Crab vision that Fnatic has.
Get a nice trade onto Noah as both teams actually posture on the bot side of the map. John ready to start the fight, has level 6, doesn't have to be too concerned as Fnatic fight for a bit of space here, want to protect.
Summoner spells are up. Yike doesn't have his flash. Humanoid doesn't have a teleport. So G2 could make some play up to Rift Herald, like take the dragon and then teleport up to the Rift Herald. Again, Humanoid sitting on his Kraken Slayer. Caps is not really on a good item for trading right now, so
I think the extra resistances from his W had just faded off as well.
finally Caps has got his Trinity Force, so now he's even here with the Kraken Slayer. You know, who has more power or what? I don't know. It's about the same. And now Humanoid's got a BF sword and a call and a long sword. I would say, Caps has his tier and long sword too, but Lucian might have more of a burst damage than Ezreal can put out right now. But G2 are doing what we want here. Again, they could have 3 dragons by now, so they're behind by 5 minutes in this game already. Broken Blade's got his lethality item. Oscarin doesn't have his item yet, so Oscarin's behind for some type of team fight. So now's the time for G2 to make some type of teleport play, dive here. But a lot of this reason's because this Renekton's not sitting on his first item. Now here comes Renekton. He may not do much because he doesn't have his first item.
taking that count, needs to get the hell out. Broken Blade coming in as well. Mickey locked up. Curtain call there, but Noah has completely stunned.
Notice how Oscar couldn't really like go in on anyone or anything.
With an accelerated shock blast. Can't see his inventory, but I'm assuming no cookies left at this point in the game. So G2 not going to be able to find anything else.
Mickey X burnt his Ignite. Caps just used his teleport up top.
But they were all banned away. Now you just get to build Bloodthirster, strut around the map, and Jin can never outtrade you. I feel so bad for Noah in this game.
Just started blasted and they all disappeared. But great job from Caps on the opposite side, right? Like ends up hitting the ultimate onto both Humanoid and Jun, which really prevented the follow-up from Fnatic. So even though Oscar had a great
Okay, so the Dragon in 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Broken Blade's flashing forward.
Full committing, good damage, no mana, but he doesn't need it. One more auto, drops, forms, hammer.
Good play out of Broken Blade there to take down Humanoid and get a solo takedown. Humanoid. Hopefully G2 know that Humanoid didn't have his flash there and he was overextended. Zork doesn't have his flash. Oscar. Caps, I'm sure just got a bunch of gold. And now they're gonna take the Rift Herald.
They will secure these plates. They will use their power to secure objectives. And the only objective they've lost so far was the second respawning of the grubs.
But again, this should be about a 25,
Fantastic. And Fnatic continue to fall further and further behind.
30-minute game.
Previous skirmish in bot lane,
And it's going to be 30 plus because G2 are already 5 minutes behind because they should have 3 dragons right now. And they only have 2.
They don't have to. They get set up first, and right now, because they're winning their lanes, they get prio first. So if Fnatic are ever walking up to face check, they're taking a ton of upfront damage to the face, and G2 are under no pressure to stick around. They can just back up, reset, and do the same thing again.
I was going to say, is that the zombie ward or Ghost Poro there?
Overforce the objective, because starting the objective can sometimes.
So now G2 own. The way I look at things and try to teach you other players is that that much of the map belongs to G2 in this game. I'm excited to see what Fnatic did to beat G2 here. I feel like it was because G2 played Varus top about every game and it didn't work. And G2 experimented with stuff. But Fnatic own about this much of the map, so it's anybody from Fnatic's will need a teammate to get out here. And they'll get caught out if. So this is something else here too, where I guess they had to use the Rift Herald to save their life, but you really want to shove into the enemy base there and get this turret down. Because again, we want G2 winning this game at 25 minutes. 30 minutes. Because if they're struggling this much with Fnatic, it's really going to cause them problems when they get to Worlds and play against LCK teams and LPL teams. Because that's, telling you, I figured, bro, I think that like a Genji, that's what they practice in scrims, is trying to close the game out quicker and quicker and quicker. The same team comp. You know, it's like a coaching thing. Like, if you're bored of playing the same champions, learn to close the game out quicker. If you can do, you know, set goals. We can do it in 25 minutes. All right, well, let's see if we can close it out in 24 minutes.
The other thing is, Fnatic didn't get to play the game. Like, Jun went in, but there was nothing. There was a culling there.
The problem is they're outranged. They didn't have vision over the wall, so they weren't set up. And this is one of the things that also...
Brand has a 2-item power spike advantage here over Resork. I don't think Fnatic will be able to take the Baron. They could. They're on the right. Well, all Scaren's behind. I was going to say teams tend to not take Baron until you have 2 items. So Baron...
top lane counter pick to later, rather than
Teams won't take Baron.
Regardless, Razor's setting up for a trap.
Broken Blade cut out here a bit, but the follow-up
I mean, it's good damage.
Till
but now Razor is
out of
2
abilities.
items.
Fnatic, a bit of desperation. G2 smell it, and they like what they smell.
and now the jungler's dead. Baron is up for grabs.
Oscar, and again,
So Jace is on the 2 items.
no one else really contesting. Mickey
I'm
Mouse
learning to become a college professor today.
damage onto Noah, but it's not gonna
Hansama kind of
Just a
just
little bit. G2 potentially overeager. Humanoid
disengages Fnatic from that fight, shoves him out
carefully. Flash forward from Caps.
with his ultimate.
With the follow-up of Broken Blade off on the side. They're in enemy territory. They're in the wrong base. Noah's trying to do some damage, but he's only got 4 bullets. And it's just not
All right, G2 will get over there and take the Baron and close the game out.
It's a catastrophe.
No, it needed about 40 more bullets to make anything happen. Humanoid has that though.
Yeah. Sadly, 40 did not outweigh 1 shock blast.
So right now we're wanting to G2 to go over here, take the Baron, and close this game out. We don't want to see them messing around. They got to get informed to beat these LCK and LPL teams.
Caps is TP. He's not gonna give Razor anything.
And I just think that G2 obviously executing.
That's what I see. Like, why I want to work with like a G2 is I can see that you don't get pushed hard enough. And that all comes down to you can't really be forced, but do you want to win worlds? Do you want to perform better? Or is it a thing where the org is making enough money and the players are happy, so they're just happy and content doing what they want to do? Because those are the things I don't know. From what I've seen and learned, they don't care. I'm not saying G2. G2's been pretty friendly with me. But I'm just saying, like, teams and orgs, they, like, TSM was a team well known for the owners saying, oh, we're going to win worlds and we want to win worlds. And then they never did what it took to win worlds, and they just got worse and worse every season and lost more and more money. I think I would be very valuable as a coach on a team, or like maybe even a general manager, that I'm helping the coaches.
Something that could contest the MF in lane to a degree.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you went for something like a Jinx, you would have been dived all the time, right? So, I mean, I kind of understand the logic, but...
So we want G2 to close this game out in 25 minutes.
Sights on Fnatic's base, and they're looking to have what has been a very clean game 1. Fnatic putting up very little resistance, the inhibitor sure to follow. Humanoid still top lane, no TP. Fnatic, I think they might...
And they're 5 minutes behind because they didn't get the other dragon. So they should have been able to close this game out in 20 minutes. And that's basically a perfect game if you can close it out in 20 minutes. Like right here, they should be able to close this out. But nope, Mickey X is going to go down. So this is where I got to look and do work and see what was going on here.
Very little resistance, the inhibitor sure to follow.
These are like the mistakes. Well, what was G2 doing wrong here? Oscaron's flash was down. Noah's cleanse was down. Oscaron's ult was up. I think Jin's ult is down. Caps doesn't have flash.
Humanoid still top lane, no TP. Fnatic, I think they might just lose the game here.
Recalls.
You got Jace that needs to be poking down some damage. So first off, this team comp with G2. Like, Jace needs to poke and kite. Poke. Half of Hansama's damage is poke out of the ultimate, basically, and the Q. Mainly the Q damage from Misfortune. Caps is poke. So really they need to kind of kite these players around here a bit, and Caps is going to have to... He missed his ult right here on June. But we're needing Broken Blade to land some Qs, and because you're only going to get half of Jace's damage out when you're doing his hammer form damage, but you also need to get some of the range damage out as well. So it's looking like in this team fight here, he's like they needed to be poking, like Broken Blade need to be over here poking some more damage on Oscarin, and Caps need to be like poking down some damage on Oscarin. And Hansama needs to be over here hitting a Q on Oscarin, because some of their damage is going to come by from poke. I think it's really pouring the rain down right now. Light rain. Well, it sounds like heavy rain.
Caps, ulti gonna go completely
Oscarin can't flash on top of them right here. Do a flash W.
wide here. Nice heat.
Let's see. Looks like Hansama got rooted here by the Jin root.
Out to get away. Strangle Rowan.
Okay, so the damage is... They at least get a turret down. G2, that is. So they're going to get engaged from Jin's ultimate right here. So some really bad mispositioning perhaps here from Broken Blade. Broken Blade perhaps needs to be more behind Mickey X. They've only got one tank. So I would say Broken Blade, he really needs to be staying behind Mickey X.
Will grab him. Curtain call, generate a little bit of space. Humanoid finally here. Fnatic.
And then Mickey X gets the Leona on here, but then Broken Blade's too far away
They're giving up
to land any Q or range damage.
power, but maybe this is their fight now. Mickey full engage. Humanoid continuing.
So I'm guessing that G2 is going to have to back and all this and come back now because they lost this fight.
To just lay down a little
Mickey X's flash is down. Should have Warmogs to heal back up.
bit of damage. The Lucian really starting to hurt.
So now, at this point, G2's tank's going to be taken down, so...
Coming in from Mickey X, the ulti from Razor just not effective. And now the bullet time, baby. Humanoid walking into face tag. It must love the taste.
Okay, so they can close it out.
No, are just forced to retreat.
Fnatic just walk into everything that G2 had unloaded, and it was the best option they had. But it's not a good option at the end of the day. Now Noah getting peppered down as the Nexus is at the same.
So here we go again, like just little mistakes that G2, they should have been able to close this game out in 25 minutes, and like you can't do this against a top esports. They should have been able to close this out in 25 minutes. So they made some mistakes right there in the positioning and not paying attention. Salma's flashes down, Yikes flashes down, Broken Blades.
What a best case fight looks to them, where the Alistair gets on top of the backline, the Renekton is there as well, their carries are following up, the Jin ultimate is flying.
So Mickey gets down here and gets, but the game should have been over. Should have been closed out in 25 minutes.
And it's just a situation where you highlighted it earlier, as long as the composition with an advantage, when both compositions are so similar, doesn't overcommit. It's
That's what we're trying to teach and coach here. 25-minute games.
backing up.
Did they give the dragon over to Fnatic?
Forward, and who else is ready with a counter engage but Hansama with that misfortune ult? It's really whoever overcommit. Feels a little different when you say run it down mid and they're winning the game, Benny.
Yeah.
Fnatic, okay. Inhibitor standing, Mickey ult down. Potential for a fight for an angle. They need a lot more to win the game, but this could at least buy them a bit more time.
The poke.
I mean, the Bloodthirster shield.
You really gotta, like, the Jin's doing a lot of work here for Leona, so this is really hard. This team comp into the Jin's pretty hard, it looks like, now that I think about it, because you're gonna get rooted trying to engage. So it's really difficult for Mickey to try to lock anyone down.
To grow in favor of G2. Even with the fountain behind them, Fnatic are losing HP trades.
But you can see how little damage Noah does with these auto attacks.
Okay, so Mickey gets headbutt pulverized, which Alistar counters, but not so much the headbutt pulverized, but the W's what counters Leona to shove her away.
And Oscar desperately trying to follow up. Calling good damage, but making it a body block most of it. They managed to take down the support. Noah off to the side, force shot, not gonna hit a low health target, but now the curtain call.
So like me, fans would be happy, right, in this performance by G2, but me, I'm not. I'm showing you, like, they should have been able to close the game out in 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Coming in, Yike in trouble, Humanoid following. Fnatic find a good window here. That's to be careful
The
about committing. 3 carries versus
the
3
Jin's
carries.
doing a lot of countering.
But Hansama incredibly fast, incredibly strong. Walk forward, one more double up and an auto. Hansama on a rampage. It feels like that should just be the end. Humanoid trying to heal up, but Noah now going to be the one in trouble to the skies. Comes down, but Noah with an excellently timed route. And now Humanoid quick to punish. 280 carries, but Caps, well, he's just...
So it looked good to fans, but to me, it looks not like a good sign. They gotta be able to close those games out. Just stomp the opponent. You know, normally though, you can like wipe the enemy team out at the Baron, and then you don't have to worry about closing it out like that because you're waiting on them to respawn for like 45 seconds or 30 seconds. So there's game 1. I don't know if they show the in-game stats or not like they do in the LCK.
Help fund powerful ads to reach undecided voters.
No thanks. You're not my candidate. I'm not political. I just want to see the end game.
You will just like take half of the HP of your team, and it's like it's basically a long-range engage. You at the most you're gonna get, right? And also, I just think he's too. Makes sense to me. Why don't you get top lane counter?
Well, I guess they don't show who won. So this is the time where I go and take my AFK, and I will be back in like 10 or 15 minutes. And it's really just, if you're wondering, to allow my voice to rest, because a lot of you all think you can be a streamer, but try going and talking for an hour straight. And I feel like I've got the talking down. I can talk for hours and hours. It's really just running the technical stuff that I'm having to learn. Okay, and I'm back. I don't know, I think the dog's trying to debate if he wants to sit on my lap or not, so I'm trying to figure out what he wants to do here. But we're back into game number 2, which I just went over game number 1. I got my hot cup of tea ready for this game. I guess the dog's going to sit on my lap for game number 2. Or he'll sit here for about 10 minutes and then decide that he doesn't want to appear. Here's my little sidekick, JD. Hey, JD, can you see the camera? Oh, here's my sidekick, JD. Hi, world, I'm JD. My name stands for just dog. This is my little sidekick, which you really can't see most of the time. Okay, sit down. So I have a dog on my lap. Sit down, bud. So here we go into game number 2. Make sure everything's running. All right, so game 1, we had Jace, Brand, Ezreal, Misfortune, and Leona on the blue side. And we had Renekton, Zyra, Lucian, Jen, and Alistar. Hold on a Okay. I think the dog just wanted to say hi to the world. So now we have Fnatic on red side. Or I mean Fnatic on blue side.
In the meta, in the jungle, you're like, okay, fine, I'm gonna pick Renekton. Worst case, there's a Nidalee, Zyra, or Brand coming to help me and bail me out.
And Fnatic ban Ashe. First ban.
Very well. And Yike also covered and got him.
Nidalee.
So when you're in a position of power already as the counter pick to the Renekton, there's not much that can save you. So that's why I'm curious with Fnatic going on blue side. How are they going to substitute this issue that they had in the top lane? Because arguably, for the plan that they had, the red side should have fit them a little bit better.
So G2 banned the Nidalee from Resort in game number 2, the Rumble.
I'm liking the Leona ban. I'm just gonna say that.
Fnatic, I guess, decided they need to take the Leona away, which did really well on game number 1 for G2.
She's really OP paired with the jungler in skirmishes. She gives you so much freedom on lane because enemy AD has cleanse and you take barrier, so you automatically win lane no matter what because of that. And I would just say that I think people have been undervaluing her a bit maybe. I mean, even though she's...
And Fnatic banned Brand on Yike, so Yike's getting Brand bans now. Tristana.
He is the most OP jungler in the meta. A lot less ADCs banned.
Is it gonna be Ezreal first pick? Like, it's Fnatic gonna take away Ezreal from Caps because Caps has shown really high priority. They actually first pick last game, even though Ezreal is not a flex for G2. Like, people think it's a flex, but it's gonna go mid. Like, Ezreal is just gonna go mid like 99% of the time.
At the same time, I have seen Caps play Zeri, so now the question is, do you want Ezreal or Zeri on your team on mid lane? And I think
Pull this up. So Fnatic first picked this Sejuani, the AP counter jungler, which I forgot to pull into my notes here. I do keep a notebook here on the Sodaron stream or next level. Got these jungle notes I've been taking. Sejuani is the AP counter jungle. She might be the best jungle pick right now.
Oscar is like good at Jax and those kind of
Unless you can play the Nidalee really well. Nidalee counters Sejuani.
I mean, maybe
I think Viego's the one that is... Viego's good into Sejuani as well. Viego's good into Nidalee. Okay, so it's not Sejuani. It's... Nidalee is... Or... Viego is good into Nidalee.
Like with the range champions, and maybe they just don't want to avoid this. Maybe they think they'll do better in the tank jungle matchup, like they're doing right now, where Razor can actually impact the early game lane,
So,
which also makes sense. I think Razor is super good.
G2 take the Maokai.
Jungler like making a difference in the early game, or at least has been in the last few splits.
when he doesn't dive, you know, when he doesn't tower dive like he did.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. So, I mean, let's see how they've countered the Lucian, which is going mid lane as well. Like, this is gonna be interesting. I think Caps is showing a lot of dominance in this current meta. I think he's been like great on the AD carries, and people haven't...
Okay, the Tristana's banned. I don't know why we don't see the Corki.
It also opens up the avenue of AP mids again, even though I feel like Lucian should be winning against them. But they might be
So we get Azir out of Humanoid, which Azir seems really good later on in games when you're doing team fights because he can get to the back line and knock out the AD champions. So
Last game, screw the early game. We are going for more comfort picks. No on Ezreal, Azir on Humanoid.
It does seem like a blue side draft though, because realistically you cannot get the counter pick top. You're gonna have either losing top or losing both because of the 5-pick counter pick, which Fnatic didn't use last game, so they didn't have anything. With losing top or losing both, it does seem like
maybe it isn't.
I mean, no, I think it has to be, no?
Yeah, it has to be.
I mean, just Handsome hasn't played Kai'Sa yet to split. And yeah, he hasn't, yeah. And I think he's...
So we get Kai'Sa, which is kind of weird. Let's look into the stats here of Kai'Sa into Ezreal. So this is kind of saying this will be a bottom lane Ezreal instead of mid because of the Azir. Let's look at the stats. Let's see, what's the Azir matchup? Azir into Lucian. Azir wins against Lucian. Really low win rate. 31% of the time. So the Lucian gets countered by the Azir for one. Kai'Sa and Ezreal. We don't see Kai'Sa, so I don't know why the Kai'Sa pick, or I haven't been seeing Kai'Sa, at least in the LCK. I haven't had time to watch the LPL. Kai'Sa wins against Ezreal 55% of the time. Okay, so Kai'Sa is the Ezreal counter.
Is the mid lane, so I feel like this draft is going a bit more into Fnatic territory, where Noah and June can maybe be fine.
The Braum ban
and then
for
playing
Jun,
the game. I
Yun,
like this draft way more
One.
for Fnatic than I did the last one.
Twisted Fate ban from Fnatic for Broken Blade. I mean, I guess it could be Twisted Fate mid. I've done a game where Showmaker pulled out Twisted Fate mid and beat Gen G.
But now I'm curious Fnatic what they're gonna do, because now it looks like they're prepping another blind pick on top. I do wonder if it's gonna be the Renekton. I think it will be again.
Guessing Rel and Braum are good into Kai'Sa. Let's double check our stats. Rail is 54% of the time into Kai'Sa wins. Braum 54% of the time. Okay, so the Braum and Rail counter the Kai'Sa.
I don't know how strong Jax is right now in the lane matchups, but
it is quite weak, but Oscar really likes this champion. He always had good performances, even though maybe his laning phase was struggling.
like I would be annoyed if I was Lucian or Kai'Sa and I had to play against a Johnny Jax. Like it's
Nautilus ban.
for his front line to carry. If he can mid lane against whatever is BB ready to counter pick him with, that's basically it. And I think with Sejuani he can do it, or like he can have a strong 2v2 at least.
Yeah, the 2v2 should be winning. Realistically, anything that Fnatic picks on top, any sort of melee bruiser, it will be winning 2v2 top, because Maokai is...
Nautilus is a heavy counter to the Ezreal.
Than, what the Zyra had the previous
Rakan.
game. A little bit more difficult to find winning 2v2s for G2 this time around.
Oh.
No, brother Cassante. Here he comes.
We were talking about it during the last game as to why they didn't pick it up slightly.
Well, is Rakan good into Ezreal? Ezreal wins against Rakan 48% of the time, so I don't know why the Rakan. I don't know if this was... we want these stats. The Korean ladder. I don't know if this is like a style comp. Rakan wins against Ezreal 58% of the time. Okay, so those stats were skewed. Sorry, I forgot to hit the little Korean one instead of the global. So Rakan's good into Ezreal.
Slightly nerfed. But
Yeah.
It does make sense. Right now, you tried to match G2 in the early game, the previous game you failed. Now you're looking for this whole kind of turtle and outscale approach.
Bard.
Cassante doesn't really have a lot of, strong cards.
I like this a lot actually, because they are not over committing on the melees with Sejuani. I feel like actually triple melee comp is like not maybe that good against champions that can hit you for free a lot. I think Bard gives you better laning phase and something.
We'll
like
look at
Buster,
Bard's
I think
stats here in a second.
time with Bard and you can impact the middle matchup.
Varus top. Well, I can't believe my Windows button's working today. It doesn't really make sense why it doesn't work any other time. Okay, so the game 2 draft. Cassante, Ezreal, Azir, Sejuani, Bard. It's not in the right order, but it's the draft order, which I like to go back and look at because it shows priorities of things. If you look, start to really think into the information. So we got Varus top. which the Azir is going to be good into because he can backline the Varus or the Lucian or the Kai'Sa. Which I recall seeing a Varus top. Was it the beginning of this year or was it last year where he was really strong and you'd take him tanky? Varus wins against Cassante 66% of the time.
Oh,
Wait, which ADC is going
Oh, we wanted to look at the Bard.
that's a little bit carries.
Is Bard good into Kai'Sa?
G2 got the memo. I don't think it's too many because Varus, okay, let's be real. Varus is one of those OP picks where even if you put him top, he's an AD carry, but he can build tank. That's just how broken he is. And he's an amazing matchup versus the Cassante because I don't really see any sort of win conditions.
Yeah, Bard hard counters Kai'Sa 81% of the time. Okay. So into the vision.
We're getting into we'll see ins and ball. Are you a master of the rift? Do you never miss a game?
Bard, he should have. He's got the Ghost Poro in this game, so this is going to show what I talk about with the Ghost Poro and sweeping out vision. I see LPL teams not take this rune and take the Ghost Poro or Zombie Ward. And Mickey X has it in this game on Rakan.
Santander is here to reward you.
So this is the man-to-man. Oh no, so Bard came up here and I guess gonna get a ward for Cassante. Gonna place his ward and then I guess go back and get a sweeper lens. So Oscarin will have a safer laning phase. Oscarin doesn't really have vision of Broken Blade. Yike has vision. Oh wait, that's the other way around. Broken Blade on Oscarin. Yike should have vision on Resork. Caps doesn't have vision on Humanoid. He's protecting the jungle entrance down here. Mickey X doesn't have vision of his support, so G2 should know something's up here.
Head over to sandandergaming.com to
Scroll down prompter.
win weekly and monthly
I think they're giving the signs up that they know something's going on.
rewards.
So again, Yun comes up here and puts his ward, and I'm sure he's going to go back and get a sweeper lens.
Like test chests and skins. This week's code is Penta50.
Penta50.
Nice. Good job. So shout out Santander, of course, lovely partner that we have here. But Vedi,
had a point.
Well, I know you were really eager to talk about the Hex Tech chests. I do want to know what you think about this game of League of Legends.
Yeah, let's talk about the game.
But before that,
Hansama's got cleanse, which
So
Let's cut him off one more time.
will be needed.
Fnatic have changed their draft approach by...
I don't know why the first strike that Yike takes on Maokai. Maybe they were limit testing in this
You
game.
could argue like sure is a little unconventional, but as Perks highlighted, it makes a lot of sense in the context of the draft.
Yun got the sweeper lens. Rakan. This is where I think G2 need to have the double.
They did in game one, and they've kind of added another layer, but they've taken the same approach.
G2's not going to get anything on this round of the sweeper lens, so it really didn't do anything for them, and they whiffed. So really, they could have had the trinket ward here.
This time it works out with a slight variation in the mid lane in particular.
I think the big difference for Fnatic, of course, is they have much more tools to collapse on that potential outrange, that potential, team that wants to backstep. Fnatic are much better equipped to step forward.
And Yike gets the flash and red buff from Resork. So great start. People are going to work right now, so my dog's going to probably want to keep going outside because he's very nosy and has very big ears, so he can hear stuff from like a mile away. So I may have to deal with this in this game here. I don't know.
Need to. They've got the Bard, they've got the Sejuani, they've got.
So Yike gets a couple of camps away from
Follow up in a fight.
Resork here, and Resork gets vision on his Krug camp.
I'm convinced this was an LCK game that I saw this in, but Maokai has the ability to do this, just walk up in this matchup specifically.
So in this game, I guess really the sweeper lens early didn't do anything for G2. It's valuable if they didn't get any vision swept out for this dive, but it's valuable. There you go, JD. It's valuable if you can get the ward out or know where the ward placing is, but a lot of times it looks like teams whiff. Caps puts a ward down in the middle of the river.
To gain that early push as well, and look at top lane. So we find ourselves in a situation where Fnatic wanted to stabilize the other game a little bit more, and due to some
Broken Blade's surely going to be shoving and overextended the entire time, so he's going to be dove a lot in this game. Really would like to see him put his ward like more like here or down here instead of where he's putting his ward placements.
It means he's not quite hit that level 3 yet, so can't try and punish on this third wave crash. So overall, setting up just super well for G2 to try and play through this. The only criticism I do slightly have is, well, we'll wait and see what happens, is traditionally when we see this first strike coming through on towards the Maokai, usually means you're going that Leandri's Torment first. I really think having Yike be more of that full tank Maokai is probably more needed here. Just when you have so many damage dealers, just having a body that can block.
Resort gets the Squire's Bloom and gets some vision on the bottom lane of G2, and it looks like Fnatic will also get the Scuttle Crab here for the Dragon Pit, which this is going to be a game where I guess Fnatic's will really need to get the Void Grubs away from G2. And I think I'd rather see G2 focus the dragons in this game. I talk a lot about it in my content and stuff. You get the 4 dragons, get a Baron, and then you can close this game out in 25 minutes. And it took me a few weeks to really figure out why they're doing the Void Grubs, and I caught on that it's because it helps accelerate a bad laning matchup.
Oscar to contest this wave, which is now fully frozen by Broken Blade. You're completely screwed. You can't really get in range for experience. BB just gets to keep taking pop shots.
Bard and Ezreal backed. Looks like Bard's making a play here middle where they're going to gank caps. Mickey X is already middle.
I will say that I just like that top laners in Europe are just more willing to take these range matchups. Obviously, Twisted Fate was one of the early initiatives.
As Young gives a cup of hot cocoa over to Humanoid for his morale. So Cap's teleport is down. Oscarin's teleport is down. Now, this is where I'd like to see G2 come over here and get this dragon. It's 5 minutes, so it's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, you're just putting yourself behind where you want to try to close the game out in 25 minutes.
It can be very difficult to bounce back into this game. You are effectively an AD carry isolated on the map. But when it works very well.
And if you look historically at what has been good in the LEC, compositions like Fnatic's have almost
Goal.
always been more successful. They're safer, they're more reliable as you get later in the game. For G2, the pressure is on for them to not only cement an advantage, but to
So Broken Blade uses his teleport top where he could. They could have teleported. I forget what the timing is for the ward being able to teleport. I don't think you can do it in the first 5 or 10 minutes, so you can't make a teleport flank play that early. I need to look more into that and pay more attention. So regardless, Fnatic start up the Void Grubs. G2 should be going for the dragon right here. Fnatic get 1 of the Void Grubs. It looks like G2 will get 2 of them. 2, 1.
For the time being. 1 for 1 in Grubs. And it looks like for now that will be uncontested for Yike. trepidatious just because of the positioning of Razork.
So Azir's good into Lucian, so Caps is having a difficult time in this laning phase, so Mickey X keeps showing mid a good bit, where Kai'Sa has the lane winning matchup, so that allows Mickey X right here where he can leave bottom more, or if he leaves bottom, he's confident of the Han Sama into the Ezreal. So here G2 also lose the first dragon. They're not even trying to fight it, or
so having that control from mid pressure into bot side means you get control of dragon, but also allow Noah to be safe in that what is not
G2 is getting behind here. Again, our goal is we want to win the game in 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Maybe I'll put 20 minutes. I think 25 is better because you're going to have to get the Baron and fight and the 4 dragons, so I guess 25 is a better goal. Even though CG2 can close out games in 20 minutes. So again, Mickey X has to show up a lot because this is a hard lane matchup for Caps.
Seeing that champion not move. How rarely have we ever seen a Cassante not move?
All I'm saying is the Cassante haters versus the 80 carries in every role haters. It's a battle for the 80.
Yike almost gets the blue buff away from Fnatic.
That's going to be frustrating, especially if he does not have a TP.
But Broken Blade now finds himself once again with a 1k gold lead in the top lane. And Oscar just having to pay for the consequences of playing against the G2 top laner.
And I think the big difference, again,
Caps gets the Mercury treads. Khan has the Mercury treads.
Can you keep this pushing forward? Because right now, yeah, 1k, that's brutal. It is tough to beat Cassante at this point in the game, but if G2 let this slip a little bit, if they make mistakes, Fnatic are in an excellent position this game, unlike in game 1, to kind of turn things around.
But I think that's where BB has kind of cemented himself as the best top rated in Europe at the moment, because he's able to play a multitude of different things, and when he gets leads like this, he just doesn't take his foot off the gas pedal, just continuously bullying out these waves. You can even now see him again getting that pressure onto Oscar and he's just trying to get at least some vision for himself so he can try and look towards the top tower. Mickey tries to predict the arcane shift, but doesn't quite get it.
Now, the good news for Fnatic is that ultimately their bot and mid are in a good spot, right?
Not too much going on right now, so I'm resting my voice for a second, listening to the casters.
It's true that Razork hasn't been able to find that many ganks, but ultimately, the fact that Cassante is behind in the context of their comp is not the end of the world. He can still offer value even if he's far behind. We know that Cassante is a champion that with one item is enough to kill an AD carry. So, Fnatic, even though they find themselves at a deficit, definitely not all doom and gloom just yet.
Struggle, of course, is that when he gets to one item, the AD carry he has to kill right now is Broken Blade. And the Var is still strong in isolation, but perhaps as we get later in, Razork will find more opportunities to fight with the team. Bard, level 6 now, Jun with the Tempered Fate can look to make plays. And again, I think we highlight topside. You have an immobile AD carry, you have a Sejuani combo. There's a lot of room to play around top lane, but instead, Tempered Fate going to go into Yike, not going to connect. Humanoid was ready to fall. They will
So Yike had to burn his flash right here. Don't really know what was going on in these trades back and forth.
The skills to land a Broken Blade.
The flash, but Tempered Fate lady carry. You have a Sejuani can look to make later in. Razork will find more opportunities to fight with the team. Bard level 6 now. Jun with
the dragon back up in 2 minutes 30 seconds. Void grubs in 40 seconds.
Combo. There's a lot of room to play around top lane, but instead, Tempered Fate going to go into Yike, not going to connect. Humanoid was ready to fall. They will finally get the flash, but every single ulti.
So Yike's got the blue buff. I'm guessing he's going up towards the Void Grub area. Plan to take them in like 20 seconds. But that shoved G2 away from the Scuttle Crab here, which will help Fnatic get this next dragon.
In the sense that he has time if he wants to walk back, but it is Broken Blade stacking the wave in a pretty unfortunate situation.
Now we look at the map and you'll see Han Sama looking to push this wave out in bot. Top can be pushed at any point. Maokai resetting on the map, so G2's arguably in a better position to contest the grubs right now.
Alright. Get some tea in me. Starting to get later on in my day. So Yike doesn't even get this. Okay, Mickey X gets it. And there you see the value of Mickey X gets this free ward.
Very well.
I just think it's a very valuable rune. You can run it on Leona, which I don't see people running Cosmic Insight instead. But I still think the Ghost Poro and Zombie Ward's better second choice as a secondary because you get the free vision. I think it's more valuable than the Cosmic Insight. So Caps even shows up here to help get the Void Grubs. So G2's really trying to accelerate this top lane. Broken Blades ahead, 100 CS to 65 CS on Oscarin or on Cassante. Caps is doing well staying even with Azir, or Humanoids Azir, we'll even add. So the supports are having to show up a lot mid to help these matchup. And I don't know what Broken Blade was doing, overextended here. And this is the stuff I try to get players to stop doing in my coaching stuff, and you saw in my slides, I talk about this overextended line that once Broken Blade is over this line, you know, this is red side, this is blue side. Like, if you cross this line, you need a flash or a teammate around you. Well, Yike is recalling. So he's not going to be around Broken Blade. He's about to go over this line. Now he has a flash. He does have a deep ward right here. But where is Resork?
Momentum by showing up on top side.
Oh, there's Resork. Well, let's see. Did Resork go around Vision? Because it looks like Resork just walked right over a ward.
You can already see how often Jun has had to come into mid to try and help out Humanoid and keeping control over Cap. So I think this is where the game is going to start to break in favor of G.
I don't know. I guess that ward didn't show up. Like, this wasn't a good ward that Broken Blade had. It needs to be more like down here by this wall or through the wall. So kind of like lazy positioning on this ward that Broken Blade put. Because Resork could Q over the wall and he didn't see any vision. So that's going to set G2 behind. I mean, anytime you lose a teammate to a takedown, you're just setting how much longer it's going to take to win the game. From like 25 minutes to, or now 28 minutes because you lost some gold or gave the enemy team gold. So that wasn't a good ward that Broken Blade had right here. It needed to be more like down here on this wall. Especially into the Sejuani because she has the Q that can go over a wall, go over terrain. And now, so Broken Blade's flash is down, so it's going to be even easier to go topside and gank him. He's going to have to play very safe. And he's not really going to be able to play safe because he's a counter matchup that's going to push and shove his lane hard. So he needs to stop going over this line, and see, he already is going over this line, just asking to get ganked.
And as you highlighted already, TP available for Broken Blade, but also Oscar. So we're looking at this dragon. Thanks to Yike. Thank you, Yike.
So Resork could easily come up here and get Broken Blade again. He doesn't have a flash. Some of it is probably because they're going for Dragon, or that's like a dead sign if you're Fnatic that G2, the way Broken Blade's playing is a dead sign that G2's going for Dragon.
Doesn't have his ulti just yet.
Good stun to start from Jun. Engage.
So again, who shot first? It's like Fnatic. Yun got a lot of damage on Mickey X.
Good stun to start from Jun. Engage follow up though. The Bard very squishy. Jun gonna flash over the wall, but now knows waiting, but instantly Hansama can follow up. That is the power of the Kaisa. Noah now retreating. Humanoid instantly. Start from Jun. Engage follow up though. The Bard very squishy. Jun gonna flash over the wall, but now Noah's waiting, but instantly Hansama can follow up. That is the power of the Kaisa. Noah now retreating. Humanoid has taken down Mickey in the meantime. It's a bit of a messy, scrappy exchange. It's going to be support for support at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was a quick engage from G2, but because they couldn't quite lock down Noah,
Humanoid going in, the Q back going to stop him from shuffling, it looks like. Hansama waiting behind, now caught in the meat grinder. Humanoid going to go for the pushback. Guy getting lower and lower. Ulti coming in from Razork. In the meantime, good damage onto Hansama. Noah trying to get into the fight, but he's just watching his team fall apart. Caps picking up the double. Q auto, one more. The healing from Bard, not enough. Triple for the Lucian. 14 minutes in.
it was an even fight and Fnatic chose to re-engage. This was the worst case scenario for Fnatic. As
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that fight.
This was the worst. It was
healing from
I have to watch this again.
waiting
quite lock down Noah.
for support at the end of the day. Yeah, it was
Now, Azir's on his first item already, which Caps is not. So, Kaisa's on her static shiv. Hanzama's flash is down. Mickey X's ignite is down. I guess Caps's Caps's ult is down. I saw Mickey X went in and used his ult on a couple people. I think it was Resort and Humanoid, and kind of kites them away from G2. So I think Fnatic should have won this team fight straight up. They're out of place. Noah was out of place for one.
I worry Razork doesn't have his ulti just yet.
They needed Hans.
good. Time to start from Jun. Engage follow up though. The Bard very squishy. Jun gonna flash.
So Noah gets in the fight first for one before Hanzama, so he's kind of late. And these little things make a difference at the top level of play or professional play.
Mickey in the meantime, it's a bit of a messy, scrappy exchange. It's going to be support for support at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was a quick engage from G2, but because they couldn't quite lock down Noah.
Now we want G2 to go down here and get the dragon.
It looks like Hansama waiting behind, now caught in the meat grinder.
I don't. Yike's ult didn't hit, and then, or no, that's not Yike. Resork's ult. Used to seeing Yike play Sejuani. So Resork's ult did nothing there. Kind of whiffed. Might have changed the fight.
It was an even fight and Fnatic chose to re-engage. This was the worst case scenario for Fnatic as Caps of all people gets himself a triple kill.
Beautiful stuff from G2, able to set that one up. It did look a little bit dicey because you can see great engage in the beginning from Mickey. Managed to get the knock up on towards Jun and then also getting that charm. But the follow from Yike.
Also, Dragon was doing some damage, it looks like, on G2 as well, which really didn't help him.
Mickey does die at the top end. And here, I think as you said, Betty, you just call it quits, but they think they have a moment.
Got the flash and cleanse out of Ezreal.
But the twisted advance here to dodge Razork's ultimate was really well done. And Humanoid, in trying to save himself, kind of just shoved.
So G2's doing what we want. They're going for the dragon. Fnatic should be trying to fight G2 for this dragon. But they take the Void Grubs instead, or they take one of the Void Grubs.
By Jun, I think was a good thing initially for Fnatic. But as you rightly said, the re-engage, I just don't understand it because no one can really fight, right? You know, it was so awkward. And look at what G2
Broken Blade teleports to bottom.
with the 5 grubs, they immediately turn their attention to the bot side of the map. Of course, Fnatic are
Looks like Fnatic are going to get a 2-2 turret for this, though, so I don't know if it was worth the trade or not for G2.
I have to correct myself. I thought G2 was ahead on the play, but actually they're reacting to Fnatic, who's able to first secure this objective.
Yeah, I mean, you do have the 5 Void Grubs for G2, so they should be able to match at least in getting this despite being behind in the play. So we'll go tit for tat when it comes to tempo. The question mark for me is what happens with the Rip Tower that's on that top side, because you could try and follow.
I don't know if that was worth Broken Blade teleporting bottom or not.
G2 then get to swap sides and can play
He would have got. I guess he had to teleport there because he would have got Dove for one. He didn't have flash. He was trying to get CS in the lane.
well, Noah gonna have a very hard time approaching this wave. Obviously with the ulti, it's so easy for him to get mid-prio, but it gets a lot trickier when you don't have that tower to defend you. Hansama continuing to poke with the W, and G2 priority access to the Herald at the very least, on top of the fact
Caps is on his Kraken Slayer and BF sword. You know, it's 15 minutes in the game, so you should be on your first item. If you're on the LCK level, they're on usually 2 items around 20 minutes. So it looks like some bad positioning from G2 right here. I just think that Azir's gonna do a lot in this comp. For one, because of the 3 ADs, so in team fights, Humanoid's gonna be able to go in and scoop them out. And all they have is the Maokai to protect them, and Rakan's not tanky at all. So Oscaron's going to teleport in. Also, Hansama's not around at all for this team fight, so he's going to be very late. So I guess in this situation here, G2 get caught out, basically. Was that a Sejuani ult going on Broken Blade? Broken Blade's flash is down too, so that's another thing. So he's just going to be a goner. So Broken Blade needed a flash there on his Varus. Fnatic, I'm sure Fnatic knew that flash was down, so they knew to push the advantage. Perhaps Hansama should have went toward the Rift Herald pit or Baron pit.
You need to sweep out all the wards, but you can see how many of them are even still littered on that top side, one even in the lane itself. Fnatic knew exactly how they wanted to set that up, and that's some great planning ahead to set up that play.
So the Dragon, another 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Instead prioritize the bot side of the map, which is why they walked into the river so confidently. You can see 4 members on top side. Look, the Kaiser's in mid.
So again, maybe Hansama should have been going this way instead of pushing this lane out. But mainly, I think Fnatic know or should know that Varus's Varus's flash is down, so ult is down.
They didn't expect this ward to come in from behind them, and Fnatic just collapsed beautifully. This choke point limiting the options from G2. And they're just forced to burn flashes and run for their lives.
And also, just Hansama being in mid lane trying to push that out meant that you didn't really get an opportunity to run back up. You see at the end clip of that replay that he just wanders into.
Okay, so Fnatic get the Rift Herald.
But now, Mickey, we forced to back away. But Fnatic, with tempo here, this is where it gets dangerous for G2, because when Fnatic are able to choose their fights and choose how they enter, this is where this kind of AD carry heavy composition.
This too is where Broken Blade's not getting any farm. Now, Oscaron's pretty far down. He should be, you know, around 180 CS by now, 200 CS. There's a lot of scrappy fights going on in this game.
If Broken Blade ever oversteps to delete the entirety of G2's gold lead with just a couple of abilities. So Broken Blade is powerful, but he hasn't even completed 2 items. Hansama also with 2 items, someone who needs to be tracked. A lot of upfront bursts, a lot of engaged potential for Fnatic here. You can see them taking control of the bottom side, looking to even up.
Good use of the Rift Herald here for Fnatic to get a turret down, get some more gold.
The composition of Fnatic finally starting to get involved in the game.
Yeah, I definitely think that gold difference at the top.
I don't know what Noah's doing taking this Razor camp or Raptor camp here, but
and you go, oh, okay, I'm humanoid, Caps only has a pickaxe over me. It's actually not that bad. I look at jungle, oh, I've actually got 2 completed items. I'm chilling. Okay, I'm definitely behind top, but hang on a minute, am I really? I've got my first item completed, I've got a few more defensive stats.
Nice use of the extra wards you get.
Right now, but I think I'll be okay. And then Noah's, okay, he's a little
They
bit
get swept out.
He knows that in a little bit he'll have a second item.
So looking at itemization, again, around 20 minutes, you want to have the 2 items. It seems like the top teams, LCK teams, they won't go for Baron if you don't have the 2 items. So Azir's on his 2 items. He's on the Zhonya's too. So I think the Zhonya's is really good, like a second item on Azir. If you're the shot caller or you're the initiator and going to make engages, as it just saved Humanoid's life right here. Yeah, that's some... Look at all the work Humanoid just did. But as I was saying, I think it is really important if you're like the main engage on Azir, you need that Zhonya's second item. Because you saw how much time it saved Fnatic right there and allowed him to make plays.
They don't have the damage here. On top of W connecting on the wave, the tower should just fall. Fnatic looking much more comfortable in game 2.
G2 has
And
a very fragile
Broken Blade should be on 2 items by now. Oscarin should be on 2 items by now. Ezreal's behind. Kai'Sa's on her 2 items. Lucian's on his 2 items. Yike is behind on his 2 items. Rakan's behind on it. Mickey X is behind on his Warmogs. Bard's behind on his Warmogs.
As we look back at this play.
Yeah, I mean, you already nailed it, Betty. Mickey goes over the wall. They want to try and get the pick because they know in a straight up 5v5 Fnatic probably wins. So this ultimate from John buying enough time, and again, Caps kind of dashing into the knockback from Humanoid was really unfortunate. And then BB thinks he can try and make the play, but at this stage, I think he just called it a day.
He definitely should have, yeah.
So the first one was the Bard ult, but still it does like basically the same thing. So he has double Zhonya's. And that was probably something where G2 didn't pay attention, that the itemization that, oh, Azir has Zhonya's already.
And allow the rest of Fnatic to catch up. Now Mickey spots that the Fnatic are on this top side, but I don't think there's anything really going to come of this. It's just
Yun doing good work with Wazork just so he can get his jungle camps.
Meanwhile, Humanoid Broken Blade home in the bottom lane, just clearing out side waves.
I don't see that going on really with, let's see. I was gonna say, I don't see Mickey and Yike doing that here in this game.
Saplings and wards together make it pretty frustrating for Fnatic to approach. Luckily, they've got a Sejuani with Warmogs, so it's not the end of the world.
TP from
So, guessing G2 are going for this Baron because they've got the itemization. Oscarin's a good bit behind here. Oh, the Bard does a lot of work disengaging G2 from the Baron. Nice Mystic Shot or Ezreal ult from Noah. They're doing a lot of damage as well.
Ezreal follow up even better. Broken Blade now going to ult Oscar and trying to keep this one going. Looking to isolate and AD carry, but all of G2 immediately.
Mickey gets some type of disengage on the Sejuani from the charm. Oscarin does a good job ulting Yike away out of the pit so he can't steal with the smite or do anything.
Quite low enough, and it's finally going to reset in the end. It's just Oscar risking everything, but Hansama quick to follow up. Killer instinct coming through. Backing away. Noah, good damage on the Caps. Not going to mean too much. Humanoid untouched for now. Red and blue buff empowering him. He wants to keep pushing forward. He knows if they eliminate G2 here, if they can find a couple kills, the Baron is theirs, but they just don't have enough left in the tank. They can't afford to step up.
Razork having that Warmogs meant that he was able to get a little bit more healing, so could try and keep that play going. So it was still going to G2, but Fnatic going to be pretty happy that they at least stopped that Baron.
I will say that was an impressive Baron from G2.
Okay, so just kind of looking at the vision right now that's going on. Now, of course, G2 have 3 Farsight wards where Fnatic have 3 sweeper lens in this situation. Or maybe I should do that a different way.
buying so much time.
Looks like the Maokai ult did a little bit of work to disengage or keep Fnatic at distance there,
That's probably the main reason why it fell apart. Fnatic didn't
which allowed him to get a takedown on Oscarin.
Once the fight became a little spread out, G2 was able to find a pick.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it in the replay, but Humanoid wasn't with them. He's only just coming out of base. So I'm wondering if they spotted him resetting an award or what it was, but that seemed to be the go.
So I think maybe G2 needed to fight over the Scuttle Crab a little bit more, because that could allow Fnatic to get this Baron.
G2 just about able to escape, getting back out onto the map, trying to get control over mid-wave so then they can get their side lanes out to push them out as well. And at least G2 getting that kill will give them some more advantage to get push on these side lanes.
Getting a little low energy. I still got to get through like 4 more games, right? Or 3 more games after this.
Giving up his, and Oscar, of course, giving his life in the extended play. Baron clearly the focus for both sides here. G2 still holding on to that gold lead.
The problem is if you drink hot tea, it takes like 15 minutes to make a cup of tea, to boil it and ice strain it through a thing.
Don't really have all the vision swept out, and Brokeblade pretty easy time checking if he wants.
I think it's because Caps is in that bot side. They want to try and see if they can get the TP out. There was no teleport on Oscar.
Life's more difficult than you kids think or believe out
That
there.
actually might be the go button for G2 once they spot Oscar in, because if their timing is teleport correctly, they should know he doesn't have that available, and Caps can TP into the play if they want.
So G2 are winning at this point, right? It's 44k gold to 41k or 42k gold on Fnatic. Now they've got the right itemization that G2 should be able to go for Baron. Caps doesn't have his flash up, which might be, or Mickey as well, so that might be holding G2 back why they don't want to go for the Baron right now. Yeah, I would say the Resort doesn't have his flash.
They've kind of abandoned the bot wave though, which does surprise me when they have double TP. Perhaps they're concerned about G2's...
I apologize, I've had a garbage truck going on out here and it's loud and distracting and annoying, and then I've got my window open a little bit and I just didn't want to get up and close it yet, and then people are going to work, so it's been a little distracting for me through this game. I apologize. Probably can't hear it on the mic, but just on my end it's just loud and distracting you from what you're trying to focus on. Trying to watch 10 people play a game.
Ezreal versus Kai'Sa poke, and right now the Ezreal is definitely winning.
The W's not connecting.
Now, third dragon, again, we want G2, if we're G2 fans, to get the 4 dragons and close the game out at like 25 minutes. And when they don't do that, it just puts them more and more behind. It's going to take longer and longer for them to finish and close out the game. So Yike gets caught out, doesn't have flash. This comp's gonna take a lot of coordination and communication from G2, because they've got 3 ADs. The top AD doesn't have any type of dash or anything. So the one person that G2 need up is down, Yike, right? So, oh. So now the garbage truck's gone, I can kind of focus more on what was going on in this game.
Top wave pushing in.
It's Ezreal versus Kai'Sa poke, and right now the Ezreal is definitely winning.
And the W's not connecting. Hansama really would have loved one more item here. Noah much more comfortable in 2.5 than Hansama is as he continues to take poke.
And the poke is landing. Look at Mickey. He's being forced away.
G2 now pulling up to the top side where they have a wave to play around if they want to. Fnatic going in. Counter gate from Yike could be big. Yike getting pulled in. Caps off to the side doing good damage on Oscar. And an excellent lock.
Oh, I hope I didn't just talk forever or not talk. I don't remember. It doesn't really matter, but I get lost in my VODs like this and I forget I must have hit my mute button or forgot to unhit my mute button. I take a sip of tea and then I forget, but it's not really that big of a deal. So now I forget like how far I went and I wasn't talking and etc.
This is going to be Humanoid trying to see if he can get in. G2 trying to escape, but look at the top side still. Oscar in pushing in. Fnatic.
So I apologize. I probably didn't hit the mute button for very long, and I was saying that there's like a garbage truck going and it was loud and being distracting and all of this stuff.
G2 has a very fragile composition. If you overstep,
I doubt I have chat in here to let me know, but I don't know, I like turn away for a second, I hit my mute button to take a drink and something, and then I forget to hit it, so I apologize.
Then he stopwatches, or Zhonya's rather I should say, the cue from Broken Blade.
So I'll just rewind in time and talk again, and then hopefully edit it out later.
Well, as we look back at this play.
Yeah, I mean, you already nailed it, Betty. Mickey goes over the wall. They want to try and get the pick because they know in a straight up 5v5.
Really bad about that. I'm bad about hitting the mute button.
John buying enough time, and again, Caps kind of dashing into the knockback from Humanoid was really unfortunate. Then BB thinks he can try and make the play, but at this stage, I think he just called it a day.
He definitely should have, yeah.
Yeah, it ends up costing him so much. The fact he goes down and he's so far extended, G2 can't really help out. And again, you've got that front line in Razork who can kind of play chase and allow the rest of Fnatic to catch up. Now, Mickey spots that the Fnatic are on this top side, but I don't think there's anything really going to come of this. It's just more Fnatic trying to regain vision control back in their top side.
Meanwhile, Humanoid Broken Blade home in the bottom lane, just clearing out side waves. 21 minutes in, triple AD comp versus a composition with an Azir on it. Both teams.
So again, and I may not have, it may just been like I just recently hit my mute button, but I'm bad about that and forget. So I may have talked for like 5 minutes and didn't realize that my mute button was on, so that's why I kind of went back. But I was talking about how I guess this is kind of a poke comp from G2.
Risking everything, but Hansama quick to follow up. Killer instinct coming through. Jun now backing away. Noah, good damage on the Caps. Not going to mean too much. Humanoid untouched for now. Red and blue buff empowering him. He wants to keep pushing forward. He knows if they eliminate G2 here, if they can find a couple kills, the Baron is theirs, but they just don't have enough left in the tank. They can't afford to step up.
Razork having that Warmogs meant that he was able to get a little bit more healing, so could try and keep that play going. So it will be a kill going to G2, but Fnatic going to be pretty happy that they at least stopped that Baron.
I will say that was an impressive Baron from G2 because.
So I don't know. I don't remember where I was. I was talking a lot of stuff, and it probably didn't get picked up on my microphone.
Sort of situation. I felt like that they were just going to get completely rolled, but they disengaged at just the right time. They were able to isolate us
because we were clear up by
separating the Maokai. Maybe it's kind of where the front line and the engage fell apart because.
To say we were after this Baron fight, I know that. And I was talking about something where Yike didn't have a flash.
Azir isn't quite in a position to follow up, and I think that's probably the main reason why it fell apart. Fnatic didn't quite have all their members, and it meant that once the fight became a little spread out, G2 was able to find a pick.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it in the replay, but Humanoid.
Oh, I know what I was talking about too. The dragons as well, like.
For G2, but I did get a little nervous. That Baron yoink back, setting up.
Dragons up in 2 minutes.
I was like, oh no, that was where I was like, this is G2's over. But
the more dragons Fnatic gets, then it just will make the game longer and longer for G2. Basically what I'm trying to say. So teams won't go for the Baron unless you're on the 2 items at 20 minutes. So Broken Blade's on his 2 items. Yike's on his 2 items. Lucian's on his 2 items. Kaisa's on her 2 items. They're all on their 2 items.
How confident are they? Do they want to try something similar here? Don't really have all the vision swept out, and Broken Blade pretty easy time checking if he wants.
I think it's because Caps is that bot side. They want to.
So I think this is about where we were at when I realized, oh, my mute button's on or it's blinking. And then I'll have to go in and try to edit it, or I'll probably forget, is what's funny, is I'll end up just forgetting about it. So that's where I rewound. I apologize. If you're watching, that's why I skipped back in time, so I could at least, like, hopefully I can remember to edit that out. But I may not. I apologize. So I just went back so you can see I was here talking. I realized.
A solid choice. Have a decent amount of AD between a triple AD carry team, so might want a bit more magic damage.
Fnatic is very much likely thinking.
And then when I do that, I
They've kind of abandoned the bot wave though, which does surprise
get off track of what I was doing. I know I was on track in the game of what was going on. It's like I forgot. I got off.
Overstacking in mid to assure that.
Okay, so Caps is gonna teleport in here mid.
Comes through. His third item being completed. So these mid laners.
Because I think I was talking about how Caps didn't have his flash on Lucian, which was gonna cost them Baron. So Caps' teleport is down. His flash is down. Zork's flash is down.
Side waves.
That bot wave is just very awkward.
Yeah. And I mean, G2 and
G2 have 3k gold lead, or 2k gold lead. 3k.
It's Ezreal versus Kai'Sa poke, and right now the Ezreal is definitely winning.
They have a lead. G2 have a lead right now.
Hansama really would have loved one more item here. No, much more comfortable.
Except I really put more value on the dragons than most people or teams do.
He's being forced away.
G2 now pulling up to the top side where they have a wave to play around if they want to. Fnatic going in. Counter engage from Yike could be big.
So Yike gets engaged on very first thing, which I think if...
Side where they have a wave to play around if they want to. Fnatic going in. Counter engage from Yike.
Okay, no, Yike goes. It looks like Yike went on Resort.
To the top side where they have a wave to play around if they want to. Fnatic going in. Counter engage from Yike could be big. Yike getting pulled in. Caps off to the side.
Yike just gets melted too fast.
Stops any potential follow-up engage from coming through. Mickey now forced to retreat here. Humanoid going over the wall, looking to find Hansama. Has to be careful. Magical Journey going in as well. All of them collapse on Hansama. The bottom lane of G2 in the sights of Fnatic.
And, okay, another thing I was talking about. I think it's where G2's team comp's kind of like a poke comp a good bit because of the Varus Q you're going to have to get, and then the E on the Maokai has some type of poke. Kai'Sa can have some type of poke with her W, so you're gonna have you're not gonna instantly melt a team down with G2's team comp is what I'm talking about. Like you're gonna have to kite people around and do damage over time.
Where they could find a nice pick and convert that into a Baron. Great patient play from Fnatic have now given them a firm lead over this game.
Also, just nice mechanics from Razork at the start of this fight. Keep your eyes on the Sejuani as they go into the actual river. As you get the engage coming through from Yike, Razork ends up jumping backwards, so gets the whole...
Oh no, I really gotta learn to stop hitting my mute button. Like I'm better off probably not hitting it than I am. G2 get disengaged there by the Bard ult. So some of this, I guess, is G2 get outdrafted in this game. So G2 lose the Baron.
Yeah, and Mickey didn't have that Warmogs completed yet, which was kind of the sad part. He now has a finish, but it might be too little too late. Fnatic have just taken so much control over this game, and G2 are struggling to get back into it. As Vedi has been saying over and over, this is the downside of a composition like this.
Yeah, the fragility of G2's composition is on full display. The advantage of a Sejuani is how much easier it is to initiate these fights. And it comes back to something you were saying, in that by going for an AP Maokai, sure, there are AP damage threats that you can provide, but it's also a very squishy frontline. What is this Sejuani?
Zier's also on his death cap, so that's some scary damage now. You know, and Oscaron's basically even with Broken Blade, where Broken Blade needs to be a good bit ahead of Oscaron. like another item ahead, I think, for a team fight to work. If you're just even, like just you're outdrafted.
In this game where so many support options were banned away. Braum, Rel, Nautilus all banned in that second phase. Mickey takes the recon.
Need that extra item damage to make up the difference of the tankiness of Cassante is what I'm saying.
Now though, G2 holding onto their base as best they can. Fnatic keeping the pressure on. Caps looking for the isolated 1v1, but Humanoid really hurts. He is not scared of that Lucian, but Caps is damn well scared of that bird. Fnatic continue to siege on the bottom side. Caps forced to back away, likely means the tower will fall here. Tempered Fate not going to connect.
At least it backs them away. And you know it's not a good sign when a 4-0-2 Lucian is running away. It says exactly what position.
So Caps doesn't have flash.
But there's the ultimate on towards Yike that misses, and Yike responds in kind.
Body block, good discipline from Fnatic.
I think that's more of a disengage of that Maokai ult. They're not trying to fight G2, that is. Trying to disengage Fnatic.
And now, I mean, it feels like the same. It's game one, but we swap sides. We've been here. I've seen this one. The difference is, this time around, Fnatic bringing back comfort. You know, we've got the Ezreal for Noah. We've got Azir for Humanoid.
So I don't think I missed that much when I wasn't talking, or when the mute button thing. It's just it threw me off track. It's like you gotta stay on track on these games, or you just get distracted so easily that you can't remember what you're talking about, or you forget why somebody did one little thing and then can't figure out why they lost a team fight. Or
strong performance from Azork, and I like what Perks mentioned. He is probably one of the best, if not the best.
Azir's on 4 items now.
We have in the league, and credit to him, he's found a lot of great plays this game. He's really been the front runner in terms of making things happen for Fnatic. Now let's see if Fnatic can close things out. I think it should be an easy matter for them.
Well, this is a fun chart. Poke damage is fake. But if you want good damage numbers, play Poke Champions. That's what Yike has taught us here. If you play AP Maokai and throw saplings and brushes, you will top the DPM charts. I guarantee that.
He's getting a few more resistances now. But I feel like it might be too.
Well, it looks like Yike's got like a
He's only level 13, close to level 14. But,
tanky / mix of AP damage build with the Warmogs, Leandries, and Abyssal Mask. See, Varus gets a weird another item too, the Seeker's Arm Guard, which I don't think is going to help. I guess Broken Blade's thinking that'll help with engage or not.
Look at all the wards that have just been littered down on this bottom side by Mickey. He just snuck his way past.
I don't even know what that builds into, to be honest. That's that item. Is that Axioms? I've never messed with this item right here, so I don't know what it builds. It's a lethality item with movement speed. That's nice. Also, I get really kind of put off when I don't hit when I hit my mute button like that, because sometimes I'm like, man, I got to go back and redo all of this. And like, it's just not worth the work for me, or right? But I feel like, well, now my whole VOD's messed up. But there's just so many games and stuff that you can't worry about that stuff. So, I mean, it's not like you all are sitting there watching my entire VOD anyways. And I don't expect you to. I hope you skim through it. And I mean, I would enjoy if you sit and listen to it and like me that much. I'm sure most people only watch like 10 minutes of a VOD anyways. I just wanted to see this item that Broken Blade's building, because I don't know. What's this? Zanya's. Yeah, okay. So he just builds, I think, a Seeker's Arm Guard just to have the active for some type of hopeful engage or disengage. But I was trying to, I don't know what the circle item is, so I have to look for myself. So longsword. Axiom Arc. Okay, it's just 55 attack damage, 18 lethality, 25 ability haste. Yeah, so I thought he was just taking the Seeker's Arm Guard to have some type of Broken Blade, to have some type of hope to survive a fight. Because he's just getting melted down every time. And I don't know, there was a tanky Varus build for a while where you went this Iceborne Gauntlet. And this is just a straight up damage build on Varus. But now it's not. It's got some type of tankiness with a stopwatch active.
You've got the Banshee's Veil proc, obviously on a longer cooldown because it's not the full Banshee's Veil, as well as a Seeker's Arm Guard for both Han Sama and Broken Blade. So some pseudo-tanky tools. If, you know, Fnatic overcommit in terms of resources, in terms of ultimates, it does give them at least one fight where they can punish.
Yeah, I do love when my tank says, please don't hit me, please don't hit me, please don't hit me.
I think I gotta put the dog down. This is where I hit the mute button and forget, so hopefully...
I'm not saying it's a perfect...
Oh, okay, there. I didn't forget to hit my mute button.
Solution, I'm just saying, you know, we saw Humanoid earlier, baited a lot.
Nobody will probably even pay attention, so it's like I'm worrying over nothing.
Similar here with their defensive item choices.
Now, Baron. 18 seconds on the clock. And Fnatic will
So we see the Faker Ari skin here.
from Jun. I imagine he's going to go back to base, replenish control wards, maybe complete a second item.
Solutions on his 4 items. You know, I've said a while ago, Azir's on, he's almost on a full build.
I guess Hansama is in range to follow up on a pick.
You know what they say, man. When the going gets tough, the tough hide in bushes and wait.
About the time for Elder Dragon, or Elder Dragon, Dragon Soul.
That's the one. Art of War, baby. The EU classic. But Mickey, not sure what bush to hide in.
It's just so many options.
There are so many options. Also doesn't want to get caught out. There is a Bard and a Tempered Fate and a Magical Journey, which means if he makes a mistake, he will very likely die, despite Rakan's mobility.
Also, Kai'Sa's got her Seeker's Arm Guard here too, so
You can see the setup here, the diligence the Fnatic have laid down all this vision.
hopefully it'll help G2 survive in this team fight. But I don't, they're getting melted so fast. Like, yikes. Got a Leandries and a Warmogs, and he still just gets melted so fast. And then that's the only tank that G2 have, so now that their tank's gone, I don't think they could really survive a team fight. It's going to take some really outskilling and kiting the Fnatic players around for G2 to win with this team comp. They didn't really get anything done to Humanoid because he had the Zanya's Hourglass there. I think Fnatic can finish this game now.
Perfect on the Azure ult as Noah is now unstoppable. TP coming in to try to save the top tower. Instant pushback on a Caps, and Humanoid just destroys him. Doesn't even hesitate. Last inhibitor in his sight. This is going to be game 2 for...
So there's a lot more going that, like, yes, G2 might have been able to win this game with this team comp, but giving the Dragons over to Fnatic are one that's not good. They only allowed Fnatic to get one Void Grub, but Caps might have not had a very good game with Lucian either. I mean, I was saying that, like, Rakan had to looked like Mickey X was having to come help Caps a good bit during the laning phase, so he could even just stay even, and then because of the Kai'Sa bottom being a good matchup and the Ezreal, it allowed Mickey X to go mid and roam and help Caps, and then it helped maybe the Kai'Sa look good, because then Yun would go middle for Humanoid to counter the Mickey X being there, and then that allows the bottom lane matchup to be like Kai'Sa into Ezreal. Well, if Kai'Sa's good into Ezreal, then she'd probably have a really good time solo bottom lane by herself. So Noah got left alone a lot bottom. So that's game number 2. Again, I apologize, like I hit my microphone at one point. I might have missed only like 50 seconds and I might have missed like 5 minutes, but I made up for it. So you just have to pause through, or I will try not to make that mistake again. But then that's game number 2. I need to take my AFK now.
No, not really.
I think I'll need to take my little one outside, so it'll be a few. And I will be back here on the Sodaron stream. Alright, so we're back. We're on to game number 3. Again, I apologize. I know I hit my mute button or something when I went to take a drink in the last VOD, somewhere like 20 minutes, and then I looked down and realized my light's blinking on my Blue Yeti mic, which means mute, and so I may have repeated some things, or I may have missed something. I was like kind of on something really important, but it doesn't really justify me. I don't have the time to close this game down and redo all of this, because here I am 3 hours and 35 minutes. I'm only like a third of the way done. I still have 3 more games I gotta do. So here we are on the game number 3 with G2 on the blue side this time.
Entered the club. Let's see what beats we got on display. Nidalee going to be the first one to drop. Ash quick to follow.
Not allowed in the club.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this again's how I right now and do my draft phase and try to analyze it a bit.
So where will it fall in this game? Is Zeri going to be taken away by G2?
1, 1.
Still curious about the Rumble and the Browns.
Oh no, wait.
Although,
1,
where they end up coming out in home
2.
Because Tristana's just been taken off the board. G2 gonna ban the Kai'Sa last. So either
1, 1.
are getting through, and also the Ezreal
So G2 banned the Nidalee against Resort, Zeri, which we can see Zeri mid sometimes, or even seen Zeri top. And I was about to say the Kai'Sa ban, which kind of means that I guess G2 is going to take the Ezreal right here because they banned the Kai'Sa. Rumble's a permanent red side ban. He did get a nerf in 14.14, so that may change some things. I did watch the LCK yesterday. I'm not getting to watch the LCK right now, so I'm having to watch this. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I mean, I'm missing out on the LCK right now because I'm doing this stream.
I mean, Perks made a great point, I think, following post-game 1 that Leona...
So, Fnatic take the Sejuani away from Yike. And also take the Azir, which makes sense because Azir was really good in the last game. This may cause G2 to flex the Ezreal to mid because I was thinking maybe they're going to be forced to draft Lucian here or something, but the Lucian didn't seem to work. And I don't know why not Corki. Over in the LCK, if they don't get Tristana, they take Corki. Now they're on a new patch, so things have changed now, but I'm talking back on the patch 14.13, which we're still on in the LEC.
But conservative option.
But we get the Renekton and the Zyra.
Just looking again, they did so well in the previous game. No reason to change the formula if G2 are going to give them access to it. And now we have the Ornn coming in.
So I don't think
Hold on. I messed my thing up. Okay.
For the only worry would be, hey, look, we just got beaten because we didn't have enough tankiness, and we could end up in a similar situation. So Vi can at least slot into that, but no, they're still going to go for it. So, oh, actually no.
Oh.
Okay. So taking the Renekton away from the Sejuani and trying to deny that pairing is nice, but it does mean Oscarinin, like, he's been good with counter picks. There is an opportunity now for him to go for that counter pick.
And G2 to a certain degree, I think, pressured into picking the Renekton because there's a Sejuani
Right,
on the
so
opposite side. Do not want to give away.
it
that
was
top
Renekton
top
into
and, you know, as long as
Ornn.
it's been a game essentially, lethal. But conservative option coming in here from the side of Fnatic. Just looking, again, they did so well in the previous game. No reason to change the formula if G2 are going to give them access to it. And now we have the Ornn coming in.
Ornn.
So I don't think we'll see it.
Just want to see the Ornn stats in the Renekton. Ornn wins against Renekton 62% of the time. It could be a Senna bottom. There's the Corki ban. And it's what I was trying to say. It kind of seemed like, well, G2 took the Ezreal, which could flex mid lane. So that was a good first pick, taking the Azir away from G2 right here.
The more I think about it, the more I don't hate it. The Renekton mids into then something like a Jace top, and then you've got Jace
Braum.
Renekton, Cesara Ez.
Got a Braum ban.
The two of you are cooking too much.
We looked at the stats earlier. Braum's good into Ezreal. I don't... That's kind of a sign that, well, they're not going to flex this mid lane.
Both of you are bad examples.
The Ezreal.
I'm going to take you off this. This is not a family-friendly show anymore. You can't just say outrageous, inappropriate things like Renekton mid.
Leona ban, I think, is great from Fnatic.
And a Misfortune ban.
Engage options from G2. The Misfortune ban from G2. Was not expecting that. But the route.
So I'm guessing, well, the Ezreal's not going to go mid lane in this game.
Ooh. Hold on. I want to
Baited
talk
by
about the
hovers,
row.
bro.
I am. I've been baited. I'm debating because I like the row. I liked everything that it would bring. Instead, perhaps we'll see something different. Caitlyn locked in for
I'm
Noah.
gonna have to check Noah's history because I don't remember a Caitlyn game.
I don't think it was a Caitlyn game, yeah.
Like, the Caitlyn pick kind of means to me that they thought that this Ezreal might get flexed mid and G2 take the Caitlyn, so I'm guessing that's some of the reasoning here of the Caitlyn pick.
That was the LCK challenges, or if that was in EMEA Masters, or
Rob's gonna do it first.
Jhin.
he has the history on the champion.
Okay, so now we're in a situation where we have Nautilus alongside Jhin. So again, range, the name of the game here from the side of G2 Esports, paired with a little bit of reliable engage.
So what is the... I guess Jhin must be the counter. Or a counter to Caitlyn. Jhin wins 64% of the time. It also means, like, since they're taking a counter pick, that Hansama must have a rough time laning into Noah and June. Nautilus is probably good into Caitlyn. Nautilus wins against Caitlyn 40% of the time. And the Ezreal got flexed, by the way, like I was saying.
I mean, Noah and Jun, Barrel and Deft. What? Spider-Man glasses meme? No, okay. It's gonna be real.
I was trying to figure out what else would Caps play here.
Yes.
No, he could play like LeBlanc into the Azir. Saw Twisted Fate mid has worked well. What did we see? Trying to think what I saw in the LCK last night.
Hi, we're Visible.
Travel
this summer and need a wireless plan that'll keep you connected.
I was making food during the Jhin G
damage.
the last game.
Love to see this.
Very bright.
It is.
They might engage.
Oh, okay, that's right. They did Callista and Lucian mid.
And you see
I wanted to see what their mid laner picks were. Because the Corki got nerfed. Okay, Corki got nerfed, but they're still playing Corki and Lucian.
that being KFirax get this
Yone into Corki.
horribly wrong as Cougar, well,
So Caps is probably going to need to work on some Yone and Yasuo, and I don't know about his Corki play.
Yeah.
oh wow, that was a
Didn't kite back to Drake, and
top. I don't know why you would
Oh,
ever do
you
that.
Yone, Lucian,
yeah. So in case
You got double melee for your Sejuani. You have
Lucian, Yone. So they're still playing AD mids over in Korea.
Bullets might hit.
As much as it sounds like a meme, it's really bad.
It's just not that good in attacks. He only gets to hit them 4 times, and fun fact, he doesn't shred them that quickly. Now, Ezreal is a bit of an exception in that. However,
You know, there's also the Tristana
I'm a fan of Fnatic's comp. I think that it's very
Tristana
straightforward,
ban.
similar to what they did in the previous game.
Oh, I forgot to.
Again, I'm a fan of Fnatic's comp. I think that it's very straightforward, very. In fact, he doesn't shred them that quickly. Now, Ezreal is a bit of an exception in that. However, yeah, I mean, again, I'm a fan of Fnatic's comp. I think that it's very straightforward, very similar to what they did in the previous game. I think there's room for for G2 to attack the early game through a strong top side, and they have decent setup on the bot side of the map, along with good poke and range coming out from their
So
big
game 3.
But yeah, again, I like the foundation that Fnatic have set up for themselves, and they seem to have a clear game plan of how they want to match up against G2.
As you said, Betty Scrooge in. So I think I love Fnatic competition. But like in actual
Now it looks like maybe G2 is trying to. They're stuck on the same patch, but maybe they're. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, Korea's on 14.14 now, and I think LEC is going to be on 14.13 for another 2 weeks. So maybe they're trying to evolve and try other things that are on the new patch.
Can they find big enough advantages and close out cleanly? Or can Fnatic weather the storm and once again scale and take over in the team fights? This
Had 3 games. We've seen him on many.
So yikes on the Zyra again, Renekton. I think Renekton's just going to have a hard time into this Ornn. It really means that G2 is going to have to get the Void Grubs both times from Fnatic, but you also don't want to lose the Dragon. I still think the really coordinated teams, they can get the Dragon at 5 minutes and get the Void Grubs and go back and get the next Dragon and get the... Or at least lose one of them or give them over.
We've seen him primarily on things.
So Nautilus is on the sweeper lens. I don't think I really like the early sweeper lens. It's good if you know where the team's going to put the ward, but so far I've seen G2 whiff every time, where they really get no use out of the sweeper lens early, and they could benefit more from having another trinket ward instead, at least for about the first 5 minutes.
It's like Zeri. We usually.
So, looking down here, Caitlyn's got a ward down in the middle brush.
We see him on Kai'Sa.
And they're going to have the extra ward, so
A very lane focused pick.
I look for Fnatic to have a much more aggressive laning phase. G2 will have to play much safer.
completely fine. I think any champion with CC, we can obviously talk about like.
It looks like Mickey does a lot of work to protect Caps, so maybe that's some of the reason why the sweeper ward and trying to get some of the vision out in at least the bottom part of the river area.
That can basically enable the Caitlyn in lane to leverage the fact that she has the longest range.
Like down in here to keep that side of the lane safe for Caps. He had a lot of involvement in the last game where Caps had a bad matchup, so it looked like he stayed even, but it looked like Mickey had to show up a lot to help Caps.
So I think that's really where Noah's looking to try and play around, and realistically, while it is great.
So Razork starts his bottom side of jungle, and Yike's gonna start his bottom side of the jungle. Again, I don't know why Yike doesn't take the HP pot. Maybe it's to take an extra control ward or something early.
Nice hook built over Peace.
I think it
means it can't be used for wave.
bites him like in the first trade, or like a first gank where you kind of bait your enemy where you look like you're low HP, so then you go in and make a trade, but then you have the HP pot and then it heals you up and then you win the trade.
But Noah's still able to walk up, get these free auto attacks down. No ward placed. Hansama doing.
And it looks like John went back and got the sweeper lens. And okay.
His best to play around the force shot here, but Joan and Noah not really scared at all.
I mean, I think G2's doing a smart thing of contesting the wave.
Broken Blade gets a nice ward up here top. I like that. It's going to allow him to play aggressive.
They know that on Nautilus Jhin, it's still a very strong 2v2 bot lane. They're going to be in a position to get that level 2 first. They get it. Alright, they choose not to try and force anything. I think Rel, again, in the early levels, she can have control, she can make stuff happen, but against a Nautilus, I think it's difficult this early on. So we're seeing the Caitlyn limited a little bit because those early levels are where she can be so impactful.
I didn't look at the Ezreal Azir matchup. Azir wins against Ezreal wins against Azir 0% of the time. So I don't know the Azir into Ezreal lane matchup at all. Looks like Ezreal's good into Azir. So this may be a game where Humanoid's going to need some help from Zork and Yun a lot more often to help him stay even in lane against Caps. Caps has, I was going to say, about double CS lead right now.
Mickey just needs to be careful because you even get the shield break coming through from the Q from the Rel as well. So this matchup just isn't great in the support role. So at least for the early levels, Hansama having a little bit of the extra push with the Benson Grenade and stuff does help out and being able to hit the wave first. But this will start to transition.
Now, while we're talking about the bot lane, jungler's going through their clears.
Mickey didn't get find any vision there.
The one big advantage G2 has is Zyra's incredibly fast clear, and as you can see, Yike is...
I mean, Renekton, you pretty much play super aggressive and bully your lane, and you can kind of stay safe because you got a stun in your kit, you got a heal, you can dash back and forth. So they're going to try to dive. I don't know why they're trying to do this. G2, that is. I don't know why they're trying to dive Oscarin. They had vision on Razork as well. Again, this might be another situation here where Yike needs the HP pot to win this trade, and he forgets.
Immediately into red because he was concerned about this incredibly fast clear speed, and now G2's looking to set up a dive.
And Oscar doesn't even...
I don't think they can win this dive. Honestly, I don't know why they're trying to do this.
Really have a chance to clear the wave here. He needs to survive. He needs to at least make sure he can get this XP. Nice knock on a Broken Blade. He's not tanking tower aggro yet. It might not matter, however. Fnatic doing so much work. Flash paired with the Cold Amical. Keep Broken Blade standing, but a nice turn on the dive. Razork now has to be careful, however. Arctic Assault, not sure on the cooldown.
Okay, so that looked really scary to me for G2, but at least they get the flash out of Razork, and hopefully G2 can make some type of play later on. Now, it also cost Broken Blade his flash, so really there wasn't... You would have been better off, I think, just clearing the jungle if you were Yike in this situation and working your way on down to get the the Void Grubs or to get the Dragon set up. I would rather see him down here in bottom setting up to take the Dragon, getting vision, clearing the camps out, getting the Scuttle Crab. So it looks like Mickey's roaming middle.
Mickey now going to run into Jun. Caps can't really follow up on this, so he should be able to get away. But I really didn't like that.
I expect Jun to be mid lane a lot to help save Humanoid and keep him even in the lane matchup. Yike got the middle, or Yike got the Scuttle Crab at Void Grubs. Would really like to see him go Dragon first at 5 minutes. He's got the damage with Zyra.
Right, the Ornn's only going to get tankier. Those dives are not going to get any easier. Level 6 for Broken Blade will be big. Yike getting a bit more damage, certainly, but that's a lot of time.
Looks like there's nothing that G2 can do to get the Scuttle Crab here. They make a play on Humanoid. And again, it still costs G2 though, their Flash, their Ignite. But they did get the Flash out of Humanoid and take him down.
Trying to hold the wave to allow for Humanoid to TP back in. This death, of course, not great for Humanoid, but it's not going to hurt him ultimately because he's able to get back to lane relatively quickly. We turn our attention though to Yike, and I'm curious as to what his game plan is here. Choosing to forego the Raptors, I guess, to help Caps push this wave.
Landing.
Nice, yeah. So basically, plan is here. Choosing to forego
Would really like to see G2,
nice, yeah. So basically,
instead of shoving this mid lane here, I'd rather see them just go down here and get the Dragon at 5 minutes. It's about to be up.
they just wanted to get the wave underneath the tower so the Caps can get a nice base off. He also has TP. He's got gold that he needs to spend after securing that first blood.
I think they could have just went and got the Dragon.
On the map.
Yeah, I think it's, again, trying to look towards these Void Grubs in just 50 seconds time, so at least you get that nice reset coming through. Caps picking up the Sheen is huge because it does give you so much more when it comes to those poke and those Sheen procs.
So I don't like this. It looks like Yike's going up to the Void Grubs to help accelerate this top lane. Would rather see them get the Dragon at 5 minutes. They're just prolonging the game now.
Actually have the longest range himself, but no, not quite able to get himself pushed up in lane. And Hansam has been able to control really well with just the bouncing grenades, keeping that push in.
Broken Blade. Use the slice now as the
Broken Blade doesn't have his flash, so he's a goner. I don't know what he's doing, overextended over the line here. Also, Yike's going top. I don't know why they're not.
Again, I just want to echo the sentiment that Perk shared after the draft of game 2, which is that Razork
I think Yike was prepared to take the Void Grubs here.
he's making his presence felt here in game 3.
But they had enough time. He could have went and got the Dragon and then got the Void Grubs about the time they were back up. Zyra moves really fast through the jungle. You use her movement speed rune. And Zyra clears the Dragon really fast.
G2 might look for number 2 on this. Even if they don't find the Ornn, you're still going to be able to get the Demolish proc in that first plate for BB.
Does even if the gold in the individual 1v1, no TP.
Trying to figure out if Broken Blade struggling into Oscarin or not is why so much of the top side attention.
Decent gold advantage for himself. Really, Razork, the one who won out the most on that top side gank.
Razork doing the smart thing of immediately pathing towards the Dragon. The bot lane has pushed for the time being. Yike now coming back out onto the map, but Fnatic have gotten that early vision as Broken Blade continues to proxy. Oscar, I guess he's a little worried about where the Zyra could be.
Difficult to approach too. He's gonna have to just eat a ton of Renekton autos to walk back under tower, but now that he sees the wave crashing, no Zyra in sight, he will finally return to the tower. Shouldn't lose out on too much there as G2 starting to step up.
Kind of just looking at the numbers and seeing what's going on here.
Always a really easy angle to start a fight.
Again, just not knowing where Zyra
Oscarin's got the item that really negates. Renekton does have Q, so a Bramble Vest or Executioner Collar is a good first item if you're playing into Renekton. It shuts down some of the healing on his kit. Very gold efficient items.
Like if you end up with Humanoid having push in mid and he can roam, like Jun, Razork plus the damage from Humanoid can be very dangerous.
I don't know why Yike is shoving Humanoid here. Should be going for the Dragon.
Quieter game 3 than either of our first two. Outside of that one play on top side, the 2 dives really on top side.
Because they literally just wasted 3 minutes roaming around, figuring out what calls to make where you can't be indecisive. You're going to lose to the LCK teams. You're going to lose to the LPL teams. I'm telling you, I've watched them for 11 years. They close games out against bad teams in 20 to 25 minutes. They don't play around. And that's really not a good habit to play around, because you're just wasting a lot of your time. You're wasting people's time. It's some of the reason why I don't enjoy playing NA solo queue, is I want a game to end in 20-25 minutes. Why? Because it's just a waste of my time. If I play for 5 hours, I may get to play like 2 or 3 games by the time the draft, and if I got an AFK or something, go to the restroom, where, like I said, I can go and practice tool and I can play like 15 games, 20 games in 5 hours, 25 games. And I'll learn a lot more than I will in the 5 hours I wasted playing 3 40-minute long games, getting irritated and frustrated by people that a lot of times on the NA solo queue is people are just playing to irritate other people and they think it's hilarious, so it's not fun to me. Now, I could be wrong, but that's what it feels like to me. So I'm looking at the wordings.
Well played, as Goldley is now starting to mount for both Oscar and Noah.
Yike gets the scuttle crab on the void grubs here, so see, void grubs are up in 20 seconds. Really, Yike has enough time that he can go get the void grubs and then get the dragon in the next 3 minutes.
If you can just escort Oscar in and through what's a bit of a miserable laning phase, I think you're in a good spot as Fnatic.
Broken Blade in trouble now. Should be no way out. Fnatic committing so many resources to the top side. The rest of G2.
And I don't know what Breaking Blade's doing, overextended like that, over the line. I talk about, preach about. He just got punished. And he's really at the line, but he doesn't have flash, so he's going to get punished. Then I'm guessing that Fnatic's going to get the void grubs as well. They got 4 top. So better macro here from Fnatic, because they got time. They can take the void grubs and then rotate down and take the dragon. Really, Fnatic didn't, or G2 didn't really gain much there, because they lost Yike and Yike's flash. So that wasn't a very good trade, because you got Fnatic that are going to get the void grubs, and then Resort's got enough time to come down here and pretty much get the dragon and the scuttle crab vision in this window of 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Consistently being able to be in the positions he needs to, but Fnatic now rotating Noah up to get void grubs. They are outmaneuvering G2 at every step.
I mean, typically, Caitlyn games, you see junglers play for the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
However,
And they G2 lose a ward as well. It's
3 times back-to-back he's been able to make a gank onto Broken Blade work, and the bot lane's just been doing completely fine, even finding kills.
Looking at the itemization, Ornn's got a Bramble Vest already, so Ornn's got 1 item over Renekton.
He's got his boots completed, well, not second upgrade, but he's in a
Zork's got Zeke's Herald already.
And Fnatic, I would argue this has been their best early game so far in the series.
So Fnatic could really force team fights now. They got an item advantage, or got 1 items on all their, looks like just about all their, maybe not their support.
Great heads up in the moment. Just is like, cool, well, you have no flash now, Yike, and the wall is perfect to just pin Yike in against the back of the Raptor pit. It means he's not able to move away.
I mean, the reaction time there, and just the awareness, as you highlighted, it's the fact that, oh, you flashed onto me, I know your flash isn't down, because
So really time to force a fight if you're Fnatic. Humanoid's flash is down. Yike's flash is down. Broken Blade. So really good timing for Fnatic to force a fight down here at the Dragon Pit. I'm guessing that's why G2's sending so many people top and focusing this turret here.
3 for 3 on the
because
grub
it's
bug.
really time to be taking the dragon and worrying about all of this.
Itemized as well with the first item, i.e. 3 members of G2 racing a single Caitlyn for a tower.
Jin, baby, let's go.
Jin haters eat. And by that, Jin haters eating, I mean Dagda.
Look, he has some things he can
He
do. I'm
does
just
some
not-
things good.
Yeah.
I have died to this champ a lot. I'm not a fan of it in pro play, but it has certainly been strong in a lot of metas. So far this game, though, the Caitlyn seems to be offering a little bit more value, but we haven't really seen Hans involved in too many plays just yet. And to your point earlier, Betty, you brought up a great point. They weren't playing for the Caitlyn, but they've done a good job of letting Noah have these isolated resources on the
I
top
know it's
side.
overextended where he could get punished right now, and he doesn't have flash, so...
They could turn it into an advantage.
Okay, he's
But
backing.
it's now turning into an advantage.
He knows better.
Because the fact that you have Broken Blade so far behind, he's not able to bully Oscar in as much as he'd like now with the Thorn.
So Caps is on his Trinity Force.
Caps in these situations with heavy armor prioritization coming through from Roscarinin, that's going to come through for Razork. It becomes very difficult for you to get through this beefy front line because your Jin with Static Shiv isn't going to do it. Caps is the only one that can really try and get through it, but he's not really at a position where he can do it either. So Fnatic keeping this game in an even state is Fnatic already ahead because of these compositions.
See, G2's late. They had timing that they could have done this.
Plant set up decently. Andrews, of course, making sure that at least a little bit of damage will go down onto that tanky front line. Hansama walking up as he reloads the pistol, ready to make a shot. Razor going in, trying to steal the objective. He won't be able to grab that, but the fight looking very heavily Fnatic favored. But now the response, the turn, the burn. They managed to take down Yike, but lose a member in the process. Jun out of the equation. Broken Blade now trying to punish Humanoid, who's overstepped on the sideline, trying to get back onto the tower, but Caps sealing the deal, securing a kill.
You can see how durable this front line of Fnatic really is. Unfortunately, Humanoid is caught off onto the side, making it a 2 for 2, and G2 ultimately happy as they secured the Dragon as well.
I'd be able to secure the tower with it. Oscar in, BB has the Fury.
Recognizing that he would not survive as soon as that tower falls. Oscar trying to make the retreat, searing charge.
It's looking good for G2. They got the 2 dragons.
Got the Drake as well. Crucially, curtain call there onto Noah. Last 2 shots, only one going to connect. Noah doing just fine.
Jun now stepping up. Mickey spots him in the brush, but Noah had to back away. Looks like we're just going to get a bit of a replay of what happened here. But Mickey gets a good hook onto Jun, but he managed to step away. And then as G2 turned towards the
Guess you have a lot of rooting if you're on G2's team comp with the Jhin and the Zyra
and that's where they try and take position.
and the Nautilus route.
Gets a great setup, but the Ornal
The problem is there's a lot of tanky champions on Fnatic, minus the Azir, and you can even build a Azir tanky.
Especially into champions like Sodaron as well, because they just come into you, which makes your ultimate and your plants that much more valuable. But then the counter argument is, but these tanks are great at soaking up all of this damage, which is what they did. Unfortunately for Fnatic, Jun ends up falling because he's not quite as durable.
Don't really know. Over in LCK, I see the lethality item. What's it called? Can't think of the name of it off the top of my head. I don't know why I didn't look here. Jace. Eclipse. Yeah, Eclipse. I knew the name of it. I doubt myself a lot when I'm right or know what I'm talking about. Probably why I haven't got successful in this scene. Like I would like as I lose my voice. Because I doubt myself.
Well, thanks to all the fast
But
clearing and high
normally I see the Eclipse first on the Renekton and then the Black Cleavers. So again, the itemization is kind of odd in my opinion.
I mean, that fight, Razork and Oscar main.
Like you need that combination of the healing and attack damage and lethality you get for Renekton. So
Ready to turn it back when Fnatic overcommit. Jun once again deleted.
You didn't have the damage in tow, though. They end up catching on towards Caps, but Noah can't really step up. Caps is TPing down on towards Human.
I don't know. I guess it's the team comp to me. Like G2, it doesn't really make sense. You're going to have to kite people around, but Nautilus is going to root them. Jin's going to root them. But they all have dashes on Fnatic.
It's interesting how the feel of the game has shifted because the driving force was largely Fnatic within the first 10, arguably even 15 minutes. But after that last fight, you'll notice how G2 now are the ones mitigating the pressure on one side of the map from Fnatic while finding a play of their own on the top side. As we look back at this replay, you'll see they secured themselves the Herald, they dropped that top, trying to secure this tower, and Engage comes in from Jun, and it looks promising.
Zork hit a nice ultimate right there.
Flash out to safety, and now Jun is in that awkward position where in most fights he's likely going to sacrifice his life, but if you don't have the damage to secure a kill, then it's not going to result in much. And I can tell you right now, QSS is going to have a lot of value as we get later into this game.
I was going to say the Merc trade value is there for Caps as well in that last fight. If he didn't have them, the trap would have gone down from Noah, he gets CC'd again, the follow-up's through, and he dies. And then that suddenly looks very, very different for Fnatic. So the itemization for a G2 working wonders for them. But they'll need to try and continue this forward, because again, we're kind of seeing El Clasico for Fnatic, which is leave Humanoid in a side lane on his ear.
Okay, so I'm watching Caps go mid right now. Humanoid's top.
The way it is, you kind of need to keep that creativity as G2 to accelerate it past the point where we hit the 3.
Got the dragon up in a minute.
Fnatic just get to look for team fights.
Now Baron again, 20 minutes. Teams won't really go for Baron unless you're sitting on 2 items. So Broken Blades, nobody's sitting on their 2 items or there yet. Caps is on his 2 items. Except his Manamune is not fully stacked.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to talk about, so Caps is ultimately going to be the problem in this game, but the lockdown as well, if you're out of position, G2 are very quick to punish.
You got to put the front in the front and the back in the back. You cannot let them hit you from the side. That is not, the composition for Fnatic not going to work. And suddenly we have a situation where a 3-1 Caitlyn, who was given so many resources, who individually...
So G2, they, minus they could almost have a 3rd dragon here. Humanoid, or Broken Blade gets caught top here again without the flash, overextended, over the line.
We're just going to get a repeat of Noah here. Tries to finish off the crab, misses the Q, and that's where he ends up taking that step too far forward. Mickey with the lockdown means that you get the guarantee.
Oh, well, yeah, he was overextended, but at least he got the scuttle crab. But G2's going to get their 3rd dragon now, which is, this is how we want G2 to play. We want them to have the dragon as soon as, even though they're like almost 5 minutes behind and could have a 4th one by now, but it's looking a little bit better in this game where they've got 3 dragons at 20 minutes. I don't think they'll take Baron until Broken Blade's on his 2nd item here, even though Yike's on his 2, and so on. 2 items, 2 items, not 2 items yet, not 2 items yet, 2 items. So Mickey's on his Warmogs. Now this is a big advantage here that G2 could really take advantage of at the Baron pit. So this may be a really big advantage with this Warmogs on Mickey X. I mean, he's just ridiculously tanky. So this is nerfed. Now this is something that'll be going on in the LEC for a while. Maybe if Broken Blade had the Eclipse, he might have survived through this more. I think Eclipse has a shield. Yeah, it's got a shield. That's why I think I see the LCK teams taking the Eclipse over the Black Cleaver. Is at 20 minutes, you got a lot of shielding at the Baron fights. I don't even see Black Cleaver Be nice if this wouldn't reset. That's what I was wondering. I think like Broken Blade needed that shielding right there. I've seen it in other games where the shieldings kept Renekton alive. He just gets melted.
I was thinking, oh, this time around it's Razzle that's on the retreat, but no, he was able to just stand his ground, wait for his team to center around his position, and they're able to defend. They get themselves a pick back onto Broken Blade, who even committed his teleport, and Fnatic holding their own.
So again right here, what I see in LCK is the Renektons take the Eclipse. And it would have really added a lot of shielding right there from the Ornn. He would have survived if he had the Eclipse.
Gets massive value out of the Ornn ultimate in that sort of situation. So nicely done by Fnatic to kind of draw G2 into the fight.
It's an awkward game because there are a lot of champions with really long engage ranges, and both teams have champions who are not very good at following up on that. Like Caitlyn, Jhin, outside, yeah, obviously Jhin has the snare,
Yikes,
right?
Flash is down, Broken Blade's teleport is down, Zork's Flash is down, Oscared's teleport is down. So it's 22 minutes. Somebody should be able to take Baron by now. I think Fnatic should be able to take Baron.
Because they're playing AD carries instead of mages. Mages can offer a lot of AoE.
So I don't know what's going on in this game at the moment.
They're champions that can drop like a nuke in the middle of a fight and then just burst someone, hey, we've won the fight. AD carries are much more of the war of attrition, right? They damage you over time. That's why poke.
You know, Oscared should be more around 200 CS. He's sitting at 147. Yikes, showing why I talk about the AP junglers. Zyra is almost near that 200 CS. She's ahead of the Renekton.
Is not the best at bursting through these tanks quickly. The Zyra, yes, over time. The Ezreal over time. All these champions over time will eventually kill a tanky target, but they cannot just blow Razork up so easily unless he's really, really aggressive.
Broken Blade is severely overextended, shoving this lane, which forces Oscarin to call and answer, and he doesn't have a teleport. And Broken Blade doesn't have teleport either.
So far, it seems like Fnatic's front line comes across as stronger.
So Broken Blade should be going over here, and G2 taking this fourth dragon. They should be close to, like I've talked about earlier, the 25-minute window. We want to see G2 close the games out in 25 minutes.
And a huge portion of that is just the numbers advantage they've had on mid-wave. So knowing now actually being able to contest this means you can try and clear some of it out, but the 55 seconds until a potential soul here for G2, but I kind of feel the need to contest, but they're not really in a position to get into River just yet.
And again, both these teams really want their opposition to be
I'm getting better at using Epic Pen, guys.
The Azir, the Caitlyn, incredible in those situations. The Zyra and Jhin.
Ornn, I think he's worth a lot more gold because of the ornaments than most people realize. Like, I always say he's worth about like 10k extra gold.
Doesn't have to be too scared, but Noah has to be incredibly careful.
Look at how much that they're face shipping into as well. Poke from Caps. This is his ideal setup, leveraging the Fog of War to chip away at his opponent's HP, but Fnatic doing the smart thing of using their Warmogs users to face check, knowing that they can tank up the poke, just regenerate back to full.
8 seconds. Fnatic see that they're not on the Drake.
So G2 have the Jhin engage or Jhin ult to engage or disengage. Zyra ult. Caps needs to poke some damage out though, and maybe Hansama gets some Jhin grenades before they completely engage into this team fight. It looks like they didn't. G2 really didn't do anything.
Still standing. Hansama's ult out of the equation, but low health bars mean the Jhin is that much more lethal.
But you're just going to wait to heal it up. You still got those Warmogs that can come through, and now Broken Blade is caught.
Broken Blade, E over the wall, the stun still going to hit.
Just like to see G2 be more decisive in their team call or shot calling. Some indecisiveness, some lag, some hesitation. So Okay, so Fnatic gonna go up here and get the Baron. I don't think G2 can even do anything. Just saw Broken Blade teleport into the bottom lane.
Now it is will be able to disengage. Humanoid finds a nice play. Caps is able to get over the wall, but he's already done what he needs to. The ace in the hole to secure the triple, and then Noah delaying his auto to guarantee the quadra in what was effectively a delay.
G2 now on the back foot. Fnatic send Humanoid top. They're trying to push outside waves. G2 trying to use that moment to catch on here.
Crucially, G2 have the soul.
And so the ornaments, they're called, are gonna really add some extra gold now. We're starting to add the extra gold, like on the IE, on Noah. Wow, Noah's at 8-1 now.
Ultimately, a great punish. Fnatic moved into an area of the map that they were too spread thin to be able to control.
I don't know why Broken Blade's not taking the Eclipse.
So a lot of farm is going to be lost both on top and bot lane. Humanoid and Oscar are going to choose to reset. But we'll see what more they can get from this Baron. A bit of time going to be wasted due to Jun's death.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is you'd kind of set up for these waves to hit on side.
Now Renekton's just gonna keep getting worse and worse. There's no coming back for Renekton.
So G2 had the opportunity to try and heavy force mid, so Fnatic reset, have to try and cover that, so G2 now get to farm up, push back out the waves, and it's, with a minute left, it's only 2 waves that you can play off of on this Rebel
Dragon in 3 minutes, the Elder Dragon.
to get any turret, unless they just 5-man mid lane and try and burst through that mid.
I guess if G2 lose this game, that's another thing too. They
have so much more power in a front to back. If G2
oh well, they got the 4 dragons. Never mind. I forgot. Like
2 minutes 45 seconds when Elder spawns.
Han Sama got the last hit and then they died or something.
At that point, when you have Elder, execution cannot allow them to merge, right? It's just so much power paired alongside Chemtech. So Fnatic have to be good in the execution, cannot allow themselves to let G2 get the setup, and they're willing to fight for it. Sidestep from Jun, Celestial opposition used. Passive expired as Fnatic really want to fight for control of this area.
Yeah, G2 needed to fight before Fnatic got to.
So Jun gets caught there by a Jin root. But Broken Blade just keeps getting melted every time they go in and try to team fight. And there's Mickey's got the Warmogs that makes him tanky, but he's getting melted too.
To hold the line. In fact, they got themselves a kill. I guess the good news from G2 is they've really hamstrung. Been able to push through side lane. That impactful.
So G2 get some farm from Fnatic, so they're starting to maybe get some foothold back into this game.
It's going to be so hard though when you look at the Ornn items starting to come through. 4 items now for Noah. He has that rapid fire cannon that you were talking about already, Draco's.
The Ornn items. I'm a big fan of Ornn support.
It's so difficult to go up against.
It's just, I think he's one of the most OP champions in the game.
The Gigafinity Edge.
Yeah.
Again, I think he adds like 10,000 extra gold into the game by like 30, 40 minutes.
What's the edgiest thing you can think of?
Edge of Sasuke's murder blade.
I felt left out when you two were talking about anime rap earlier on.
There you are.
I think his teleport is just barely down. Caps, that is. Noah's cleanse is down.
I don't know if that's what that word means. G2.
40 seconds.
This is a part of the game where somebody's trying to catch somebody out and then burst them down or go all in on it, and then usually you'll win the team fight. Then it's just trying to get somebody just barely out of place, and the players are spamming their buttons and trying to like catch somebody barely out of place. And then you can engage on them. The Ezreal ult really didn't do much, as Caps just tickled somebody with his ult. So Elder Dragon, this may be game deciding here. Looks like Humanoid's going to be a little late to the party.
G2, can they find the angle? Fnatic setting up, grouping as 5, both sides hoping to find the engage, hoping to find the force. Jun kicking things off.
Let's see. This epic pen is really annoying sometimes, trying to use with YouTube, because you gotta hit the button or you gotta completely stop it and close the epic pen, and then when I get in a fight like this I have to go clear back. Restart it all over again. So I can pause. So Hansama starts the Elder Dragon up. I haven't really done much about the vision in this series.
Available, but the Elder started.
We might just have to flip it, boys. Fnatic. G2. Can they find the angle? Fnatic setting up, grouping as 5, both sides hoping to find the engage, hoping to...
Somebody had their flash there and just engaged. I think it was Rel. Just
2. Can they find the angle? Fnatic setting up, grouping as 5, both sides hoping to find the engage, hoping to find the force. Jun kicking things off. Broken Blade immediately ulting, but he doesn't find access to... Hoping to find the engage, hoping to find the force. Jun kicking things off. Broken Blade immediately ulting, but he doesn't find access to the backline yet. Caps as of now untouched. Dragon no longer the focus for either side as Jun is getting chipped away.
Broken Blade really didn't get to do anything in that fight. He kept Humanoid out for a while and then just gets melted down. Now maybe this allowed G2 to get the Elder Dragon, or so Broken Blade keeping Humanoid at bay up here allowed G2 to get the damage, get enough damage to take the Elder Dragon down.
G2 barely managed to keep that fight together long enough to get the Elder Dragon, and for Caps to
But
fire
they're
off
also a
shot
couple
after
K
missing
gold
shot
behind.
to keep Fnatic in check.
An incredibly tense fight. The front line doing what they can. Mickey there to soak up a lot of the engage. Yike in a bit of a dangerous spot, but nothing really follows up on the back.
Nice.
Broken Blade is zoning Humanoid away from really following up the engage, while Caps is at a nice angle to get some good damage down. It ends up being a 4 versus 4 as we move into the second half of the fight.
Yeah, and this is where keep your eye on Yike's health bar. He moves up here, but one shot.
The Jin ult helped really disengage Fnatic right there.
Goes in to deny Fnatic any sort of follow-up, buys the time for Yike to get that Elder Dragon, and then Caps and Hansama, they have to put on a clinic. Every shot has to be precise.
So G2 are taking the Baron. Looks like Fnatic really can't do much about this. Humanoid doesn't have flash.
That looks good, but he didn't get to do anything for the first 30 seconds of that fight.
Well, the biggest problem that we saw was Oscar.
And we want G2 to close this out in 25 minutes.
Right on the edge of a knockup. So it meant that he couldn't
And
get
we're already at 33 minutes. They have the Elder. They've got the Baron buff now, so hopefully they can break into Fnatic's base here.
Wearing every single buff in this game. Caps stepping up.
Oh, that's easier than I thought.
The buff still standing. 39 seconds. Fnatic really cannot afford to take a fight until those buffs fade away, but their base might be the first to fall. If they don't fight now, trying desperately to clear the wave.
The Ezreal Qs are really just tickling Oscarin and not doing much on Ornn. 20 seconds left on the Elder Baron. Now would be the time to force some type of team fight. Humanoid doesn't have his flash, so he would be the one to catch out somewhere. This Humanoid's in the back line. So the Ornn ult was more of a disengage.
Stepping away, Fnatic not going to be able to chase them out completely. There is wards behind if Fnatic really want to try and commit to this, but looks like they just are more interested in trying to defend their tier 2s. Razork steps up, BB.
They get the wave, that's the crucial part. Fnatic doing a good job of just clearing out the minions to keep their structures alive.
And again, Mickey kicking the fight off, just getting a little bit of poke down, trying to get space for the rest of his team, but so much of this game has just been about range.
And it's the lack of the engage range for Fnatic that's hurting them right now. Oscar and Razork now.
Okay, so we're 35 minutes into the game. You should be at 350 CS. And so Oscarin's at 219. Renekton's good bit behind. Yike is staying up there. But again, Yike could maybe be around 300 as well at this point. Like teams after like 20, 30 minutes, start getting lazy and stop farming the CS. And that's another reason why the LPL teams and LCK teams get ahead is here around the 30-minute window, 40-minute, they stop farming. And then they get all of the farm on the AD, and then the AD just gets dove and caught out or targeted in a fight, and like you really need to distribute the CS much more evenly. Like these waves right here that are just going to waste. So Elder Dragon in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Looks like G2 had to recall, so they all recalled. Should be getting ready for the next Elder Dragon. There's no vision down here. There's one control ward from Fnatic. But you should be on, well, like almost 4 or 5 items now. 4 items. So Hansama's on 4 items. Caps is on 4 items. Yikes on 4 items. Broken Blades on 3.5 items.
The only real tank shred you have is Caps with a Shrivel's Grudge is not really going to be enough. So again, this is where it feels like there's just not enough.
Elder Dragon in 50 minutes or 50 minutes, 50 seconds. So this should be the game decider here. I'm not a fan of 40-minute long games. And it's like I can sit here and watch it, but it's just I know people get bored and don't pay attention, so it just feels like a huge waste of time. If people weren't bored and turned off by these long games, it'd be all right with me, but they're not. And then teams really start making mistakes after 30 minutes, 40 minutes. That's basically why I'm not fans of them. I mean, I sit here and watch them. But it seems like most fans, they get turned off and bored. So I don't know what G2 were thinking or doing here either, because like, why not just take the Elder Dragon? I didn't see what the mistake was while I was talking. Okay, so G2, you'll see Broken Blade has teleport. Because he could always recall, and Caps could recall and come back. Humanoid's ult is down, or Flash is down, Noah's cleanse is down. Yeah, the thing about Jhin, I guess, is you got to do most of your damage through an ult.
But they're playing off of the mid pressure. They know that super creeps can finish off when Nexus third, which is why Broken Blade plays so aggressive against down. But there's the TP behind. Yike!
They're trying to take down Hansama. They're debating what is the actual target here. They're focused a little bit.
Hans is a speedy boy. They're starting this. He's keeping it taco right
So they got the Broken Blade, Caps teleport. G2, that is. Humanoid doing a really good job here, keeping Mickey X out of the fight.
If you sleep on your side, I bet you hate your pillow, and this is why. They might be as fluffy as a cloud, but
Are you kidding me?
52 seconds on Broken Blade. Razork's still up,
but they're playing off of the mid pressure. They know that super creeps can finish off on Nexus third, which is why Broken Blade plays so aggressive against down. But there's the TP behind. Yike!
They're trying to take down Hansama. They're debating what is the actual target here. They're focused a little bit.
Hans is a speedy boy. They're starting this. He's keeping it taco right now, Betty.
I feel like my VOD even rewound when I hit skip.
willing to flip it all here. Mickey finding the lockup. Humanoid off to the side. They can just delete the support. But
So Oscaron's doing a lot of work there, just running into the carries.
from downtown from Noah, it's not going to matter too much. G2 now retreating. Yike likely to die in the process. They get the buff, but they lose 3.
And now they can go towards the Baron. 30 seconds. Yike's not going to be up in time. It's an Elder for Baron trade. Fnatic.
But this is where you start getting into the analysis, analytical work, and it's just so many mistakes to clean up, and that like you can only really do the coaching work about like 20 or 30 minutes into the game, and then it gets out of hand because players get lazy and start making too many mistakes. Fnatic are keeping the Baron away from G2.
Baron without humanoid, like it's just Noah at the damage dealer. So, but look, they're going to lose the bottom base. You still have Demolish on towards Broken Blade, so that's going to be another inhibitor turret down.
And at this point, really it doesn't really matter. Like if Fnatic win a team fight, the respawn timers are so long that they should be able to go just close the game out quick enough.
Super locked in. The team fights are incredibly close, but we look back at it's going down, but then he finds Caps, he makes the play.
Hours that Yike put in and then sets up towards the top, but
and correct me wrong here, does everyone in the house right now want 5 games of this? Am I wrong? Yes, thank you. Me too, this is insane!
Caps teleports down, Broken Blades teleport is down, Resork's flash is down, Humanoid's flash is down.
I'm gonna die actually, I can't handle it, so let's tone it down a little bit for my health, but otherwise this is incredible. Now though, we are sitting in absolute, complete, total...
And like just doing like this VOD review or casting, it gets out of hand where you're like, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to talk about.
Because I haven't been keeping track anymore. Yeah. Fnatic have it, but it's not going to matter. It's literally all fight and execution. The carries are now so strong. The armor pen is coming through. I have no idea who will win this.
Yeah, we're in an interesting situation.
Elder Dragon in 3 minutes.
Can't really kill the tanks, but they have found ways to kill the carries.
If they go around the tanks.
But the only way to kill the carries usually costs them a carry or 2 of their own.
Yes.
So most of the fights just end in this awkward stalemate, where to G2's credit, they often get the objective.
Now,
even if Fnatic is able
I will say one thing that might really help Fnatic, or they're playing into 380 champions, and they have 3 Warmogs. So they're going to be really hard to take down at this point. 3 Warmogs.
Tanks in these scenarios is, hey, can we get a creative TP ward, or can we do that? Well, the TP's are only just coming back off cooldown for G2, but there is no wards inside. Look towards something else. There is the only one that I want to point out.
Fnatic just taking advantage of the Baron buff, which just now worn out.
On the top side, but that was kind of the only thing you can look at. Instead, they're just going to... At this stage, they're just sending Razork through these side lanes because he's the only one that's not full built.
Yeah, they're just funneling gold into him right now.
Your keys. You never get your key.
I don't really... There's like not much I can really analyze or talk about really here. Caitlyn's got her boots sold for a Zephyr.
G2 clearly have a formula, and it's resulted in a game state like this where it's really up for anyone to grab.
1 minute and 15 seconds until the Elder Dragon. It feels like in this current
I just think like the Renekton, really a lot of it's just the Renekton later on after 30 minutes starts becoming useless. And now you've got an Ornn with Warmogs.
Noah, he has his G8 back up and available. And both teams just chipping away.
This just comes down to execution in the team fight. A little bit of vision trying to creep forward for G2. Humanoid taking damage.
Sent to Yike though.
I mean, double Bloodthirster is so big here. The poke just doesn't stick on G2 the way it does on Fnatic right now. Noah at least able to heal up. Humanoid doesn't have that luxury.
He does have the TP available if he gets too low though. But yeah, look at the positioning. Jun, Oscar, and Razor making a very effective wall.
The Warmog's body block.
All scared, gets caught by a root there from Jin.
Decent damage on the Broken Blade. Excellent ult coming in from Caps, but now the immediate fall from Oscar.
Oh, Renekton gets probably immediately melted. He was the first one hit by the Ornn ult.
Trying desperately to heal up, but the curtains have now been called. He's trying to find room to maneuver, trying to find room to play. He instantly goes in on a Yike. Decent damage coming in with the build-up for Peacemaker. It all needs to come down to Noah. The hook not going to connect. His movement is clean. One more empowered auto. Hansama getting lower and lower off to the side. One carry left. 3v3, but they're chasing down Broken Blade now. Ace in the hole. Not going to finish the job. 3 members standing, but Razork determined to take the top laner out.
I think that's game.
Likely to fall, but only 3 stacks to the permafrost.
I don't know why Razork and Noah are chasing Broken Blade down. They're just wasting time. They could be closing the game out. The Elder Dragon's up. I mean, really, Broken Blade was just kiting them around to waste time so G2 could go for the Elder Dragon. Man, only if Ornn had unsealed spellbook on this game instead of the Grasp of the Dying, you'd probably be able to take that Elder Dragon away. I think that's game for Fnatic. Or it's Fnatic's over here taking the Baron. So Broken Blade gets knocked up by the Ornn ult, which that's one of G2's engages besides the Zyra ult and the Jhin ult, the Nautilus ult.
Noah feels so confident. He gets so much health back that they're able to win out the fight.
And this is the power of a full build Caitlyn, right? The traditional crit 80 carry.
I think if Broken Blade would have won Eclipse, and around that first Baron fight, he would have probably survived, and might have turned this game around. I mean, he's still staying ahead of the Ornn and farm, like the gold farm. I think that was game number 3. We've only got 2 more to go. Hopefully they're not like 50 minutes long like this. And I may skip through a little bit more in the next 2 games. I don't know, because I'm turning into like a 6-hour stream now. So there's game number 3. But I'm going to take my AFK and probably have to make another cup of tea. And I will be back here on the next level with Sodaron. Alright, and welcome back to the next level with Sodaron. I am the aforementioned Sodaron, the wizard of LOL Esports. And here we are with this G2 vs Fnatic series, which I was dreading this series a little bit here because I knew it would be like a 6-hour stream or 8 hours or however long it takes because we still have 2 more games. So I'm going to go ahead and get into the fourth game here. And so again, I thought I didn't hit my mute button again. Have nightmares about this.
You said it already. Ban Azir.
Ban Azir. So G2's on the blue side yet again. Zeri ban again. Ashe ban. Tristana ban. Nidalee ban. Azir ban. And the Rumble ban. So will G2 take the Sejuani away from Fnatic this time? That's what I would probably do. Okay, 1. 1. 2. 2. These aren't rankings, it's just the number of picks. This is the first pick, these are both the second pick. And Fnatic are gonna play AP jungle into the AP counter jungler.
Rezok is on an enabler, and then of course that then turns into all of these front-to-back compositions, and like you say, Shox, it is confidence. Now it's a one-to-one jungle matchup where Rezok should have a little bit more agency, but again,
2,
it's about
3,
how the late game teamfight actually
4.
start to pan out, because if G2 now is gonna dip into a more stable composition, much like what Fnatic
Yeah,
is showing us,
it would be really funny if they like
it would be hilarious. Like
yeah.
Corki hover. It's probably gonna
So
be-
finally, the G2 take the Corki this game.
A picture-in-picture somehow of perks? Is that
I don't know the Corki and Dilution
Oh, yeah.
stats, but let me look.
I don't have the head.
Do we have it somewhere? I don't know. Maybe we'll
I don't know why this resets every time.
For the next boss game, I'm gonna be Corki for
He
next
has a
boss game.
gag. I think it's coming.
Yeah. Also, this is a banger draft, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
I really like Fnatic going for that. Like, they made them think Sejuani is OP, and now they're gonna show them how to win with Brand.
Corki and Dilution.
Like a high IQ play, you know? It's
Corki
like-
wins against Lucian 56% of the time.
It's a doubt, but let's see how it goes.
I do like this Varus though, because right now you're trying to neutralize a little bit of what Red Side can do to you, because right now this Varus is a little bit of a flex, even though it's not so great on
4,
on ATC.
5.
Probably Hans going back to comfort. I would say so. I think
4, 5. So Fnatic take the Leona away from G2,
and it's because no matter
which
who
is
goes,
probably good because I'm sure Leona's good into locking down any type of AD like Varus or Corki.
like, what they're really good at is like winning lane and punishing the bot lane.
Yeah.
So I feel like they're gonna be looking for some kind of counter pick and getting the smash.
Olaf ban, I don't.
They've already accomplished the, gang humanoid off the Azir. If they can then shut down Noah just straight up through, well, slamming ganks 24/7 bot, Varus is probably the perfect champion.
Don't really know why the Olaf. Must be some type of pick that they might see in the scrims.
And Draven. Actually, Draven is
And Renata Glask ban.
Not the hyper carry anymore.
Yeah.
So it sounds
But I
like,
guess if they're
or
doing
looks
some
like,
stuff,
G2's worrying about Fnatic taking Callista.
Though with the Olaf and the Jax bans, either Varus top
The
or
Jax
they
ban.
they can still pivot later on.
I
into
guess
the
those
next
champs are
round,
good
or-
against Sejuani as well. Olaf and Jax. They're good against Sejuani, so they're maybe just removing that from the equation. The Kai'Sa Leona into Varus is cocky, because this is like something that like.
So Fnatic take the Kai'Sa away from G2.
Braum and Renata are taken away, so I mean maybe they just go for an Nautilus and like handshake the slightly winning matchup instead of like hard win matchup.
Well, even if it's hard winning matchup, this series has always been about 3v3 mid, so it's not like you would get a big lead. Even Noah in the previous game, he was a monster on Caitlyn, but it hasn't been the story about bot lane at all. It was mostly
Okay,
about...
so this is the Varus stuff.
Okay, so G2 take Misfortune
a little risky,
and Rel.
but it
It
is,
is the Varus
it is
stuff.
See what the stats say about this. Misfortune's good. 53% win into Kai'Sa. Misfortune wins against Rel. So Misfortune's good into Leona and Kai'Sa.
one of the only ways where you get
So
a-
Fnatic's bottom lane gets out-drafted or out-picked.
because a lot of the pressure from,
So G2 have a much, it's looking like a much stronger
even though
draft in this game than Fnatic, minus maybe the top laner, because it looks like the Varus will be going into the top lane again.
Like I feel like you just pick a tank. Oh, it's the moon that you were talking about. No, it's not.
It's not.
But I think you just go a tank. and
So
you go full armor
Fnatic
and
picked the
you're happy with,
Renekton.
like, how the draft panned out
I
there.
gotta... Game 4. So these again are the drafts. This is just the draft page.
I think you just go a tank and you just build full armor and you're really happy with like how the draft panned out. They have 0 magic damage.
I would have preferred the tank approach, because right now you do have a person that is always going to be crying because he's not having fun in the game, and it's hard. Well, metaphorically crying, of course. He's not going to be crying on stage, but Rene
You never know. Like, he might just be like, he might just be like, Razor, come top, man. I can't.
it is really, really hard.
All right, let's get into the game here.
You are here
Again, we're trying to do some analytical analysis, coaching stuff.
Hang on. We're gonna talk about this. Can we go to the top lane, please, observers? Both supports are cooking. They are.
We got 2 trinket wards this game, or at least right now.
And they both.
Both supports up here. I'm guessing they're gonna put their wards down to help their top laners, and go back and switch for the sweeper lens. Mickey X gets the better ward, the deeper ward,
I'm sorry, but this is a wrong
which will give Broken Blade a slight advantage and the beginning of the laning phase.
Just a little heart. Yeah.
The real question for me is, so if you are quick enough with wards, you can click them. You can run your mouse cursor up to the top left corner, and underneath them, the health bar, there's a little thing that'll tell you whose ward that is, if you're quick enough. So I'm curious if they actually know if it's the enemy support that was up there, if they were quick enough, or if they think it might just be the ward for the enemy top laner.
It's a good question. Will they be overconfident?
So Zork's getting a leash here, and I've said this before, like Brand seems weaker when you're starting on the blue side as opposed to the red side. The game I played that I have in my channel where I went 12-0 on Brand, I started on the blue side, and now again, I don't know why Yike is not taking this HP pot, and I think it may harm him early when he goes to gank and make some type of early trade. My buddy, what's up here? Come on, JD. Okay. He really doesn't like these long series like this. Okay, sit down, JD. Okay.
Yeah, that was funny.
Well, it would have been if it was intentional. Instead, it was a big accident.
Yeah, it was a big accident. That's true.
Yeah, a bit of an oopsie. Unsurprisingly, level 1, Misfortune, obnoxious champion to lane against. Does not get any easier for at least the first few levels. No, of course, forced to take cleanse here, as is Han Solo.
So Humanoid gets his ward in the middle of the river, which again allows him to lane and overextend and play safe on this side of the map. Now over here he doesn't know, so he has to kind of stay away from his left side, which is a great time for Mickey X to come in and make some type of gank.
Been here enough times. He wants to wait for the dash cooldown before he's going to step up again.
I mean, the calm has come through, right? The support missing, and so he's like, yeah, he's probably mid.
There he is.
He would be right, because he's already...
And Jun gets the Scryer's Bloom there, which gives vision on Mickey X.
Zork here too. Bit more poke down. Isn't going to matter too much. Just hoping to crash the wave, but
all right.
the boss bomb in the process, not ideal.
Now, another advantage of the Corki again too is his Q gives you vision on these side brushes. So, and you have the W to get out of, you know, freely or safely, like a dodge or a dash or whatever you call it. Razork looks like he's going to get caught out. Now, here's the thing where I think if Yike had the HP pot right here, he would have won this trade. So I don't know why Yike does this where he doesn't take the HP pot. I guess it's so he can get a control ward like this on the next back. But that was a play where it cost him, and I think that they got baited. G2 that is, and he almost, like he forgot he didn't have that HP pot for the trade. So Broken Blade gets a solo takedown. Humanoid's flash is down, his teleport's down, Oscarid's teleport is down.
supports get involved. Razork finds a kill back after getting isolated, after losing his
Now
mid
G2
lane.
have much
The bot lane
more
skirmish.
river dominance here in these wards.
I look away for 1 second here, Bob. And they start killing each other. We got 5 kills in 4 minutes.
And it was great here because you kind of look and go, all right, well, we've already backed away. So Cap's in a position where at least he can try and follow up. But yeah, Mickey just seen his opportunity, immediately jumps forward, has the flick back over. Caps gets incredibly low here, has to try and flash away. And at this stage, Yike thinks he's got BB coming down, but BB decides to go back up towards top lane. So this is where
So if Yike had this HP pot,
doesn't really have the damage to try and follow up.
I think he would have won that trade.
Not quite going to get it, Valkyrie. Now all of G2 descending.
So Yike uses his flash.
He's just going to walk away. Humanoid trying to stand tall. Good damage comes in from the brand, but Humanoid ultimately a little over aggressive. G2 quick to
It's a game where I'd like to see G2 maybe focus the dragon at 5 minutes in the game here and not worry about accelerating the top lane, because Broken Blade's already into a winning lane matchup. But I think the teams just think the Void Grubs are too strong. Now, I've seen like G2 when they really want to win, when it's like a third game and they must win, they will get the dragon at 5 minutes and then they will go and get the Void Grubs as a team. So maybe G2 know better and they're just trying some different stuff, trying to limit test.
I feel like they're passing the baton off left, right, and center. Like they're just ready to
Got
go.
a support ward upstairs, up in the top lane.
Mickey being a nice guy, holding the wave for Broken Blade as well, meaning that even after his death, he's not going to lose really too much in terms of farm.
I knew when I saw those two wards go down that the supports were just going to be bloodthirsty this
wards.
game. It was the wards. It was, but I mean, great flash here from Razork, and because Broken Blade had already got engaged on earlier on, he had no flash to follow up, so Oscar immediately flashes in to get the Ruthless Predator, and then just about able to finish. But
So Fnatic are getting the Void Grubs here, which Brand solos him a lot faster than what Sejuani does. So like, I really think that G2 should have just went for the dragon at 5 minutes, because it's getting close where you're halfway to the next dragon spawning. If
Damn, I mean, I swear if we were to look at proximity stats to bot lane, Mickey will have spent more time with Caps than he would have with Hans this game. I mean, the
Mickey
man
X is
roaming.
going in here and getting a deep ward,
The Jun has to drop
going to
a
clear out a control ward,
the bot side of the map.
while G2 take the dragon.
Yeah, they have no control over that. Razork taking the long way around because he's suspicious. He doesn't realize that they're on the Drake just yet. Relying on the control ward to give him the safety to secure.
Now Mickey X is kind of playing like a human ward right here, or a moving ward, a walking ward, a ward with legs.
Step up, you can see once again just going to rush an early bloodthirster, it looks like, just to make sure that he can continue to be a nuisance to Noah. Step up, knock down some of those plates. Is good damage onto Broken Blade, but Oscar has to be so careful. If he doesn't all in, it's
Now would be the time to come gank Broken Blade or Oscarin in the top lane. They don't have their flashes.
instantly here to cover.
If the root had
I think that's what's going on here. In the mid lane, they know Humanoid's flash is down.
Weird alternate reality where bot lane doesn't matter.
See where the Corky's Q allows him to see in the brush. It's one of the big reasons why they're playing Corky mid. I said you're allowed to play aggressively safe.
to mid lane. So, I mean, it's almost like both Mickey and Jun have decided which AD carry they actually want to play with. And,
It's like every parent's favorite question. Which child is your favorite? Not a dangerous question at all. Not going to cause any trauma.
Looks like Broken Blade's gonna get ganked here, which is a great time. His flash is down, so he's overextended over this line that I talk about. It looks like he's gonna pay for it.
Razork and Broken Blade, the only one suffering for it. Nice kill on the top side.
And this has been nice from Oscar Inen. This matchup that he opted in towards was a little bit suspect of when he initially did it, but he's been doing a great job of trading.
So Yike gets his Zeke's convergence here. He's on his first item.
To camp him as well. So overall, Fnatic doing a good job of trying to keep this massive AD carry.
I'm learning how to use Epic Pen slowly.
And I think we're being reminded why Brand has often been the highest priority when it comes.
So Dragon up in 3 minutes.
Zyra controls space.
Void Grubs up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. A lot of skirmishes going on here. That was good that G2 got the flash out of Jund, so now I'm sure that this Leona is going to be the main engage for Fnatic, so the flash ult is going to be very important, and he will not have this. Oh, he's got Hextech flash. I got baited by the Riot. Well, I don't know. It just shows the regular flash, and then it switches over.
You'll see Yike in position to do so.
Now Oscar thinks this is an opportunity to go all in. Yike on the way forward, but the initial
Oscarid's flash is down, so that's a great time to make a play, and Yike had ultimate.
Oscar thought he had the angle, but G2 exactly where they needed to be.
I mean, it's just a jungle fiesta on the top side of the map.
Now what do you do at this point? It looks like he's taking the Scuttle Crab, and he'll probably go mid lane here to help relieve pressure from Caps. Mickey X is here as well.
But we kind of take stock of the game. Grubs in favor of Fnatic, Dragon in favor of G2. The next set of Grubs is going to be spawning soon. Caps needs to get a reset off, but he has the TP available, setting G2 up in a position to kind of spend
A lot of health potions in this game.
Back out onto the map, you can see Jun doing a quick recall, very close to level 6 as well. Maybe he can spend some time in mid lane to get that level up, which can give Fnatic an opportunity to then fight for the Grubs with that level advantage.
Razork already hovering as Caps fights for mid lane control. Humanoid feeling confident in the 1v1.
Looks like Resork starting the Void Grubs up now.
At this point in the game,
Razork gonna melt through these Grubs, and Yike nowhere to be seen. So 6 Grub buff for Fnatic secured. Renekton having that push.
And so I guess G2 looks like G2 was playing in a dive down here. They were hoping that Noah was there, or
so Fnatic a little bit more pressure on them to build an early lead. It's not quite as clear, cut and dry between who is going to outscale in the front to backs, but Fnatic certainly more tools early on.
I think the fact that Oscar has been doing such a good job against BB.
looks like Yike and Mickey X are setting up. Oh, here comes Han Sama too. So there's some play going on mid here, which Humanoid's very low HP.
Hey, instead we're going to use push mid for Caps to threaten mid, threaten a potential bot dive, but it hasn't really netted them anything, and it's been Fnatic who are still slowly but surely getting the farm that they kind of want. Yes,
hopefully, so G2 will take the dragon here in 30 seconds. Now they really should be able to take the dragon because they got Resork. I don't know why. Would rather just see them go straight and take the dragon and then recall.
Maybe looking towards that dragon as well, just trying to see if again Fnatic can try and use.
You know, I know
advantage that they should have from Razork.
they have to worry about Humanoid and Fnatic, but there's just some hesitation and lag from decision making. I think they could have, with those 3, went and took the dragon really quick and then recalled, and Fnatic wouldn't have been able to do anything.
Off to the side, Humanoid has to be careful. We'll already start to backstep. You can see Han's wandering mid as well. You highlighted it earlier, Betty, but because of the strut movement speed buff, very easy for Han Sama to move around the map. As a 2v2 in mid lane, once again, support's letting us know who their favorite child is. Humanoid getting out, Yike on the way in though, not the 2v2 they were hoping for. Colin coming in.
Oh, they just took a lot of damage from Humanoid's ult. Yike took a lot of damage. Nice outplay from Han Sama. He got Noah's flash. There's really a greedy play from Noah.
Some crazy outplays across the map. Humanoid with some nice side steps in the mid lane. Han Sama with some of his own in the bot lane. Caps now in some serious danger.
And Caps is very overextended here in Fnatic's jungle.
It's the ultimate distraction. They didn't realize Caps was in the bush. They thought it was Yike.
Oh,
well, he still might be in trouble, but no, Mickey
No, Caps got out of there. It was good teamwork on G2 to get Caps out of the enemy jungle.
They didn't expect him to just stay still.
Well, Caps, fireball bounces back and forth. They will at least get the flash out.
But they should be taking the dragon.
But did opt to try to walk back into mid.
Yeah, we'll have to sit around to connect this wave. So Broken Blade trying to get onto Oscar and
continuing to step up, walking into melee range, but he is just not scared of that Renekton.
That is some damage coming out from Broken Blade.
Broken Blade's got, what, 2 solo takedowns now? 3. So he's sitting on a Kraken Slayer.
The dragon is up. But let's look back at the play in mid.
Yeah, but it's where you see Humanoid knows that Jun is going to be coming across. I think they can take the 2v2. Mickey gets a great engage with Yike being here, but it's the damage that Humanoid's able to do.
And so Fnatic are taking the dragon. I don't know why G2 needs to be taking the dragon unless they're playing with their food. I'm not trying to make excuses for them, but they really should be taking the dragons. Unless it's something like they don't want to show the other teams how to win.
Good initial play onto, or trade I should say, but then the passive gets procced from no.
Can you creep line tank one of the Q shots coming through from no? I didn't quite see there.
I still think it wouldn't have been enough damage. Okay. But yeah, because the Kraken proc from Noah wasn't quite enough either. Yeah, either way, very close. Hansama gets himself a kill. The other thing I'll say is, in that last skirmish, all of G2 was just focusing Jun while his W was up, right? Like, he was able to tank.
This is the point of the game. If you're an AD in solo queue and you keep saying, well, I win my lane, but my teammates are bad and I lose. At 15 minutes in the game, you want to be in the mid lane if you're a bottom laner, and you let your top laner and your mid lane, side lane they call it, in these side lanes. So Yike and Mickey X working together to get jungle and vision down, which is good. So while Scared gets caught out.
Sadly, Jun not close enough. Maybe the solar flare comes down. Broken Blade just being zoned away as Humanoid tries to get the pressure here, but you can see how far Hansama is pushed up mid lane. He's so fast, he is unconcerned. Seeing Fnatic on the bottom side, he knows he can just keep the pressure up here, and Noah has to be careful.
Cops is on the tier 2.
Dragon in 3 minutes with the Void Grubs, or Void Grub Rift Herald live, which Yike's going for the Rift Herald right now.
80s are level 12 and level 11. Supports are level 7 and level 6. Laning does not exist.
Broken Blade teleporting down to the bottom lane to go against Humanoid. Humanoid doesn't have flash, so he's overextended. You can make a play on him.
Very quickly converted this into a lot of map control. Like, the bot tower was secured, Hansama rotated to mid, they readjusted the lane assignments, they put Broken Blade down towards bot, top gets secured, top tier 2 is very low, mid tier 2 is very low, TP now.
And it looks like Broken Blade's gonna get teleported on and dove. He's got flash up.
In the nick of time to finish the job.
They wanted to try and funnel the kill onto Noah. He committed the ultimate as well.
So Caps is gonna go in this side lane and shove his lane. If you're an AD, again, you want to be in this mid lane here at 15 minutes. Mainly, it's after the first turret's down. And Broken Blade's he's assigned to this lane.
The side lanes. It's Broken Blade and Hansama who are building up these massive individual advantages, and you can see it paying off there where, by all means, Broken Blade steps too far, they should be able to punish, but he's just too strong individually and manages to make it a 1-for-1. Fnatic now responding to the Herald, doing what they can to hold on, but this is a 5k gold lead for G2, and the game is very rapid.
Baron up in 2 minutes. Again, at this point, G2 could have 3 dragons instead of 1, so they're basically about 10 minutes behind. Because you should have 190 CS right now, so while Scared's very behind.
It's very similar to what G2 did in game 2. The main difference is
See, Hansama sitting on the perfect CS. You can distribute this where all your laners, we see it, the LEC, like, you can have that much farm at this time in the game. Yikes on his 2 items, so maybe G2 will take the Baron early, like at 20 minutes. I'm sure once Caps backs, he'll have his man immune, not fully stacked, but
trade. A 4 versus 5 that G2 tried to force. The initiation from Mickey looked spectacular.
So the teams are going to recall and back.
Misfortune's ultimate was already used at the you can see the
and it's over eager on their cooldowns, and that's the big thing, right? Sejuani's so good for starting those fights, but if you
so Dragon's live.
What the turn can do from this Fnatic composition,
okay.
punish. And a 5K gold lead is very quick.
Yike doesn't have flash. Broken Blade doesn't have flash. Hansama's cleanse and flashes down. Mickey X is going to engage on John and gets instantly melted. Yike is got his Warmogs, but he's just not that tanky to 1 vs 5. Because Humanoid's on his 2 items, 2.5 items. Brand's on his 2 items. Renekton's on 1.5 items. Kaiser's on 1.5 items. So a little bit of a greedy play. And I think at this point, like, it's like me. I'm struggling in this VOD review. I've got 5 games I've got to VOD review. That's at least 5 hours that I'm going to have to sit here, give or take, plus take breaks and have the energy. And plus, before I did this VOD review, I'd been up for 8 hours or so in my day. So, you know, got to conserve my energy, or like, players are starting to get tired at this time, so they start to really make mistakes, or the Red Bull is starting to crash. I'm really against energy drinks. That's why I drink tea and try to slow myself down and pace myself. I'm afraid to drink coffee because I'll be and saying a lot of misinformation. Where I think coffee energy drinks, they make people very nervous. I see the kids sweating and all this stuff, like, you get, I'm sure, very nervous on stage. And so when you get into like these 5 games here, they've been on stage for 4 or 5 hours, they're starting to get tired and wanting to get the games over quickly. So all I'm saying is that might be the type of play we saw where Yike went in 1 vs 5 and then didn't survive. Now Broken Blade's on his 3rd item. So he's got a pretty big advantage over the Renekton that's on 1.5. 1 3/4. So it's getting to be like a pretty big gold advantage here. 43, like 3K. But I try to just match up the items, like, okay, so Yike's on 2 items. Corky's sitting on 2 items with a full Manamune. He just got taken down. Onsama's on 1.5 items. Mickey X is on 2 items. Or on 2.5. And Noah's on 2.5. Humanoid's on 2.5 items. It's Broken Blades. He's taking good advantage of the Baron buff. Remember, we won a 25-minute goal at G2's closing these games out this soon.
They're going to reset, though. They're going to reset. They want to spend their gold. It's G2 that end up with the map advantages, getting value.
Let's see, Broken Blade just got the Seeker's Arm Guard. So this will help with their team fights, their engage or disengage.
But now 2 Fnatic members are being shepherded without any real support. The TP comes through, but they're running away from the support. Mickey ends up securing that kill. He's hesitant about whether he wants to jump over the wall immediately. He realizes he's tanky enough to wait a little bit longer.
So that Warmogs really heals up Mickey X right here.
Doesn't have the flash, gets ultied down, and an inhibitor is secured in the top lane.
And Fnatic thought that was their moment. They saw that Broken Blade was on top side with no TP, so they were like...
So this right here in this situation is kind of bait, wanting somebody from G2 to come over here and chase Humanoid, but they're doing the right thing, pushing into the enemy base. Got the Dragon up in less than a minute. Got the Baron up. Or no, they got the Baron right now.
She has so much movement.
They could just keep applying pressure because Humanoid's missing over here. It looks like Caps is recalling though, but he should be able to teleport in. I would say Caps will teleport here. Humanoid's teleporting up here as well.
Still standing, that's going to be crucial. Man advantage for the side of Fnatic if they can live this one out, but they need to heal, they need more time, they need more life. The health bars might just not be big enough. Mickey body blocking.
So this is the type of game we want to see out of G2. We want to see him close out in 25 minutes.
With so much confidence, they're not sure if they want to go for this. Recall now coming in from Oscar. Oscar can zoom out and delete that MF if he gets the angle. G2 split on the call, playing with a lot of confidence, but their confidence is misplaced. They might get a kill, but it's going to cost them so.
So now we got a G2 should have had the game closed out there. It's a lot of being lazy or trying to close it out too fast.
Which is one of the main tank tools, and Humanoid then just unloads back towards his Nexus. I think that's the first time I've ever seen a Lucian go this direction with the Coley.
Hansama, Mickey X, they take a bunch of damage there from Humanoid's ultimate. Hansama gets locked down. He had a cleanse up. Okay, so G2 are down here taking the dragon. I don't think there's anything Fnatic can do to get the take the dragon away from G2.
But then Mickey said, I've caught Lucian, and so he has to follow up on that call, right? So it makes sense why the division was there.
But I think for both teams, there's just been so much chaos. There's so many moments in this game and these incredibly close fights where
Hansama's flash is down. Broken Blade's flash is down.
Mickey now immediately going to collapse, calling off to the side, only connecting on Yike, but it's doing decent damage. And again, G2 confident to step up, but don't quite have enough to finish the kill.
They are not playing like G2. G2 would say, wait, oh wait, Noah.
Going in to finish the kill. Does get the flash out from Yike, tries to follow up with the W. G2 quick to body block.
But G2 would regularly go, hey, we'll play for sides. We have super creeps in bot, super creeps in top, an open Nexus. Let the waves do the work, but G2 impatient. Want to try and close this out, but now it's going to cost us. Jun misses.
Jun.
Broken Blade still has his Seeker's Arm guard.
A bit of a missed opportunity. Banshee's taken away. Moving the spell shield. Jun very low. Needs a bit more time. Scoreboard taken away, but he does have the war marks. You can see plus 91 starting to come in, but the poke landing, delaying that regen.
I mean, the good news for G2 is that Fnatic will keep being divided by the super minions. I think, as Dagdo was saying,
Caps almost got caught out there. Thankfully, he had a flash.
Gotta be careful though, G2 can just end the game.
Does get a lot of damage on Oscarin.
Any single sign of weakness. Weight of minions is going to be a problem here as the third inhibitor falls. Top side is about to respawn. G2 really want to take that one down, but instead...
I think they could have closed the game out, but G2's going to go for the Baron instead.
The solution is they don't want to take the risk.
Cap's about to have TP as well. A constant threat with the super minions pushing in. Someone always has to be ready to respond to those waves. The Nexus very...
Oscarin has flash down. Resork has flash down. Humanoid has flash down. Noah has flash down, so they really need to worry about Noah's cleanse.
That top side, it's going to be next to impossible for Fnatic to defend this.
And, I mean, they're lucky they got the Brand in the jungle, right? The wave clear here is okay, but double super minions in every lane. Yeah, I mean, it's on the way, right? It's only single super minion for now.
But
top inhibitor about to fall.
You just move there and take
Baron,
it.
yeah, I just...
That's definitely not a ward.
When you don't have Nexus towers.
G2 set their sights on the top inhibitor. Bot wave super minions are starting to stack, but it does look like we're going to a game 5.
And I already think that in a long series for both sides, 40-minute game, longest game of the split earlier on today. This one again.
Yeah, this isn't so fun to sit down and VOD review all this in one setting.
Pressure on G2 to close out. Fnatic at match point. All things set up.
This feels more tense than it should be.
But that's the entire series so far, right?
Fnatic are strong enough to still win a fight. It's a question of whether or not they can find the right engage, which they have not been able to do so far in this game.
Time isn't on their side though. Look at the creeps in mid. Fnatic need to go with the go.
Now they find the angle, but already Yike body blocking the calling. Mickey looking for the counter engage, and Jun about to get shredded to nothing. Finally, G2 find a fight. G2 find an angle, but the carries still standing. Noah going in.
I mean, I didn't really go into much analysis or in-depth in this last like 5 minutes because G2 really messed up a couple times where they should have closed the game out in 5 minutes, and then it just, you know, they got to recall and go back and get another item and clear out wards and ward back up and go for Dragon again in Baron. So now the series is tied up and there's one more game.
Broken Blade got himself 11 kills on the Varus top, making it work much better than he did in the previous game. Cap, surprisingly, not a single kill this game. Mickey had more kills than he...
So, alright, there will be one more game, Game 5. So I'm going to take my quick AFK here and reset. And then I will be back for game number 5 of the 2024 LEC Summer Playoffs Upper Bracket Final, G2 vs Fnatic, here in the LEC. Hey everybody, welcome to the next level with Sodaron. We are in game 5 of the Fnatic, or excuse me, G2 vs Fnatic series of the LEC Summer 2024 Upper Bracket of the playoffs. So this has been a very long series for me. If you are like, oh Sodaron, you're boring the last 2 hours, or you stopped talking so much, well, realize that the same thing's going on in the game that I'm casting between all the casters, the players. The last game, G2 tried to close it out really quick because I think they're getting tired and they want to go home. So teams start making more and more mistakes, or like the casters start talking less and less about the game and start talking more about who's winning or stuff outside of the game. So don't judge me. That's one reason why I walk away and take a break for a minute instead of trying to power through 5 games real quick and give you really bad analysis. Now I did finally turn my schedule around where I want it, so things should be better now going forward. This was a rough series for me just based on the amount of sleep I had. I've been up since like 10 o'clock last night, so I've been up for 12 hours. I know it was longer than that, 8 o'clock. So I've been up for quite a while, and you see that I've been doing this for 6 hours now, and you know, like an hour or hour and a half of it's probably a break. But that's how the real world works. You will never... That's why you train, or you train in the practice tool that I'm talking about. I had some person in Twitch chat tell me I'm stupid last night because you can't learn to get better in the practice tool. Well, with that logic, then that's like saying every professional sports player can only get better by playing on the field. Like, football players can only get better playing games of actual football, where in reality they practice all the time in the gym, practice games all the time. I mean, if you watch American football or you're into it, during the summer before football even starts, they spend like 3 months, 4 months, like starting in May, pre-camp or pre-workouts. With that logic, you'll never get good at League of Legends if you just play ranked games all the time. You can't practice the champions you want or need. You can go into bot games. You can go into practice tool. You can shave off some time. I'm telling you, you go take a new champion you want to learn. Go in the practice tool and play like 15 games in a row. Force yourself to close them out. Don't cheat. Now, most of you will go in there and cheat. You'll get a takedown on the enemy and snowball it from there. No. And maybe I need to show you how you should actually be playing. I mean, I do. I have plenty of VODs where I show that, but I don't cheat. I'm playing the game. I'm playing for CS. I'm playing for 100 CS at 10 minutes. It's almost like Riot pays people to be in troll chat that work for Riot just to try to give misinformation to people that they can't get better a certain way because they're going to be upset if players achieve certain ranks or get better because it messes up their whole sales environment and all these things. So, anyways, we're on to game 5. And first off, we see G2 is on the red side. So this is where some of the picks really come into play, or the grouping that I've been talking about the whole time. So, Fnatic's on the blue side. Again, I have my draft system 1, 2, 3, because that's like a priority of what the teams don't want to play into. So like, number 1 means Azir is their biggest priority they're worrying about. And it kind of sounds, well, no, Caps can't get Azir first, so they have to ban the Azir first. Probably like a Sejuani ban.
Rolled up in force to the bathroom.
Now Nidalee's good into Sejuani.
Everybody there. Now, people getting taken away though. Ash, Varus, the Azir, control mages off the board. We heard that from Odo as potential win condition.
Or like,
for G2 Esports.
it's easy to go in these VODs and start going off the back of the casters the further you go in.
Pocket picks, the Ash, something Konsama has used a lot alongside the Varus, which has been pretty key for Broken.
I mean, I don't really know what people count as a VOD review or what they want, what they're looking for. I try to give my thoughts and actual analysis and insight and try to help grow and make the scene better, the players better. That's what I'm trying to do. Some people are only after money. The Rumble's a must ban, so this could, in theory, screw Fnatic out of, or screw G2 out of like a Corki that they want. That like Fnatic should take Corki first pick, because the Corki worked for G2. Like I said, Rumble's so strong, he's a permanent ban on this patch every time on red side. So if you get red side, you're kind of getting screwed, because you're going to have to waste another ban for no reason. So in this instance, here we go, G2 might be wasting one of their ban slots because of the Rumble, where they have to give the Corki away, where really they need the Corki on Caps, or the Sejuani, or Nidalee. I would take the Corki. Gotta take the Corki away from Caps.
The Kai'Sa pick on the opposite side, so then maybe you can try and swap that into mid for Humanoid if you really want to, and play that same flex that G2 have been going for. But
the LCK teams are playing Yone into. I don't know why Renekton first pick.
Okay, so I think they're basically saying pick the Sejuani or we will dominate your top side.
And I think that's what you do. You take the Sejuani here, and even if Broken Blade wants to go for something like a Gnar or even something along these lines, you're in a great position to have not only a good.
I would take the Corki if I was on G2. I'd need to take that away from Humanoid.
You could just take something that's strong for yourself, like even the Lucian, if you wanted to take on this side, or at least set up for a strong mid lane for Caps here.
This is where we really want to see Yike on Nidalee.
I mean, not now. They can just do Ezreal, or they can lock in an AD carry if they really want to.
So we would, if we're a G2 fan, we want to see Yike spamming Nidalee and practicing Nidalee and Lee Sin right now. I think the Corki was better than the Lucian.
Because the one good champion of that was the Azir, and they've already banned it away.
Yeah, so they're really looking to try and attack his pool here. And we'll see what he brings.
So got the Nidalee on Resort. I don't know why. I don't know if Yike's comfortable on the, and they took the Corki away. So I think G2 really needed to take the Corki.
Incredibly good at it, but this is a champion that historically for our region has been terrible, has been completely awful.
Haven't seen Twisted Fate top lane in a long time.
The pressure on Razor to execute in this game 5 is immense, especially when you see a Twisted Fate with a gold card locked in on the opposite.
This is where the part of my VOD reviews I don't want to go, well, G2 lost because they took Twisted Fate. Because it could be easy to sit here and say that at the beginning of this and the end of this, and then people are like, wow, he's so good at VOD reviews, I'm going to give him a like. And I'm trying to look much further in depth. This is why I AFK and pace my energy out, so I don't have a bunch of energy in the first 2, and then 3 and 4 and 5 I just slowly get lazy and go, yeah guys, that's This one's difficult because these are 45-minute long games every time and so many mistakes. Again, the target window for like professional play is 25 minutes. Once you get out of the realm of 25 minutes, 30 minutes, you're more back into like just solo queue games.
You know, game 5, he wants to put the weight on his shoulders, and we'll see if he can pull it off. As the 80 carry pool, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So G2 banned the Ezreal away, Zeri away, Draven banned on Hansama, Misfortune's gone, Kai's is gone. I guess you take Ash is gone. So Callista, Renata, Glask. At this point, you got to start taking Callista, Renata. Somebody's going to take Callista. Somebody's going to take Renata away. I don't know much about Smolder. And now I hear like Smolder's better in the top lane and the mid lane.
Put the responsibility on him to show what else he's got in his pool.
This is something. A brief hover there of the Zig, something he's been spamming in solo queue, something he has been practicing, the debate. They've got Nidalee already for magic damage. Aphelios. The problem is you have the Nidalee, you have the attack speed steroid. You would love to pair it with a hyper carry, but you need a bit more magic damage.
Your poke is so... Actually, this is a decent Jhin angle. Your poke's so good with the deadly threat.
I think we looked up the stats.
And you got it, so I do like
Let me look again. What is the Jhin into Caitlyn? Jhin wins 64% of the time into Caitlyn. Well, if I just use this site in solo queue, I would do better. Nidalee's good into Vi. Nidalee's good into Sejuani. Here's my notes. Nidalee is good into Sejuani. Twisted Fate top. Twisted Fate wins against Renekton 66% of the time.
From Noah, I think it actually puts you in a decent spot. You're able to compete.
So the Leona.
And you've already got a lot of damage elsewhere on the map. So Fnatic setting up for a loss.
Leona, Braum.
You do already have a good amount of tools on
Nautilus.
to try and alleviate that pressure, right? Rapid fire, cannon gold cards, Sejuani ults, and I imagine Mickey gonna probably take something like the Nautilus or even Alistair now into this bottom lane.
I do think though that
Rel.
well, I mean they have Sejuani, but when you have this
Well, what's the Rel stats say?
engage is really valuable. I mean, my one concern with the
Rel wins against Caitlyn 36% of the time. I feel like those stats aren't right. They gotta rewind it just a tish. This for my draft. I need this for my draft page. Game 5. All right. Rel. I don't think those stats are correct. Rel wins against Caitlyn 36% of the time. But could be. Braum into Jhin. Braum wins against Jhin 45% of the time. So it's like, I guess, Fnatic wanted the Braum, and who knows.
One concern with the Braum is that I don't really think Fnatic want to engage on you very often. Nidalee, Corki,
I guess Braum will stop the Corki R and the Nidalee Qs.
Very effective disengage tool, can block a lot of damage, but I do quite like what
But I think,
drafted
like,
when you look at their confidence entirely.
really Fnatic.
Basically, this becomes Broken Blade Engage. Essentially, the way you try and play this Twisted Fate is I am ulting heavily aggressively.
I don't know, it doesn't matter.
Fights off, and I'm hoping that then whoever I gold card, we get so you are like dead.
Disrupt this Nidalee for a potential.
Each lane should, in theory, be able to get a decent push for themselves and continue to put that pressure on. But it's going to be Fnatic who are looking
Okay, so
to find a win. In
looking at the wardings here, no sweeper lens yet. I'm sure they'll place one in recall. Teams keep valuing their top lane matchups or worrying about the top lane matchups. So Mickey X gets up here and gets a ward. And Fnatic placed theirs in the bottom. Line of sight.
Series that has been a long time coming for Fnatic over G2.
No Ghost Poro or Zombie ward.
Mickey X going top, placing a ward. Not finding his support brother there this time around. Jun will place a similar ward in the
Now
bottom.
Mickey didn't get the ward deep on the enemy side. He got it on.
Obviously, Braum level 1, very, very potent, especially with the range advantage that Caitlyn has. And now Fnatic maybe setting up something.
So this tells me that G2's worrying about the getting the Void Grubs on Broken Blade in this game.
Delayed invade. Split the map. Take control of bottom side.
Corky's Q allows you to see all of this, and then he's got his teammates here.
Not going to fall prey to any Fnatic shenanigans.
But he spots him, crucially.
Now, let's keep track of Razork's path.
I guess Brahm's got poke now that I think about it. Like he's a poke.
Nidalee, no different. Of course, Zyra and Brand, quite novel in terms of how quickly they
Nidalee has a faster start. It seems like in her red side of the jungle, she doesn't get a leash. It would have been nice for her to get a leash
gives you so much mobility in terms of invading
early.
the enemy jungle in particular. You can steal camps, take creative paths, you can navigate your way around vision, and you can
Well, Scared could have gave
for a champion like Sejuani.
Razork a little bit of a leash.
We'll see at what point Razork looks to try and do that and try and create some chaos in Yikes jungle.
And that's why I like that they've hidden Razork stars. Knowing Jun didn't help them on
If you hear my dog snoring, I apologize.
walked into lane at basically the time that they should, so nobody knows where
Or
Razork
dreaming.
is on.
Sometimes he's dreaming.
Already though,
Level 2, the Ignite already going down. Nice response, but Mickey low.
So I talk about this in my streams and stuff, but in the bottom lane, you're trying to get level 2, which we're seeing play out right now. You're trying to get a level 2 advantage, and then you go all in on your enemies if they're level 1. And most of the time, you'll win the trade. But Noah lost his flash, so now G2 could come and gank bottom and make a play. Mickey lost his heal and flash. But I'd rather have the flash down on the support than the AD. So G2 should try to make some play bottom. If it was like me, I'd try to make some play bottom lane and dive or gank while that flash is down, and then go for the dragon.
a little bit nervous of Nidalee fast clearing into a potential play on that top end.
Mickey goes back and gets a control ward really quickly.
Attacking well, but will slowly try to push it in as Yike gets onto this top side. And it means that then for Razork, I think it's just to try and get this little crab. Maybe you can even present this
And it looks like Mickey, this is probably to let Caps play safe.
go for any sort of potential play here.
Forward, gets the lineup, instantly going to go for the kill, finishing the job.
So Broken Blade was very overextended. He didn't even have time to flash.
Jun, potentially stepping too far forward here. Concussive blows coming in, but luckily he's able to walk away.
And Broken Blade also loses his teleport. Normally I think I see Broken Blade go Ghost on
Razork, where's the spear going to go? Hits Mickey.
TF, and it may be a game where did Broken Blade forget he didn't have Ghost. So that might have been a trade where Broken Blade's so used to playing Ghost on TF that he forgot that he went teleport. Just like bad habits from playing so much.
this early game, Fnatic
And then he was like, whoops, I'm overextended.
Razork picking this Nidalee said, let me be the carry in this game. We asked the question, is he him? And he is having a great start. 2-0-0 on Nidalee, already an 800 gold lead. And he just walked up.
Oscarin getting some good vision here
Cannot stop me. Forces another flash
in
out.
G2's
That's the level of
jungle.
confidence you need when picking a champion like this. And here in game 5,
Nidalee can take the Void Grubs really fast early, and it helps get her level 6, and then she can gank.
Try to get rid of the movement speed slow, knowing he's probably dead if anything else comes through. Trap landing, G2, no slouch here in the bot lane exchange.
Again, I talk about this, like, you get the 4 dragons, and you get the Baron at 25 minutes, and you can pretty much close the game out. Now, there's some other variables, too, like hitting 100 CS at 10 minutes, hitting 200 CS at 20 minutes, and then you've got your 2-item power spike, and you should pretty much be able to win a Baron team fight.
Mickey trying to get that wave to crash. Starts to back away just to make sure that Jun cannot cancel his 80 carries recall. Hansama looking to spend that money. First base of the game.
Normally, I think I see Yike have a sweeper lens by now. He's just got the trinket ward. Nidalee has extra vision, so she can get the sweeper lens much earlier because she's got her traps for vision.
Renekton gives his flash to make sure that kill can come through from him. 2-0, 800 in the lead. He has to keep this pressure up because we've seen across this series, ease of execution has been a big deal, and ease of execution is not in favor of the Nidalee in this particular matchup.
As the junglers get the Scryer's Bloom.
Well, the thing for Fnatic's comp, though, is the later you go into the game,
Caps' teleport is down, Broken Blade's teleport is down, Oscarin's flash and teleport are down, Razork's flash is down, Noah's cleanse is down. So that's what you make plays by. You plan if you're solo queue players. You track and know what the timings are on these cooldowns, and then you type in chat or you keep track of when that cooldown will be back up, and you make a play when the enemy player is overextended and punish them. And they don't have their flash up or they don't have their cleanse up, and it's an easy takedown. Hopefully G2, they lost Mickey there. I would rather see them just not dive and go for the dragon here.
Going back in, flashback from Yike. Jun will finally fall. 3 kills for Hansama.
Well orchestrated by G2. Yes, you get one back, but Broken Blade.
I'd rather see them go for the dragon.
He knows that he can't really stay underneath the tower because, well, Oscarin can come across and get the play. Mickey now stepping up to the top end to make sure Broken Blade can get back underneath the tower and try and get some of these, as the spear just goes wide.
I guess this is because of the Void Grub push. One reason they're sending Mickey X top. Looks like Hansama also got a big power spike here with the 3 takedowns. He's got the BF sword and the Berserker Greaves. So you can allow your support to roam now and put some pressure elsewhere on the map.
You can see that represented in the gold differences as well. Why the gold at your top of your screen is very even. This Caitlyn is going to become a menace. We saw what Noah was able to do with it in game 3.
Now, Renekton's on his Mercury Treads and his Phage, so should do some work on the Twisted Fate and counter the ult from Sejuani or her E.
And that just means that Noah really isn't going to get to participate much in this game. The good news is it's a similar story for Broken Blade on the top side. Oscarin taking control, Razork also incredibly far ahead. Means he's
So again, like G2 could almost have 2 dragons by now. So they're going to be 5 minutes behind in this game.
In the area, Noah only now starting to move up, but no play to be had here yet.
And this is where you do have to be a little bit careful, because I agree with Betty that in initial trying to set
Just, I don't know why they're not trying to take dragon. Like, take the dragon.
When you are playing follow-up, I think you are really strong, because if Yike lands a stun, suddenly you get Mickey's ultimate into a follow-up with the Winter's Bite.
Yike doesn't have his flash up.
Compound upon itself, and I think that's where you've got to be very careful when Yike and Mickey start to work together.
Now's the time before Oscarin has his TP up. Well, so Fnatic get the first dragon. I can't tell you why G2 aren't taking it. That's I can't make up excuses. They want to close the game and get out quicker. I don't know why they're allowing all these mistakes. They should know to punish the enemy team.
Contest was able to walk in and steal that objective away. Of course, it does cost him his flash, and he was likely considering jumping out of the pit, but Fnatic did a good job of holding their own in the fight as well. We look back, no kills actually end up dropping, but look at this. Razzle casually over the wall, nice fight steal. And then
So Yike hits a nice ultimate there on, was that Resort?
they can actually stay in the fight, and G2's the one
But in that situation, I was going to say, did he hit the right target, or it was probably a little bit late in that fight. And it could be where the players are tired and there's miscommunication, but these are things they got to get over. There's players in the other side of the world that are playing much longer and many more games and probably get paid less than what the G2 players get paid. So, or the Fnatic players, not putting the G2 players down.
Look at the positioning of Razork though. The grubs have just respawned.
Now, I'm sure Riot might say one thing to the public and say other things to the team. They kind of seem like a coin to me. They have heads and tails. So, but if I was like a G2, I'd really want to win Worlds or a Fnatic or one of these Western teams just to give the big middle finger to Riot Games.
Great early game.
Again, the pressure on Hansama to really carry this one because 6 grubs coming through for the side of Fnatic. That attack speed steroid for Razor.
I apologize for the obscene language I just said.
Incredible. But G2 setting up on bot side, looking to play.
But I would think that teams in the western part of the world would really want to win one of these worlds to just see how Riot handles the situation. Might change a lot of things in esports if one of our western teams won worlds.
Oscar trying to get out. How long on the dash? Cooldown. Flash out to safety. Coling now coming in. Bob with a gold card. Oscar taken down. Yike quick to cover the mid lane.
So again, I think G2 are behind because of the Dragons, and they could have 2 right now. So this game's already 5 minutes behind. You should be on 1 item by now, and so Twisted Fate's not on 1 item. Renekton's not on 1 item. Now Nidalee's on the 1 item. He's not on 1 item. Hansama's on 1 item. Okay, I guess it's 15 minutes. I'm a little bit ahead, so I should allow them 2 or 3 more minutes before I judge and say they should be on 1 item. I apologize.
So ultimately, just a mistake there from Mickey. Fnatic rightly punishes it. But that kill onto Oscar, I thought to myself,
But this is where G2's ahead, so they should force a Rift Herald fight, force a Dragon fight, because of their item power spikes.
You can see Hansama able to move into position to get more pressure on this bot side turret. We'll need to try and trade it because Oscar Innen has already taken that on the top side. This combo between Razor and Oscar Innen doing a lot of damage to the map state, but I don't really know.
Broken Blade's having a very difficult time in this game because the 6 Void Grubs on the Renekton. Again, the Void Grubs allow you to win a bad matchup.
G2 immediately pulled back. 2 more shots from the tower before the wave is cleared. Can they stick around? One more auto.
I think the Nidalee does counter the Sejuani, so it was either a game where Yike needed to be on the Nidalee or Sejuani, you know, where G2 get the Nidalee and maybe bans, well, where somehow G2 get the Nidalee and Fnatic get the Sejuani, like the other way around.
their way back into the bot side of the map. Look at this immaculate vision control. Observers, if we can see what G2 see on the map right now, you'll see that there's very little.
I can't recall seeing Yike play Nidalee. So Oscarin down there taking advantage of the void grubs and getting a turret down, or getting plates for the turret down, or getting gold out of the turret. BB's pretty overextended without flash, so they're probably going to come for him next. Fnatic. He doesn't have a flash. Caps' flash is down. Dragon is live, so we'd really like to see the teams down here worrying about the Dragon instead of the Rift Herald. Or G2, if you're a G2 fan. Would rather see G2 getting these Dragons. They just gave the last one over. Because you can get the Dragon at 5 minutes. Or, I mean, just straight up, you can get the Dragon at 5 minutes. So you just plan and prep. Okay, we're going to get the Dragon at 5 minutes, and then we're going to go up and get the Void Grubs. And then we're going to go back and get the Dragon when it spawns in the next 5 minutes. And then we're going to get the next Void Grubs. There's enough time to get up and down the river and have the teleports and be in the right position and ready with all your teammates at the right time to do this. Now I think like the difference here in the LEC, like compared to the LCK that I watch, is the players aren't as prepared from the scrims on maybe some of these meta champions. So maybe they're not confident to take the Dragon fights on certain champions, so they don't do it, or they're not confident enough to take the Baron at a certain time, so they don't do it.
You have the wave control here for Fnatic, so look for the tier 2s with that Rift Herald instead of just looking for the mid lane turret.
You're right, Dagda. Their eyes are set on a grander prize, given the damage that they've been able to do. They want to.
So the teleport's coming in from Caps. G2 trying to save this turret. G2 did get the Dragon. And Italy's getting way ahead of Yike right here. A 2k gold difference. A 2k gold difference on Renekton. I don't think the Hansama gold difference really makes up for all of this. You know, 1k gold lead that Hansama has over Jin, but then right here, Fnatic have almost like 3-4k extra gold lead. 3k.
Down to bottom lane, take the last little tick of health off that bot lane, tier 1 gold. Still about 2,000 in the favor of Fnatic. 6 grubs paying off for them, being able to knock down a lot of these objectives. Still 2-2 in the tower score overall, however.
The Destiny being down from Broken Blade off the back of that means that Fnatic can play way more aggressive on the map.
Scarin has his flash up, so it's okay for him to extend over this line that I talk about. But I think he might get caught out. We've got 3 G2 members pressuring around him.
Walking around. Because the Twisted Fate went to the bot lane when top lane was already pushed in, he actually didn't have a wave that he could catch. Mid was also being caught. He tried to go for the Scuttle Crab, and then Yike's red buff ended up securing it. Only now can he actually catch this wave. If Fnatic were able to find a pick onto him right now...
Again, Corky's really good because of his Q allows you vision and a brush like that, so you don't need a ward.
It's a bit awkward for him. The lane assignments have been... Well, the waves have been a bit awkward for G2 over the last few minutes as Fnatic has been...
Or counters Ivern's W. So like I said, Corky allows you to play aggressively safe in the mid lane. His Phosphorus Bomb allowing vision in the brushes, and then he's got a W that allows you to escape. Scarin just teleported into a lot of damage.
Ultimately, a bit of an overcommitment from Fnatic. They still did secure the tower. It only cost them
So that gives G2 a little bit of a footing back in this game, but a lot of you read this as the score that who's winning, and that's not the right one. It's this one you want to read. So this team has almost 4k gold more.
You can see as they step up here, Mickey steps forward, finds that moment where he tries to buy space, so they will end up being able to pick off at least the TP.
Yike soaking up a lot of damage.
Very low for for the course. The back of that and Broken Blade being able to block these last 2 shots.
And in a couple weeks, this Warmogs meta will be gone, so that might make some of the gameplay a little bit better if people are bored with the matches they're seeing right now. Maybe the games won't be as long.
Where they already have a ton of vision there. They can play back into that and trying to get through choke points where you're
But okay, again, 20 minutes. If you've got 2 items on your team on the carries, you can take the Baron. So 2 items. Like Faker, he seems like he won't take the Baron unless he's got 2 items at 20 minutes. 20 minutes or longer.
And we know how quickly the tides can turn. So I imagine the pressure and tension is very high for Fnatic fans.
I feel like both fan bases have to be in the same boat here.
Well, I feel like G2 fans never know what they're going to get, so they're just kind of...
I'm sure the supports are really wishing that they had the Warmogs right now, or they're wanting to recall and back and buy the Warmogs. So that might be some of the problem here if we don't see a Baron fight or we don't see a Dragon fight, that the supports down here are really wanting to back and get their Warmogs, or they'll be close to the Warmogs here.
So they'll quickly catch that wave. The poke from Fnatic. This is where we get to see it in action, though.
Hantama really hasn't been able to set up a trap line either.
So hold on, let's see what the summoner spells and stuff are up. Oscarin's teleport is down. I could never see if these are up or not. On some of these. I think Hansama's ult is down, but the rest of the ults are up on G2. Heal is... This is what really decides the team fights, really. But right here, too, a straight up team fight, Fnatic should win their item power spikes. If the teams go ham on each other without any, like, kiting or positioning. Or by this time, I think the kids are tired and they just want to go home. Jun gets caught out. He doesn't have the Warmogs yet, so... So Yike does a good job catching Jun here and keeping him out.
Crucially, now turning their attentions back. Trying to pick the fight off. Look at it. The lead jump before the fight even starts. Mickey backing up, body blocking.
Oscarin. We had some shielding there. He took the stride breaker. I had to think if he took the Eclipse or not, but he had to Sterk's gauge. Shielding right there. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom. I want to finish this VOD out, but why sit here and be miserable? I'll be right back. Alright. No point of like hurrying through the VOD thing that I'm trying to do if I'm miserable, so guess that's what's nice about being at home, not getting paid. You can do it at your own pace.
Take down G2 after so long.
Fnatic executes so
Oh, so G2 just got wiped off the map here.
constantly forcing G2 into positions that are
And I'm guessing lost the dragon.
but goes onto the pink ward, so they don't have vision anymore. Jun is
We don't see the Twisted Fate top anymore, so I don't know if it's just not good.
you're just playing at long range this whole time, making
And from what I've seen, Broken Blade had Ghost, which I would rather see him have the teleport, but maybe he was testing the teleport in this game.
sure that G2
Where, what I recall, he's got Ghost, so he would have Ghost in this team fight to come in and clean up and do more damage. So I don't see, like, that's one question I have is, normally I see Broken Blade take Ghost. And if he had Ghost, which again, I like teleport. I'm not big on Ghost top laners, but I'm a big Trendamere fan, so that was one that for years I was like, man, taking Ghost on instead of teleport on Trendamere is stupid. And then I learned, no, it's good. It's better probably top lane, just because he moves so fast. He can, his E, it allows him to get from one lane to another real quick, so he doesn't really need the teleport. Like you'd run Ghost Flash on Trendamere top or mid. But I've always liked the teleport because it allows you to make cross-map plays, and you can outmaneuver your opponent because you can like bait them that they're fighting here, so then they invest all their teleports here, and then you actually go for something else across the map. So this might be something where Broken Blade really needed this Ghost, or he's used to playing Ghost because he made the mistake too early in the game where there was where he got ganked top lane early, and it was like he was overextended, and it seemed like he forgot that he was on teleport. Like he knows he's on teleport, but your muscle memory where you practice so much from the Ghost that he just literally forgot and was overextended and got punished. And it's the same thing here, like I'm saying, in this instance. Is it like where he forgets that, or he's like, oh man, I forgot I don't have Ghost in this situation to come in and maybe like clean up this team fight. Whereas if he had Ghost there, he probably would have like ran backwards and got damage on Resork, and then maybe dodged a Nidalee Spear and then stunned Resork, and then Hanzama maybe would have wiped Resork down, and then maybe they could have turned and got Humanoid, or just an example.
doesn't really matter, and Fnatic are able to run over G2 over the course of that fight.
Yeah, very small things at the end there, like Broken Blade trying to flash away from the fourth shot from Jhin, and he ends up flashing into it, giving enough damage for the rest of Fnatic to clean him up at the end of the fight. Fnatic are in such a good spot. I don't think G2's composition gets any easier to play as the game goes on. This Twisted Fate.
So Broken Blade's flash is down, Yikes flash is down, and Sama's flash is down, Resork's flash is down, and it's time to take Baron. 2 items, 2 items, 2.5 items, 2.5 items. Big difference here. Rel's on Warmogs. Brahm's not on Warmogs.
And this has just been a massive problem in a game 5. To use such volatile picks is a huge sign of confidence from this Fnatic lineup.
But it felt like
So this is the time to press the attack if you're Fnatic here and take this Baron away from G2 before these Summoner spells are back up for 1.
See if they can trap G2 in their own jungle.
Caps has his teleport to come up here and play. Humanoid's teleport is down.
G2 can now look to step up. Unbreakable there, ready to
Caps is shoving this lane as bait.
non-existent. Good all coming in from Mickey. Oscar likely to give his life, but manages to live.
Here comes Humanoid with all this damage all of a sudden.
Trying to do some good damage. Already though, Yike down, deleted, Judd deleted. 2 kills in the favor of Fnatic thus far.
And they just didn't have the damage to kill Oscar in. It was CC.
I don't really think there's much I need to break down or analyze there.
And they just couldn't get him down. He has the TP. He's going to return to the mid jungle, and he will secure Baron for his team. 4 members of Fnatic alive. No jungler with the smite on G2.
G2, can they contest 4K? Getting lower, gold card ready to go. Humanoid off to the side, locking down Caps.
Humanoid just beat up Caps in a 1 versus 1. So that's looking ugly. Fnatic should be able to recall and come up here in these lanes and get the T2 turrets or get into the enemy base. Alscaran took a lot of damage with the Sterix gauge, but I think the Eclipse Black Cleaver's better from what I see in the LCK.
Incredible team fighting from Fnatic, just utilizing their comp so well. Then look at this route that comes down onto Caps.
Live, we got a Fnatic taking advantage of this Baron buff here.
To take down G2 to make their way to the semifinals.
Spear lands on Caps, the trap line does a little bit of work. Onsama's still relatively strong. Fnatic can't afford to falter now. The game's not over yet. Even if they're incredibly favored 10k lead, it should just be there.
Oh, it's a 10k gold lead at 25 minutes. So again, we want G2 to practice closing out these games in 25 minutes. They're getting, every time you lose a dragon, you're just getting 5 minutes behind, 5 minutes behind. So they're already 10 minutes behind, really, Fnatic in this game. I guess this is the game. And it's like G2 kind of gave up. So did Broken Blade.
Fnatic stand tall against the wave of G2. They set a trap in draft. G2 walked into it, but Fnatic executed perfectly and now find themselves in our summer.
So that's it for today, everyone. Sodaron fans. So thank you for tuning into the next level with Sodaron, the 2024 LEC Summer Playoffs upper bracket final, G2 versus Fnatic. Yeah, I leave you with, and then last game, did Broken Blade forget in the game? Like, he knew he was on teleport, but just from the mechanics, the muscle memory, forget that he was on teleport instead of ghost. And also, I don't really understand the HP pot thing that Yike is doing. He lost a trade. I think it's to get a control ward to press the jungle advantage, because you can get away with not needing to heal. But when you go to gank or show up in a lane, a lot of times you bait the enemy player by showing up low health, and then you make a play and you use your health pot, and then they lose the trade because they fall for the bait. So, good game from Resork on Nidalee. People can't say that players in the LEC can't play Nidalee, because Fnatic just won a game 5 of a 5-game series playing Nidalee. So, till next time, I found this to be very important, because if I go into the Twitch chat and stuff, live. I like to go into the live LEC. It helps me get views and stuff. So I feel like if I got more LEC content there, maybe fans will like me and follow me. So make sure to let your friends know to follow me at twitch.tv/Sodaron. Until next time, I'll see you later.